Good morning and welcome to the don't want to say Sir Vivian Richards Stadium because it's almost like I left there this morning, but I'm at the Coolidge Cricket Ground and I'm alongside my colleague Nicol. It's day 2 of the Tri-Series, Team Weeks and Team Headley. Team Weeks 61 for 3. And when we look at what happened on day 1, Team Headley were bowled out for 177, 65.2 overs. Kevin Hodge top scoring with 67, 151 balls, 10 boundaries. Akeem Jordan scoring 37, 83 balls, 4 boundaries. Kyron Powell 23, 317 dot balls. And a special moment would have been Versamy Permaul picking up his 600 first class wickets, 14.2 overs, 8 maidens, 16 runs, 3 wickets. Good morning, Nicol.
Good morning to you, Vernon Springer. And should be an exciting day of cricket. Usually you say day 3 is the moving day in Test cricket, but in a 4-day match, day 2 could very well be that. And especially with the bulk of wickets that we've seen go down across the first day, it's possible that on a surface that has fatigued a bit, very dry, with a tinge of green grass, we could be in for some more action from a bowling perspective.
Raymond Reefer, who had batted so beautifully, Nicol, got out at a critical time, the final ball of the day's play.
Yeah, really did. And I think he will be more disappointed than anyone going into day 2 that he's not walking out there with Alex Aston, because the way he commanded authority, even at times when Akeem Jordan bowled extremely well, Reefer played the drives down the ground, played the cover drives as well, and to me was probably the stand-up batter of the entire day. So for him to just get 34 and then on the final delivery give it away, I think he'll be disappointed.
Let's look at the day's play. 177 for 10. Team Headley will be very disappointed. Their captain misjudged and got mixed up. In fact, in the first game, he would have been the one that contributed, scored 136. Their batting fell short. 61 for 3. You give me your analysis of the balance of the day. Was it equal, or would you give Team Headley the nudge?
Definitely Team Weeks the nod. After dismissing Team Headley for 177, when I thought they had a really good start, got 30 in the first 10, just lost the 1 wicket in excellent conditions as well, so they were up against it. And credit to Ali Athanaze and his men. I think Dominic Drakes set the tone early with that semi-new ball. Then Permaul, of course, did what he does best at the end of the innings. But then, I think had they not lost that wicket, they would have been certainly in the ascendancy. But still, I think well in front of things at this point, just trailing by some 100 plus runs, but should look to beat that off, I think, in this session and then go from there.
You ever try writing 600? That's a lot of wickets. Can you imagine one human being getting 600 first-class wickets?
Yeah, especially I have 0, so he has 600 more than me, and I think it's a massive achievement for him. Just recently brought the record for the most wickets regionally, and I think just a testament to how fantastic of a performer he's been in Versamy Permaul.
Well, Casey Carty and Alex Athanaze has come out. This is a brand new day. It's day 2. And Akeem Jordan is starting around the wicket. 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, a cover. Mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket. Jordan to Athanaze. And Athanaze squared up. First up. And delivery bang on target straight away from Akeem Jordan. Could have bowled some 6 overs on day 1. Not for 14. Very interesting day. Interesting times for West Indies cricket. As we know, the ICC T20 World Cup is coming to the Caribbean in 2024. And by July 31st, 2023, we will have the venues confirmed for the West Indies and the United States of America. 2 slips go down. Along with Joshua De Silva, Jordan to Athanaze. Athanaze whipping that. Can't beat the short mid-wicket. And a good start here. Tumbling over there has been Matthew Nandu in that position. Mid-off and mid-off, very, 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 very close. And Akeem Jordan would really want to be on the money very early. Here we go. Around the wicket comes Akeem Jordan from the CIE Road end. Clipped away. And getting 2 runs quite easily. Just would like to see, Nicol, some more intensity of the running. It's early morning. Runs are going to be important here.
Yeah, very important match, I think, for Casey Carty. When you look at the volume of work this season, played the 3 first-class matches before going on West Indies duty, and the way he began as well with that 95 against Trinidad and Tobago, I thought this was his chance to really prove himself as someone that can make a breakthrough into that West Indies Test side. But I don't find his tournament went where he would have wanted by his standards. So if he can do well in this game, would go a long way for him in terms of trying to knock on that door for selection. Because he's played 40, this being his 41st first-class match for him, and he's only averaged 26. He's a much better player than that.
You know, sometimes, Nicole, I'm glad that you made that point. When we see the averages and we see the quality of the players, it begs to question how hungry they are sometimes. But Alex Atenez, he's hungry. 647 runs, an average of 64.70, high score of 141. And he's looking to make a statement. 63 for 3. He's 9, Atenez. Back and across and defending, a nice delivery from Jordan, who is bang on target.
It's interesting that Jordan has still opted to come from around the wicket. He's bowled all of his overs yesterday, all 6 of them from around the wicket. Then today starting the new day as well. I just wonder if maybe he can try going over the wicket. I know it's a left hand at the crease, but you've got 2 slips and a gully in place. I think you probably access and open up that slip cordon a bit more, coming from over and pushing the ball across.
I've always had this debate with Seth Burton. He's driving, can't beat Shem Holder backward point. First over of the morning, and we just quietly just get in 2 runs. So Athens from his overnight 7 goes to 9, and the score quickly moves up to 63 for 3 at the end of that over.
I think additionally as well, when I look at the nature of the player that Alec Athens is, I would be more inclined to try and bring that outside edge into play, because if he gets any width, he will go after the ball. He's that type of fearless, that type of flamboyant player. So that's an interesting angle of attack that Jordan can think about. From this end, it's going to be Shem Holder, so who bowled well yesterday, picked up the 2 wickets, and he'll be looking to add to that tally, especially on this deck, which has a severe amount of cracks on it, and you could see those begin to open up as we go through the day today and especially into tomorrow.
I'd just like to, something I was calling for yesterday while I was on stint with Mali and Seth Burton, is especially early, Casey Carty's or not, to be able to just have a silly point in front of him, just apply that extra pressure, just to see how he's going to deal with it. Because when you get on a tour like Bangladesh, in the subcontinent, they're going to be crowding you. 63 for 3, Shem Holder start, stop. And we'll think about going about it. He walks first. Wasn't quite sure. He's got a slip to start with. Ball to Carty, and Carty is coming across and just playing the ball from right under his eyes. It's an off spinner. Holder's already creating some pressure. This is his 4th over, some 17 dot balls within the process. Back and across to a delivery and punching it. Just there to the short mid-wicket fielder. 63 for 3. The manual scoreboard, I think, need to come up to speed. Carty almost ending up in a off-balance position. Joshua De Silva didn't take cleanly. Not chirping yet. Badly line delivery there by Shem Holder, and Carty just got inside of it and turned it down to the final area, and they come back positively for 3, 66 for 3.
Yeah, something that Team Headley can learn from Team Weeks, who are in batting right now. But yesterday when they were bowling, they had that period where 71-run partnership between Akeem Jordan and Kevin Hodge. They weren't picking up wickets, but they really made Hodge work hard for his runs. If you can build that pressure on a deck which is still very placid, favors batters probably, I think you still make them work that hard for runs. You could then set yourself up to take a wicket.
Here comes Shem Holder to bowl to the Team Weeks captain Athens. He's back and just turning this. Getting a quiet single, as we would say. He looks like he's in for the long haul. They got to pick that energy up. Got to get that intensity up. Would you have started with Shem Holder, Nickel?
Yeah, I think so. I think given the way he bowled yesterday and given what I've seen from that surface, very dry and will spin. So pretty obvious, I think, from Joshua De Silva.
Good call. Down the onside. And playing it down to the man under 45. Hakeem Jordan. So over comes to an end. 67 for 3. 1 for 2, 2 for 50, 3 for 61. And some 24 overs bowl.
I wonder how long he will persist with Hakeem Jordan before looking at some of his other options. Someone like Anderson Phillip only bowled 4 overs yesterday. Same with Marquino Mindley. Mindley was a bit expensive even though he picked up the 1 wicket. I think it was 5 no balls he bowled. Struggled with that rhythm.
Jordan continues around the wicket to Athenes. Athenes driving to cover for 4. And that's what Nickel was talking about. Once he's given width, he's going to pounce on anything that is wide.
Yeah, top class shot from the young man who's hunting a score because he missed out in that first game. However, I don't think you mind that if you're Hakeem Jordan, because the way that Athenes will play, you're always in with a chance. He's got a pat slip cordon, very wide of the crease as well, trying to get that ball as straight as possible, but didn't execute on that occasion. Real half volley, too easy for Athenes.
71 for 3. Athenes just turning this into the leg side area, and he gets 2 runs quite easily. So Jordan not into the rhythm yet, and I want to support my colleague Nickel, who feels that he can maybe just come over the wicket. He's coming around the wicket to the left-hander, but I think when you come over the wicket, you're sort of trapping the left-hander on his blind side. And I've always had this discussion with Seth Burton and Mali in terms of why we feel that we've got to come around the wicket. I think you're playing in the favor of the left-hander most of the times. Jordan, arms pumping.
Yes.
Ken is pushing that delivery and he's just working it. Getting an easy single.
I think what he may be thinking, Hakeem Jordan, naturally he gets the ball to go away from the left-hander. So he's trying to angle the ball in and just let it move away. However, this ball hasn't done too much since really the 10th over. I haven't seen much lateral movement. So I think the straight line that he's bowling has been just too easy for the left-handers. Rifa played it well. Now Athenes as well.
74 for 3. Someone can get a message to the folks on the manual scoreboard. They're 4 runs behind. Jordan to the right-hander, Casey Carty. Carty driving, just pushing it. Ambrose can't stop the single at mid-off. Umpire Gregory Brathwaite deciding that he's going to go from east to west. I think there's a little shower also coming down. Slight drizzle. Nothing much to be alarmed about. But you never know these days. Strange things have happened. Groundsmen are getting into position. Athenes 17.
Yeah, this is what I like about this young man, Alec Athenes, and I saw it in the first class season as well. He is extremely hungry. Very hungry to score runs. Didn't get many in that first game. Didn't trouble the scores in the first innings and just got the 1 not out in the second. And in this game, he knows the importance of cashing in. He's just been picked in that West Indies side for those South Africa tests. Didn't get an opportunity, but he knows how difficult it will be to sustain that place.
He's driving again through the offside. Sweet. 4 more.
Yeah, this is Alec Athenes at his best. And he's really on the charge this morning. Couple of half volleys in the over, and both times he pounces.
Yeah, score in the meantime goes up to 79 for 3. And Hakeem Jordan just not looking himself at all. Rhythm-wise, and as Nickel called it out right, this is a different surface. This is a surface where you're going to have to really hit the deck. And not much. It's going to be swinging around. 79 for 3, 25 overs bowled. And Shem Holder will continue from the media centre in here at the home of Cricket West Indies here in Coolidge in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda, with the Visi Bird International Airport at the back of us. So good afternoon to John Maynard and all the folks who are viewing and listening to us. Casey Carty, maybe the rain just coming down there. Just wasn't quite sure, wasn't ready yet. I think it's almost like a slight passing shower. Seems to have gone past us. No breeze at all, a very slight breeze. Here's Carty on drive in, down the ground to Kyron Powell. No, sorry, it's Moti. Is it Moti? No, it's Powell. He's changed his number? Or he didn't find a shirt?
Yeah, to me, just too easy on that length from Shem Holder. Casey Carty still in his first 10 deliveries. Just find that they've been pretty loose to him.
Here we go. Here is the delivery, which seems like an under edge nickel. And it sort of went over the first slip.
By signal.
By signal.
I think it may have hit one of those craps that we speak about, and it just really rose off of that crap. So that could be a sign of what's to come later today.
Yeah,
just hitting that rough area outside of the off stump for the left-handers. And to be honest, I look at both ends. There is that similar rough patch from the bowlers follow through from yesterday for the left-handers. So Atenes and those to come are going to have to work hard for these runs, especially against the spin when they continue to target that area.
They're trailed by 93 as we speak. 84 for 3, Holder. Nicholas says that Atenes is a busy player. He's already demonstrated that he wanted to have a switch hit there. Holder, thinking about it. Start, stop, in, out, to bow to Atenes. Atenes is back and just stylishly turning it up to the short mid-wicket. Justin Graves comes around. And no runs at the moment. Still 84 for 3. Clip this into the square leg era. We'll get 1 run. Score goes up to 85. Athenes goes up to 22. Carty 5. Think a good knock here from Carty today will give him some confidence. Need some runs under his belt. $85 for 3. They're trailed by 92. $85 for 3. They still working out the concept. So over completed. 26 overs bowled. Nicole, pretty quiet start.
Yeah, they've looked at ease, and I think that tells you about this surface. Even though some balls have spun, I don't think it'll be too challenging initially. However, as the day goes on, especially dependent on conditions and atmospheric temperature, I think we could see how quickly this surface begins to dry out. I should say get even drier. They do have a fair arsenal of spin, this team Headley side.
So they trail by 92 runs, and Jordan has listened to you, Nickel. He's switched from around to over now. Let's see if he'll get some more purchase. Clipped away. They're thinking about 2. You could hear that. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. And Macho Nando with the pads on is being asked to go in. They want him behind or in front? They want him behind. because Athenes tends to play that ball into that area. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying, I wonder if we could see some of Calvin Hodge today. Really is the second spinner in this Team Headley side from that end that Jordan is bowling from with his left arm spin, because looking at the roster, other than Shem Holder, it's mainly just seam in terms of the frontline bowlers. So Hodge may be required. Saw Alec Athenes in the last game bowl as well, but he's of course in the middle batting. So it just shows that part-timers have had to chime in at times. Today could be the day for Hodge.
That's an important point that you raised there, Nicola. I was also looking at the balance of the teams here. You have someone like just a Shem Holder alone as the lone spinner. Back and across, defending nicely.
I think when they put the sides together, they wanted to give each team an off spinner and a left arm spinner. Gudikesh Moti, who's with this Team Headley side, still injured, so not ready to play a full 4-day matches yet. So unfortunately, Team Headley have almost suffered because of that. But Hodge is very capable, bowled at the first class level for a long time.
Jordan searching for that rhythm. Steered down to third man for 4. Just opened the face of it. Found the gap. Hits the rope now. Good control shot. Jordan not having a good day here at all. Didn't start well yesterday. And he continues. 91 for 3. Let's look at this replay here by Ronnie. We consider to be a whiz. Soft hands.
Yeah, unfortunate for Jordan because he went into that gap between the two slips and the gully, but not a terrible delivery by any means. And I think he's causing a bit more problems from over the wicket. So good tactic to change that angle of approach.
Athenes 28. Tucking him up. Sort of hitting him high on the tie pad. Even though it was pitch between middle and leg, Athenes didn't make contact. This is Jordan's 9th over, not for 34. Carty 5, Athenes 28. Oh. Didn't bounce enough. Missed out on it. And the end of over number 27, 91 for 3.
Another bad over from Hakeem Jordan. I wonder though if Joshua De Silva will be inclined to go with someone else. Someone like a Marquino Mindley or Anderson Phillip from that end. Because it's looked pretty comfortable against Jordan. Shem Holder though, on the other hand, will have to do a lot of bowling today. As the only real frontline spinner in this side. Don't think he'll mind that though, Holder, because he's always loved bowling a lot of overs. Gives him a chance to sort of work out a batter. Especially with Ali Athenes at the crease. Left-hander, ball spinning away from him. Captain will want to keep Holder into the attack.
Carty just nudges this down into the leg side area. We get a couple of runs quite easily. We have a lot of folks who are following us also via the social media platform and engaging us. So we thank you almost for your engagement. And we say good day to Elaine Turner and her entire crew, her mother, her fans, who she's not here at the cricket yet, but she's following it very closely. And sends her greetings to Nickel and to Mali and to Seth. Score in the meantime goes up to 93 for 3. And for the fans' engagement on our YouTube, we thank you very much for engaging us and thank you for tuning in to Cricket West Indies YouTube channel.
An extra fielder has gone into the leg side and they've brought a man catching almost under the bat. Almost like a leg slip, a very wide leg slip, right of screen.
I think that came straight off of the pad. Carty is indicating I didn't play that. And if I played it, I don't think that either short leg would have been able to catch it if I made contact with it. Let's look at the replay.
Well, straight away after inserting that extra fielder on the onside, I don't think there was any bat involved, but Holder was disappointed. But you can see the intent. Something Kevin St. Clair did yesterday getting the ball just spin back and be very straight to the right-hander.
This time he sort of pulled the length down on that one, allowed Carty to play off of the back foot. Just want to just get it above his eye line. 2 for 10. Shem is into his 6th over. Carty undriving. So much better shot. Down to Kyron Powell.
Something I wonder that Shem could do is take from Kevin Sinclair yesterday, who bowled and used the crease really well. It was very wide to the right-hander. Tried to start those deliveries wide and almost spin through the gate. On a surface like this where some deliveries are spinning, you never know. So something he could think about as well. But to the left-hander, tactics change. Slip in place and silly mid-on.
So Joshua De Silva still trying to get wickets, or to maybe place the silly point in front of Athenes. Just scoop this one up and get in a quiet single. So not much explosive this morning outside of Athenes spanking 2 boundaries off Jordan. It's been a roller coaster morning so far. Carty, 8. Slip go down. Leg slip, silly point. For back and across. And keeps that one out. So 28 overs bowled. 95 for 3. Team Headley scoring 177 all out of 65.2 overs. Kevin Hodge top scoring with 67.
Yeah, I know in the longer format, everyone always speaks about the first hour. And I think looking past that first hour as well, the longer that these two stay in the middle, the easier it will get. As this ball gets older, on a surface that isn't doing or offering much for the bowlers, Athenes will know that if he can just sustain this initial opening spell from the team Headley seamers, I think he could really cash in as the day goes on, which is why I think Raymond Rifo was so disappointed, because he looked at ease. No one really gave him any problems, and the final delivery of the day was dismissed. Looks like Anderson Phillip going to come into the attack now.
So maybe the ploy would be to maybe have Shem hold a bowl from the media center end and then have the seamers coming from the CIU road end. That looked like the concept by Joshua De Silva. Let's see if that'll be true to form. Or maybe he'll bring Justin Graves from this end. A little overcast conditions here. The coolest cricket ground. Anderson Phillip bongs away.
Important for him as well, Anderson Phillip, to make a impact in this game. Of course, coming off of injury. A knee injury has kept him up for a while. Didn't go to Australia. Oh, sorry, went to Australia, but of course was plagued by injury.
So cause for concern. So many of our bowlers are going down with injuries. Here is a short delivery, a nothing delivery, and spanked away to cover for 4 by Athenes.
Well, this is the double-edged sword that you get when you're bowling over the wicket to Athenes and trying to push the ball across him, because more often than not, he will pounce on any width on offer. He's done it on the front foot, this time on the back foot. Good shot selection from the youngster. Looking really good. And scoring at a very quick rate as well. 29 now from just 34 deliveries.
95. In fact, it's 99 for 3. Athenes on to 33 as we speak. Driven straight. More runs. They're going to have to run. Ambrose is after it. Will he catch it? Looks like he saved it. So they get 3 runs quite easily. 100 up.
New man into the attack, Anderson Phillip. Alex Athenes is not backing down. run a ball 36 now. Straight away, getting on top of him. And almost, you could say, premeditated that, because Phillip was just too short, was put away for 4. Expected him to compensate in terms of his length, went fuller. Athenaeus was equal and better to the task.
Good camera work there by our crew there for 360. Excellent. Carty is trying to roll the wrist over. It didn't come up. He got inside of it and just needed to just paddle it around. We've seen so far 31 boundaries in the match so far on 1-6. 102 for 3. 7 runs off Anderson's first over of the second morning. Athenaeus has looked ominous here. And he's going to play shots for sure. He backs himself. The power pack player. Phillip to Carty. Wide. Hitting the gloves of Joshua Thomas. And if we, Joel is something Joel has been talking about, Nickel, on this track. Most of the games have really not gone past 3 days. And we already see some purchase this morning. We saw one from Shem Holder, which hit the crack. Had some bite onto it. Went for 4 buys. So I think it's going to be important for team weeks. Back and across. These two know how important this partnership will be. 102 for 3. Over comes to an end. 177 all out in the end. 36 to Athenaeus and Casey Carty is 8. Good morning, Molly.
Good morning, Vernon. Morning to the watchers in the region and, internationally. Got quite a few calls. People tuned in, especially in Canada as well. Tuned in quite intently on proceedings here at the CCG.
Holder around the wicket to Athenaeus. Gets deep in the crease and looking to punch that past cover. Can't score. Looking at the balance of the team Headley, they only got one real, I guess maybe Kevin Hodge will have to bowl some, Mali?
Yeah, I think Shem Holder is going to have to bowl quite a few overs, I think. So from Team Weeks' perspective, it would be important for them to actually look to put some pressure on him. Thought he would have bowled particularly well yesterday afternoon, to be honest. Got some appreciative turn. That one just bounces a little bit. We saw one take off earlier, a couple overs ago.
From Shem Holder, which hit the crack.
Yeah, but just from that would probably give, the left-handed Athenaeus some comfort, is the fact that it was just a bit wide outside that off stop. Starting to bounce now, though, a bit.
Yeah. It's a sort of kind of tricky situation because of the dryness of the pitch and the lack of bounce. And these curators have done an excellent job here, both at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and also at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 102 for 3. At the end of my stint, it will be Joel Manning. Dropped. You can't drop that. Joshua De Silva, the captain, guilty there. He was off balance. It was almost like he was grabbing. Let's look at the replay there. Couldn't get there.
Wasn't only Josh De Silva off balance. Alec Athenaeus as well, probably just a bit off balance. Just pulling away slightly from that delivery.
This time he straightens up. Joshua De Silva, maiden over to Shem Holder. And 7 overs. He's bowled well so far. 1 maiden, 12 runs, 2 wickets. More from you, Mali, and then we'll hear the voice of Joel Manning for for the first time this morning.
Yeah, and he's got some bounce here this morning. Not quite the same amount of turn that probably would have seen late yesterday afternoon, but this morning he's quite a tall guy. Shem Holder delivers the ball from quite a high. He has quite a high release point. And he's getting just a bit of bounce here, and that bounce is just proving to be quite uncomfortable at times. But Team Weeks, this partnership 41 now. They've settled in quite well. Casey Carty, probably the least aggressive of the pair so far. And he'll be looking to get a score. Just has to dig in what are still quite good batting conditions. Clipped away nicely through the onside. Probably should come back for 2. He moves on to 10 now. Anderson Phillip, the bowler from the CIU road end. Just his second over, I think, this morning. Hakeem Jordan would have been the bowler to start from that end. No extra pace just yet from Anderson Phillip. Has had his injury problems over the last couple of years or so. Probably still just trying to find his rhythm, get back to that full match fitness. As I'm joined now by Joel Manning. Good morning, Joel.
Good morning, Mali. Good morning to the viewers watching currently on the YouTube stream. Certainly an easy start to the morning so far, you would have to say, for the pair of Athenaeus and Carty. That one drop chance, the chance for the morning, and what could have certainly been the sunshine for them, given that there's not much here at Coolidge at the moment. Quite cloudy, not really cloudy, but the sun is certainly not with us at the moment. Quite cool as the wind blowing those flags in the background. But that certainly would have started their morning right. The wicket of Alec Athenaeus.
Yeah, not quite as hot as yesterday. I think conditions probably would have suited, a bowler such as Hakeem Jordan a bit more actually here today, but just a bit off colour, not seeing the Hakeem Jordan that we've grown accustomed to seeing, especially recently. Just a bit inconsistent in his lines and lengths, was driven a bit too often. We know he looks to get that swing, but especially Alec Athenaeus driving through the offside just a few too many times. But he's looked quite an accomplished player already, a young man, quite stylish in the way he goes about his business. A big fan of, just the way he plays his shots, those drives in particular, flowing through the offside. A sight to see. Let's hope we see a lot more of that, coming in the future, not only at this level, but at the step up. You probably anticipate that he'll probably play some part in the home series, Alec Athenaeus. So looking forward to seeing this young man make his test debut.
The end of that Phillip over. It's 106 for 3. Just to continue that point, Mali, you probably would expect him to be around that setup in some way, especially if he's able to do well in the A-team setup. And that's just me saying that, I believe that he should be there. Yeah. I'm not picking the team, but I do believe, that's certainly one of the names that should be
that's
on
the
plane
trajectory
going across
that he's on,
to Bangladesh. And it's a case of, just looking at his steps, not necessarily saying that we're looking to rush him into the game, because certainly there's a massive jump between first class and international cricket, and we've certainly seen that across the years. But given the progression, given how you would like to see things continue, because continuity certainly is a part of it as well, even if he's not to get a game at a test level, just to even still be in that setup, still telling you that, you know what, he is certainly one that is pegged for the future and the role that we want him to play in the future as well. So certainly, you know, definitely one that we would expect to, even as we head towards the India series, be around that setup, even if it's just for knowledge.
And I'm also sure that he's a pretty strong contender to captain that team, to be fair, being one of the captains here.
Yeah, probably might be amongst the list of names that could be considered. I was raising the point that you probably expect one or two other guys who aren't necessarily in the test setup at the moment, but are looking to get back there. Could be heading on our A-team tour as well, so we throw up names like possibly the likes of a Shea Hope as well. And should he be on the mind of the selectors to go to that tour, I actually think probably he's the one that they might throw that captaincy to for the A-team tour. Given the captaincy for the ODI, so certainly a different proposition in terms of the longer format, but at any day it's just about getting that captaincy experience, and I think that that probably could be a good run for him.
But to be fair, I think it'd probably be more of a value to someone as such as Alec Athens, to be fair. Still a young guy, already captaining his domestic team, Windward Islands Volcanoes. So, and given the task of being the leader here for team weeks. So you think that probably the selectors are looking to him as being, you know, just a leader in the future. So you wouldn't want to waste too many opportunities. And I think Shea Hope, to be fair, I think if he's just concentrating on his batting, and the best Shea Hope we can get as a batsman benefits West Indies cricket, you know, 100%, because I think he's a real class player. And if we can just unlock what we would have seen in England in him a bit more consistently. Let's hope Shea Hope 2.0 in Test cricket is the one.
He certainly has everything about him. Not to say 1.0 or 2.0 in terms of him, but
it would be a reincarnation. It would be, you know, obviously we'd be hoping for a different Shea Hope. So it wouldn't be too much of the Shea Hope we would have seen previously.
I might almost say we're hoping for the same one, but not necessarily in terms of the performance aspect of it, because in terms of the talent.
Can't be the same then.
No. Because if you have all of the attributes, but you aren't necessarily getting what people or selectors might say or the marks, I wouldn't necessarily say that it might be a different.
I mean, it wouldn't be anything. I mean, I'm saying that because we've seen it.
I totally get you,
countless times. You know, Matthew Hayden was 2.0 when he was dropped and came back. He had to make adjustments to his game, you know, or else he wouldn't have been out the team. I've seen it numerous times, and I anticipate, especially with this county stint that Shea Hope is going through now, that's the kind of cricket that he would need to just tighten up that game, you know, the ball just moving around more consistently. I think, honestly, we come back, and when he comes back, and I think I say when, because definitely I think we need him back in our 5-day setup, the red ball setup. When he does come back, he'll be a much better player for it.
What I can say is I'm enjoying the positive nature with him, seeing him go about his batting at the moment. He had a chance to peep at some of the innings that he played in that county stint, and you can see that the intent was there from the outset. It wasn't necessarily a case of just looking to graft out runs, but looking to really not necessarily impose himself, but not allow bowlers to truly settle and getting to a rhythm with him. We saw that being implemented, especially recently in his ODI game as well, where he's gone through the gears, and we're seeing him utilize, I guess, a similar format or structure in the longer format as well. So should he get into the A-team setup, be picked for that, it'll be interesting to see how he goes about it.
And to be fair, if he was here, you know, it would be a good opportunity as well for him to illustrate. I know he's playing county cricket, good for him. That's actually the best place for him to be at his stage. But if he was here, it'd be a good way to judge him against the others, such as, you know, how Brandon King came in, looked a different class. Josh De Silva in the first game looked a different class. I anticipate it would be much of the same with Shea Hope. You know, he'd come here and look a different class, because he looked a different class in the regional Super 50 here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The shots he was playing at times was special, you know.
Well, he was in fact supposed to be coming here for this series, but then given the permission to play the 3 county games, certainly the experience would have done him the world of good.
World of good. Can't fault him for doing that. You know, high pressure, intense environment of county cricket. It's a slog. It's every day. You know, you get to really groove being a professional, going through your routines, preparing for matches. Yeah, valuable experience for Shea Hope, especially at a county such as Yorkshire. They would have been through their problems, you know, had a few problems in the last few years, but would have looked like they've cleaned house and looking to just go about things a bit differently. And county with a rich history as well. So good to see Shea Hope just adding his name to that. And county cricket so valuable in this sense. I'll use someone such as Yuvraj Singh, you know, the great Indian batsman. He would have gone to Yorkshire as well and really struggled, you know, in those conditions. Ended up playing second team cricket. Almost had to leave his stint. So it's not necessarily a bed of roses at all times, even for these seasoned pros. Oh.
Well, Athens, he's got to go bumped out by Anderson Phillip. You can almost say rushed there. And, well, that's the wicket that they were looking for.
And to be fair, Joe, with that dismissal, I think a few analysts around the world, if they would have been just watching this and around the region, would have taken keen notes on that in terms of he looks so serene, his old innings, you know, especially on that front foot. But as soon as that short ball has come in, almost a surprise delivery there by Anderson Phillip. Yeah, very short. It rushes him. He's not quite sure. It doesn't get as big, but he's not quite sure whether to play or whether to pull out. Ends up doing neither. Ball just hits the bat, loops to that gully fielder, and Athens has to go.
Yeah, it was very interesting to see the position that he got into attempting to play that shot.
Awkward position.
Yeah, with the ball going across him on the angle. It was a very good short ball, you would have to say, from Anderson Phillip in terms of the direction of it, because it was certainly one in terms of it got up to the height that you would want it to get up to. So in terms of that pull shot, even if he had gotten through with it, it would have gone into the air, certainly because of the angle and the height of the delivery. And I think that is what he attempted to almost pull out of the shot as well, because in terms of the length, you would say, yes, the length was there to get back to pull. But the line of the delivery, I think he went to pull out too late, almost found himself in a very awkward position and a very comfortable catch in the end. Good work, especially if it was to a plan as well. Good work on the end of Anderson. 107 for 4 now. There.
And I think as well, just in terms of the line, as you were saying, Joe, and it going across him, if he was going to play that attacking stroke, I think it would be more of a cut shot, to be fair. He could have gone up and over or looked to hit down on it, because as we said, it didn't quite get as big as probably he anticipated. It's a lack of bounce there that probably done him. Big wicket in the circumstances, and in the wider scheme of things as well. Pretty disappointed in what is still good what are still good batting conditions here. To see 14. Oh, they come through. They sneak that single. Carty sneaking that single through to Powell at mid-on. think it's fair to say, if you're a West Indies cricket fan and looking at the big scheme of things, you're pretty disappointed to see 14 wickets go down in the time that it has. Before lunch on day 2. Best of the best. Team Headley, Team Weeks. No one really dug in, per se. You know, maybe Kavim Hodge to an extent. But batters have really contributed to their own downfall more often than not in this match.
Yeah, I think when we look back over the highlights, 2 words come to mind, and 2 words that we've said fairly often when it comes to cricket, and that is shot selection.
Ah, brilliant. On the money. Absolutely, and it's an area that actually has been plaguing our cricketers, especially our batters, for eons, what seems like eons now. That's my 2 Trinidadian friends out there in the crowd, guys who would have been watching West Indies cricket since the 50s or 60s. There'd be some of the best judges. Would have seen everyone, almost.
All pad on that one, certainly, to close out the over from Shem. Just one from it, 108 for 4. And I think this probably will confirm just that. Looked at the left pad, just stuck out from Thomas. Yes, in fact, there we see it. A brilliant catch, though, by Matthew Nandu. You can almost say that the work that he was putting in this morning with the coaching staff for just really about maybe a 10-minute stint of just being there at back pad this morning, rehearsing, going over it, getting himself into the right positions, has paid off for him so far this morning.
Yeah, one example of someone short in stature using that to his advantage, being low to the ground. You know, he'll probably make for a pretty good short leg silly point fielder, because we saw there with that catch, it was quite sharp, but he was already low to the ground and snatched it just before it hit the ground there to his right. Ronnie reminding me of Gus Logie, probably the best short leg fielder that we've had over the years. You can remember him in his helmet there, scooping up those catches, jumping in jubilation. Those are the good old days, Joe. But he was also quite a short man. Used that to his advantage in that position.
Well, he got all of that, it looks like. A good chase on, but the ball wins the battle.
Yeah, he got enough of that one. Went for that short delivery again, but as we see, not quite getting as high as the bowler would like there, Anderson Phillip. And Casey Carty pounces. Maybe doesn't time it quite as well. Not quite out the middle of the bat, but good enough. Moves on to 17 now. Got into quite a good position there. Kept his eye on that one.
Funny enough, just looking at where that ball pitched, funny enough, actually pitched in a similar area to the dismissal of Alec Athens, but that occasion not necessarily getting up out of the surface in the similar fashion, and that's really what allowed Casey Carty to get on top of the ball. Never really attempted to pull it down, but it's just the height factor there. And I'm pretty sure that if we had the ability to just look at the pitch map for it, it was just a very similar area that ball would have pitched in for Carty.
And also the height of both batters as well. If you compare Athens and Carty. Carty just probably slightly taller. So that one just sitting up to him. And once again, but he's found the mid-wicket fielder. Looks like Akeem Jordan, not quite getting on top of that one. So he has to go once again. Another batter playing what you have to say is a loose stroke in this circumstance. Shot selection, as you said, Joe. And Carty has to go. Partnership just to 5. Thomas just coming to the crease in the previous over. But Phillip going short again. This one probably pretty similar delivery to the previous one. He probably hit this one even better. More out the middle of the bat, but straight to that fielder at mid-wicket. Hakeem Jordan takes quite a comfortable catch. 112 for 5 now, Team Weeks.
Yeah, we questioned whether or not it was that short ball ploy, that short ball plan that they're working with, and this certainly tells us exactly that. And it was interesting because the height factor here now is what also plays a slight difference. So the ball before, where he was able to pull it up and over, it actually got bigger on him. He was able to get under it a lot more and got the elevation required. On this occasion, the ball not necessarily being probably as short as the one before. The height was certainly not there as well. When he pulled it, he got a brilliant connection on it, but he was unable to get under it, get it over the man at mid-wicket, and a very easy catch for Hakeem Jordan at that mid-wicket position. So the plan has been working for Phillip. The plan has been working for Team Headley. 112 for 5 they are now.
And I know Alec Athens probably must be stewing back in the pavilion. The new batter is Kevin Sinclair. Saw just how well he would have played in the previous match, coming in at number 7 here. 2 new batters at the crease. Thomas just faced the 4 deliveries. Sinclair marking guard, gonna take his first.
I'll give you a bit of information here, Mali. I was taking a comfortable stroll past a dressing room today, and by the end of it, you could probably tell which dressing room I was walking past. And the words directly said to me were, "We're hoping to restrict them to about a 130 or a 140.
Okay.
Those were the words said, and then they, started to go through the plans of how they would look to do such. Granted, the short ball play was not mentioned in that plan that was said this morning, but in terms of what they're looking at, because I did say yesterday on commentary that first innings runs will be valuable on this surface.
Very much so. It's proving to be that way.
So in terms of a lead that they're hoping for, they're hoping that best case, it could be a 30 or 40 lead, because they've acknowledged that the 177 that they have on the board is not much. But if they can stick to certain plans, get a 30 or 40 lead, how valuable that will be into the second innings when the pitch deteriorates even more, when the sun bakes it, when the cracks that are open begin to open up even more.
That's for sure. First innings lead absolutely vital in this circumstance. But must be said, batters really contributed to their own demise. Just a few too many loose strokes. No one really willing to dig in and do the hard work. And even at times score the ugly runs. You've seen players really just play a few too many champagne strokes, as the old boys would say. Big drives outside the off stump. Couple slug sweeps as well.
The thing about it is that in the grand scheme of things, you would say, not for the Athens one, because I don't think that shot was on for the Athens one, and I think he realized that as well, and that's where he pulled out of it. But more so the Carty one, you could almost say, okay, the shot was on, but the thing about a shot being on is that you don't necessarily have to play it while it was on, and I think that is where we see the difference between the innings of the Kevin Wickham or the Mackenzie. And remember the conversation having with them, it was a case of sometimes having to put away certain strokes for a period of time to ensure that they were out there for longer, because there were balls that were on for those guys that they opted to just play within themselves, and that's actually the specific terminology they use, played within themselves for a longer period of time. But you can look at that and say, you know what, the length was there. You could say maybe if he'd gotten under it a bit more, we would have said fantastic shot, but he didn't. But the shot technically was on.
Devon Thomas now. Probably just looking for an opportunity to spend some time at the crease here. It's been a it's been a member of quite a few tours now. Would have gotten the opportunity in Australia. But we'll just be looking for an opportunity here to just bat. Coming in at number 6, normally would bat in the top 4 for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Actually, last season would have been what, in the top 3, top 4 in the run scoring. But the thing that would have stood out is the fact that he would have got those runs at nearly a strike rate of 100. 90 odd, I think, to be fair. This holder just drifting down the leg side. End of 36. 112 for 5.
Yeah, man, just to continue on from the topic of the shot selection and the fact that, you know, a shot could be on. The other side of the coin is the situational awareness. And I think that probably also was what was lacking there from Casey Carty, in the sense that from the time that short ball was bowled and Athanaze went, I questioned whether or not it was the plan in terms of that short ball strategy to them. And it's a case of, okay, that is how Athanaze went. Could this be deployed? Situation indicates that they might also employ a similar strategy to me, and to give my wicket to that, because we saw him pull one and he got value for it in terms of the 4. Fair enough, and the confidence was there to play the shot again. But just
played it even better in terms of just the contact he made.
Exactly, but having just lost the wicket over and a piece before,
you probably just put it away for a sec, over or two.
Navigate the waters a bit, because you've cashed in almost, because you got one to the boundary, but just telling yourself, you know what, no more short balls will be coming at you, because that is the plan, that's the strategy. And if I can ensure that plan does not work, then they must switch to something else. So if he takes my edge, you know what, fair enough. He went to a different strategy and worked me out differently. But because I fell into the trap now, they're able to get somebody new to the crease very quickly. Kevin Sinclair, another short ball there, goes at it as well.
Doesn't make contact, but once again, that shot selection, as you're saying, it's a lot better. Solid offensive stroke from the young man, who looks a very much improved batter. Would have got 86 in the previous match against the West Indies Academy. Would be disappointed not to bring up 100, but coming in at number 7, along with the ability that we've seen with the ball, I think he's had a pretty positive impact here in the Headley Weeks Tri-Series. Would have picked up 3 wickets as well. But you're right. Just to go back to Alec Athanaze, you'll be probably stewing over that dismissal, sitting in the dressing room watching what's going on. But what we've seen from Anderson Phillip in the last couple overs, I think we've been crying out to see from Ajaya McAllister. From that CIU road end, in these conditions, we get inconsistent bounce, the pace, the extra pace on the ball. Why not try, that short ball attack from the CIU road end? Just a bit more downhill of a run. Oh, and that's hurt him. I think that's Mr. Pad, and that's hit the ankle there, to be fair. A bit naughty from Anderson Phillip. Kevin Sinclair not necessarily looking for a run there.
Yeah, you could understand the aggression of a fast bowler, but on that occasion, just missing the pad and looks more so around just the knee area, and certainly that would be a nasty blow for him.
I mean, as a former cricketer, I like it, but yet still I don't.
You would understand the aggression, because into a spell he's picked up 2 wickets. He's had the short ball ploy, it's worked for him.
Being ultra competitive.
A guy coming to the crease, probably a bit of banter. Or there plays it back along the ground to him, he's going to let him know I'm still here type of a scenario. But you certainly don't want to see that where, the batter gets hit as well. It's just one of those, I guess, unfortunate trade-offs of the aggression. You might want to tell yourself that you would have thrown it away from the stump, but then, De Silva having to do the work to gather it as well, so could have held it. But hey, we certainly hope that no damage is done there.
Per se.
And we have a drinks break, you know. So
And we'll have a double
112
change
for
as well, I
5
think.
there at the drinks break. 1 hour of play down Mali.
And we'll have a double change with Seth Burton and Nikhil Uttamchandani.
Thanks very much, Joel Manning and Mally Richards. Seth Burton, well, that's not what you really want to see. Kevin Sinclair going down due to injury and really not from being hit by the ball when batting outside of the run of play, really.
Well, my issue, I don't mind seeing you being hit while batting, but let's say if you were attempting a run and the bowler would have thought, I have the opportunity of running you out, it is more understandable. But when you are not even attempting a run and then you have the ball being hurled at you in that manner, I thought it was being ultra aggressive.
Yeah, it looks like he's struggling with that right knee, Kevin Sinclair. Let's hope he's okay. Good to see the pad going back on. And knowing Anderson Phillip, he won't mean any malice by it.
We know.
Just trying to, I think, get something out of the game, trying to bring that counter-attacking approach. Don't think he would have meant to hit him. But especially in a game of this nature where you need as much chance for an opportunity, I think Sinclair will be disappointed. But good to see he's running, and he will want to be out there in the middle trying to score runs. All of a sudden, after looking so comfortable in that partnership between Ali Athanaze and Casey Carty for a bit, Seth, partnership was worth 46 from just 66 deliveries. They'll be disappointed both to be dismissed.
Yes, very disappointed, and the manner in which those dismissals came, I thought that Alec Athanaze, it was very clear that he I guess he would have had. Yes, Nikhil, that was my wife. Why Mali passed it across. I know you were looking, but yes, she just came to drop by. But here is the issue. Alec Athanaze, he was well on the way. And then he had a short ball from Phillip, as though he was in two minds, stepped forward and then got stuck. Was pulling out of the shot, and that ball held its own. And I thought he would have preferred being dismissed going through with the shot. Had it come off the edge, the top edge, one could excuse him, but I don't understand that you're already in position to play and then he's making the last minute decision not to play. Good delivery from Anderson Phillip, but then Casey Carty, his dismissal I thought was even more disappointing. He had just pulled him forward of square for 4, and then another short one, a bit to his body on that occasion. He just played it to the short mid-wicket. You know, both youngsters with good future. You need to get, and when you get the opportunity, let it count. Both undone by short deliveries. Is it a challenge with the West Indian batter on short deliveries, a succession of it? You may comment.
I don't think on this surface that short delivery would have troubled either batter too much, and that's why Cardi, I think, was looking to play the pull shot. But Anderson Phillip is trying. He's trying to find a different way of attacking Kevin Sinclair, and he's trying to hit the deck as hard as possible. Something that Ajay McAllister would find a lot easier. You can see he's really running in, sprinting in. And Sinclair looks like he's going to take it on as well. Finally off the mark. End of the over. A long one, that is. End of 37, 113 for 5.
Well, Anderson Phillip will be happy with the over. I think he's testing the batters here. That is important. Yesterday, yes, we would have had that prolonged discussion about McAllister coming from that, and that did not happen. Anderson Phillip, returning from injury, making some impression, coming back. I think it's important for him that he takes a few wickets. It's also important for this pair, not only Devon Thomas, who has not had any bat in a little while, did not play the first game, but also Kevin Sinclair, who had a half century in the game against the West Indies Academy. He would want to put his hand up again. So it is going to be definitely good competitive cricket.
Shem Holder, he's bowled an extremely long spell. Started from the second over of the day. And already up to 10 overs on the trot. And you expect, as long as Team Weeks stay out there, Holder will have to bowl a lot more. It was interesting the way Versami Permaul and Kevin Sinclair really bowled in tandem yesterday. Got through the overs really quickly, and that's the benefit, I think, of having two spinners. Because you just get through a period relatively economically. And it allows you to put pressure on the two batters in the middle by stringing together overs of dots. Sinclair and Permaul, I think it was 4 maidens consecutively from both ends. That really led to the demise of Team Headley. So they are really missing that second frontline spinner in Agudakesh Moti. In the air, but just over McCaskey. That was the chance, and that's why Holder has those two men catching on the onside.
Well, we have seen even a couple of overs ago him employing both the forward short leg and the leg slip, and now the short mid wicket.
That's just too easy, and clearly missing his line, Shem Holder, because he has no man square on the offside. Too easy for Kevin Sinclair.
I was just going to say, prior to that 4, while he would have had those 2, I would love to see him go with a silly point. That I think, let's say a shot like that, with a fuller ball, the ball coming into the right-hander. He then has that offside option, but he has that offside option, and with that silly point or silly mid-off, he may think twice of playing through the offside. So I would love to see perhaps that fielder at short backward of square. Well, not necessarily that fielder, but you could trade the position of the short backward of square with a silly point and add more pressure to this pair. At this stage, they trail only by about 60 runs. So you want to maintain, or in fact add pressure to the batters.
Gets to the over quickly, but the boundary coming. 117 for 5.
Well, this pair, as I mentioned, they have to now build a partnership, because when we consider the top scorer in this innings, 37 from Alex Atenez, Kavim Hodge, on the other hand, his 67 to Team Headley's showing was important. So we are not seeing a dominant batting partnership. We have not seen, well, we have seen that in the previous games. We have seen that from the academy. That has been a feature of the academy team. We have seen that from Team Weeks, from Team Headley, when in the first game when Josh De Silva and Akeem Jordan came together, and we are still lacking a substantial partnership in this match. And I think it could well be this partnership. If it's not, then...
Oh, what about that? Anderson Phillip.
That's really a wide one. I thought, for one, he was maybe perhaps trying too hard, trying to slow down the pace, trying for full-length delivery, but that one was really extremely wide and did not present any problems. So this partnership, if there is one that has to come through for Team Weeks, the Thomas-Sinclair partnership may well be that. If it does not, we may well be seeing a low-scoring contest between these two teams.
Yeah, important for Devon Thomas as well. After missing some time, had a few niggles, of course, after that Australia series. Was a real stand-up for me, not only with the half century he got, but also the way he bowled as well. He's with the gloves in this game, so haven't seen that medium pace, which can be dangerous in terms of the swing he's able to extract. But I think very important for him to spend some time in conditions he knows well, and also conditions that, in my opinion, still favour the batting side.
I'm in full agreement with that. It does favour the batting. You may look at the score and you may say 177 and 117 for 5, but the conditions are definitely batting-friendly conditions here. And this is an opportunity for him to continue to show that consistency. No one questions his capacity, his class, but needs to show up in every game. When we speak about Weeks and Headley, these are guys who are ultra consistent. And I think as this competition comes to an end with this game, that must be a mark, a hallmark of the players.
Well fielded, excellently fielded by Hakeem Jordan. Saved a certain boundary. When you look at Devon Thomas and his recent run of form, the last 2 matches of the first class season, 1, 6, 2, and 0 were his scores. So for the Leeward Islands, came back in, inserted at the top of the order, didn't get the volume of runs he would have wanted coming out of that South Africa tour.
That's right.
Didn't play any of the tests in Southern Africa as well. So this is an innings and a game of massive importance for him. Someone that's looking to get back in the runs and looking to show why he needs to remain in the West Indies side. Felt he was a bit unlucky not to get a game.
Yeah, may have been unlucky not getting a game in South Africa. Just had that one test in Australia, and that is something that he himself would want to push for in Australia in one of the practice games leading up to the test. Also got a good 94. Well, in fact, not out. I thought the team actually declared with him on 94. Got into the test as a result of the injury to 2 players. Well, in general, the team did not do well. But also went on that tour immediately from the Super 50 and had scored just, I think, 96 against Barbados, was it, in that Super 50 game at the stadium. So coming back from South Africa, not really getting into the runs, you're right that this is a critical moment for him. Get some runs and, keep your hands up whenever the selectors call.
Been slow going for this partnership. Both been there for 15 deliveries, just the 7 runs between them so far.
All right, your alarm set for 3 p.m.
Shem Holder will continue from this media center end. There is that breeze. The breeze has picked up at Coolidge, which off spinners especially tend to use from this end, which is why you tend to see a lot of the off spin being bowled from here, because that breeze just, I think, allows the ball to just go away from the right hand and then hit the deck and spin in. So I wonder if that can be of assistance. And you look at where Holder's bowling from, you can see every delivery starting from very wide of the crease. So he's trying to allow all the factors to help him in starting the ball wide and getting as much spin as possible. That's big. And it should be a maximum, and is. First maximum of the innings from the counter-attacker, Kevin Sinclair.
Well, it was a good shot. He went back and he really gave it everything. Holder from over the wicket, I thought the right option.
Yeah, only a matter of time. Given the way he batted in that first game when he got the 86, it was boundary filled. Today, had to play a different role given the fact they've lost 5 quick wickets. I should say 2 quick wickets since the day is resumed.
But here's my point, Nikhil. I would not at this point make the field change. It's just 1-6. Holder has been bowling a very good spell. As you say, he has the win factor working with him. He induces a false stroke. But the point is, in making an adjustment now, you want to go again, let the batter take the chance. Open yourself for a greater opportunity of getting a wicket.
So swept that well, but there is a fielder there. You can see, though, that right leg is still giving him some difficulty. He's stretching it out every delivery. I wonder how much that plagues him. We'll want to get to lunch, that's for sure. Lunch about 45 minutes away. If he gets there close to a half century, they'll be in a really strong position. In that 86 he played, Seth, 66 of his runs came in boundaries.
Boundaries, yes. It was really a top-notch innings. And adding to his solid spin bowling.
End of the 40th over, 125 for 5.
And good bowling on the part of Holder. Yes, he was struck for 6, but at the same time, he's bowling the right lines. He's allowing the ball to drift into the right-hander. He puts it outside the off-stump. Gives himself options all the time, as I mentioned earlier. The only option, the only thing that I would like to see differently, not in his bowling, but in terms of the field setting, put another fielder in the offside, one in front of the bat on the offside, and put the batters under a bit more pressure or constraint.
It's going to be a bowling change. Marquinhos Minley, after a good spell from Anderson Phillip where he got the 2 wickets, both Athens and Carthy, more seam into the attack. Still no Kevin Hodge, the left arm spinner. Only seen the one spin in operation for Team Headley. You reckon Hodge could have a chance at bowling today, Seth?
Yes, well, he was used in their first game in that regard, more in a holding position, trying to ensure that he was as economical as he could have been, but not necessarily in playing a wicket-taking role. And when I say the wicket-taking role, every spinner strives to take wicket, but he was that guy who just kept plugging away defensively, whereas you realize in terms of Holder, he is more attacking. He's looking to take wickets. He's looking to flight the ball. You know, he's looking to get as much turn and having that compact onside field. But I think Josh De Silva would have assessed the situation and would have realized that the seamers are doing pretty good, or they're doing a good job from that, the CIU end. Anderson Phillip, his 2 wickets came from that end this morning, and bringing back Marquinhos Minley after his bowl yesterday. I think that's a good move.
Interesting that we haven't seen Justin Graves for the day, standing at almost that gully position. But when I watched him this season in the first class setup for the Windward Islands, took a lot of wickets for that team, averaged 16 with the ball this season. And a lot of the wickets came with the older ball. Yes, he swings the new ball, but because of that consistency, hits excellent areas, Graves, consistently, not the quickest, focuses on accuracy. That's what prized him so many wickets. So I just wonder if you want to relieve Shem Holder for a couple of overs, even though he is of utmost importance, I wonder if Graves can be brought from this media center end and just try to be as consistent as possible and string together a few really tight overs and build some pressure, because right now, I know Devon Thomas is only on 1, but he looks very comfortable at the middle.
Well, it depends on what they really are working at, because you're right, Graves looked a more threatening bowler in the first game. Looks a more threatening bowler in the first game. Started well in this game as well. But you see, the challenge may be that Holder is looking to take wickets, has had at least the opportunity of taking 2 so far. Would you want to shorten his spell? Or, that may be a question. Or do you see this is the end for Holder at this stage of the innings? All that may be going through Josh De Silva. Graves, not a bad option either.
Maiden to start from Marquinhos Minley after just the 4 overs yesterday. Much improved from him. End of 41, 125 for 5.
Minley, much improved. Perhaps he could consider himself a bit unfortunate taken to Australia just to play one test, got injured there, and then thereafter there was a situation where he returned to play in the 4-day tournament but was not selected for the South Africa or the African end of the tour. So perhaps he himself has much to play for, especially in the shadows now of a returning Anderson Phillips. So
well, I mentioned Kevin Hodge in the last over, and when he would come into play, here he is, trying to give Shem Holder a bit of a break. Interesting that he's bowling from this end, because we've seen Versamy Pramod operate from that CIU road end, simply because of the breeze. But it'll be interesting to see now what Hodge is able to do.
Well, Kavim Hodge, he has some variety. Would not be one to be flighting the ball, as you may have seen a few from Shem Holder, but he can really gets good revs as well. Usually a flatter bowler, looking to go wicket to wicket. In terms of Powell at times he does more with the ball going away from the right-hander in particular. Oh.
I was kind of surprised, really, that in the last couple of seasons for the Windward Islands, Hodge hasn't bowled as much. He has 50 first-class wickets to his name. So I remember when seeing him initially in the first-class setup, he did a lot of bowling and was classified as an all-rounder.
That's right.
I think that's how we broke into the West Indies team, because of that left-arm spin option and, of course, the ability to bat. But he's gone up the order and bowled a lot less.
In fact, 2 years ago when they had the best versus the best here, he did not bowl as much as you even mentioned. So perhaps the thought of
asking the question, and finger goes up. A very confident appeal, and it's Hodge. Unorthodox option into the attack. Brings wicket.
But I like to see that again. Nikhil, you may be a prophet because you asked about Hodge and over before he came. But I am not quite sure that Sinclair is as convincing, even though the appeal was a confident one. Going into him, touches down, it is close. Hodge went up and then belatedly Josh De Silva, the slip, the forward short leg. Let's look at Sinclair's reaction.
Yeah, he wasn't happy. I wonder if maybe the bat may have just brushed the ground, but hard to tell because they didn't hear much on the stump mics.
That to me was not out. That left him. He was the left armer coming in, the ball coming in with the arm, and then it went away from him. His bat remained in that position. You watch his reaction, and in fact the appeal from the other guys was a belated one, to be fair to Sinclair. The bowler had it, but you watch the wicket keeper, you watch the others, they came up thereafter, and Sinclair definitely was not convinced, but it's 125 for 6. What can we do?
Now comes Dominic Drakes to the middle. Won't be happy with the way he was dismissed in that first game against Team Academy by Kevin Wickham.
Well, he showed it very clearly that he was not happy, but this time he has an opportunity now to get himself in, because he's considered as an all-rounder. I know that is in white ball cricket, but therefore has that capacity, and they may need to take a leaf out of Hakeem Jordan's book. Hakeem Jordan, he does not tell himself that I am a bowler, tells himself that when he gets out there to bat, that he's going to bat like a top-order batter.
That's middle.
Yeah, has underachieved, I think, in the 2 first-class matches he's played recently. The one against the Leeward Islands for Barbados and this in this series, because the Drakes, I know, more than capable of getting runs. Seen him in the local setup for a long time in Barbados. Very capable with centuries. A ball from Hodge. But then as well, in T20 cricket, and I know it's hard to compare the formats, 125 for 6 after Hodge's first over, but definitely has the ability to bat. I look at the bowlers so far. Holder and Phillip picks with 2 apiece. One each for Minley and Hodge in his first over.
Yes, good bowling on the part of Kavim Hodge. He really was able to at least get a wicket there, even though it was clear that there was a little bit of discomfort on the part of Kevin Sinclair, but still a very good over, in which on a few occasions he did raise the temperature a bit. But regarding young Drakes, it's just a matter of transitioning between the white and the red ball. That just short of the first slip. A good delivery from Marquino Minley. Thomas coming forward, prodding forward, and Hodge at first slip. That one dropped just in front of him. Perhaps a dive from Joshua De Silva.
Well, this is a look back at, this is the last delivery. And you can see, getting very close to the stumps, Marquino Minley slightly going away, inducing that outside edge. Just falling short, though, of Kavim Hodge at slip. All of a sudden, though, Devon Thomas looked unbothered in his first 20 deliveries. Loses his partner from the other end. Things happening. They've got their tail up now, Team Headley. And earlier, Seth, Casey Carty, I think, will be the most disappointed out of the batters being dismissed, because comfortably pulled one early in the over for 4. Going to get that replay for you now. And then tried a similar shot high on the bat. Really will be disappointed with that. Edged again, but short.
Softer hands on that occasion, Devon Thomas.
But Seth, do you think, I mean, we've talked a lot about this surface, but really when you look at the dismissals, the 16 that we've had now, it seems like there have been more unforced errors from batters as opposed to the surface playing a part.
I'm in full agreement with you, because we just saw and spoke about that Carty issue. Pulled the first one nicely, and then a fielder was placed just forward of the square leg umpire, and then he went to bang it, didn't really roll the wrist around it onto the ground. Basically gave away his innings. You can be more sympathetic to Athenes, because yes, but there was indecision on his part, shaping to hook and then deciding not to. The ball followed him. If we look at the innings of Team Headley, you just see a string of what you may term unforced errors.
Yeah, Marquino Minley, with this difference in the angle, has caused some problems. He gets so close to the stumps that he's constantly attacking, and not a tall man either, so he has that skiddy bit of nature, and he did well during the first class season with some sideways movement to really dismiss batters. He's challenging Devon Thomas here.
It's a good spell, and Thomas showing some patience. Looks to have so much time to play the stroke, but I realize those two deliveries in this over from Marquino Minley, as the over ends at 125 for 6. You get the impression, as you mentioned, him coming close to the wicket, and the ball seemed to be leaving the right-hander. Thomas getting into position, but on one occasion, one fell short. One was sort of played with soft hands with an angled bat, but at the same time did provide those two anxious moments for the batter.
And that was the wicket
of Casey Carty.
Well,
that was the shot,
yeah.
right? And then we saw, so he was easily induced into a false sense of confidence.
Will be Hodge continuing. Full toss. Really got away with that one. Drakes only second delivery phase, but with mid-off up, that juicy full toss, I'm sure he would have wanted to switch back into T20 mode and hit that over long off for 6.
You speak about the T20 mode, and I was getting back at that. You spoke about the unforced errors, but also we have seen a situation where full tosses have not been dispatched. It doesn't have to be T20 mode, but I think it has to do with batters being quick, being confident, and picking their spots. We just get that impression that at times they're just pushed off, I think, when the opportunity is there to beat it, beat it. But the challenge is, you see, guys, let's go back to Powell, his dismissal going across the line. We saw that also coming. Oh, that one kept low, Nikhil. Something is happening at this end.
Yeah, the variable bounce we tend to see at Coolidge, and it will only get worse as this game goes on.
Simply means that Thomas doing the right thing then. Got to get out on that front foot, which he did on that occasion, because if you're going on the back foot and the ball is keeping low, the bowl and the LBW come into play. Oh, this time he's fortunate, because he played that one and that took the back of the bat, lobbed forward of square. Powell coming around was unable to take the catch. That's Moti, I beg your pardon. And, well, we saw Powell earlier in the Moti shirt, but on this occasion it is Moti. So 127 for 6, Vernon Springer comes along with me. Mally Richards is going to come in. Sorry. Mally's going to come in soon after Vernon, but I'll just stay with Vernon for an over. Vernon, we have that mix-up. Powell is wearing the Moti shirt, and Moti is on the field in the Moti shirt.
But I find it strange that Moti is on the field. I really don't get that.
Well, I didn't. That's why I couldn't make it out.
If Moti is having a rehab,
yes,
everybody's expecting Moti to go for that delivery there, but I don't think Moti is going to push himself there at all. Minley is really getting this ball to swing around here. Set.
Yes, he is getting the ball to leave the right-hander. The observation, he's coming close to the stumps and had a couple of good overs here.
It's a different Devon Thomas here today, 2 from 33.
Yes, seems as though he wants to have a long bat.
Yeah, but he's got to be able to rotate the strike still. It's all well to try to see if he can survive.
And I think pushed to the point that he would have lost 2 batters around him, perhaps seeing the importance of stabilizing rather than asserting himself at this early stage.
The entire complex of the game set, we've just seen some real poor shot selection in terms of shot selection. I don't think anybody has really analyzed the situations here based on how some of the batsmen have got out in this game.
The right-hander again.
It's almost like folks have walked into a trap. You know what I mean? And, you could see the trap and then you still walk into it.
That's correct. Now, my situation with those balls going away from the right-hander, I would love to see an extra slip in position. Hodge is basically at a second slip, not a first slip, and then there is Graves at between where a fourth slip would have been. You've had 2 deliveries in the previous over, one taking the edge in front of Hodge, the other one played with an angle bat, soft hands falling in front of where third slip would have been, and mainly keeps hitting that spot, but we're just seeing.
But I want to make a point set, and it comes down to both captains, Joshua De Silva and Alex Atenez. If you're at first slip, you're at first slip. You can't be at fly slip or second slip and you're hoping for the keeper to have the honors. Minley's getting the ball to dart around here. And for some particular reason, we still have Kevin Hodge at second slip. Yesterday, Alex Atenez dropped a sitter because he was not at first slip. What was automatically happening? He was at second slip and hoping to juggle between him and Thomas. If you're at first slip, you're at first slip. That's where you stay.
Good spell here for Minley, looking to bowl with good pace and good control. I think this is building to be the best we would see of him. In this so far, the over has been completed, 127 for 6. Thomas on 2, Dominic Drakes on 1, Vernon. Mally Richards is going to join you.
Shander Paul 12, McCaskey 2, Reeve for 34, Acton is 37, Casey Carty 17. Sinclair will feel very undone by his decision, made over by Minley. And we've seen some real strange dismissals in this this tri-series. I think that we maybe need, we have to test the 360 coup, because we have to be able to get the DR system in place going forward. I'm testing you guys. You have to step up. Good afternoon. Good morning, Mali.
Good morning, Vern. How are you doing?
So umpire Reefer has come off the field.
Yeah, we've had an umpire substitution.
Yeah, I think it's one of the first times I've seen that for a very long time.
Yeah, he's probably just taking a quick bathroom break.
127 for 6. Hope that he's okay.
I mean, it happens to the best of us, Vern.
Oh, all the time. Even when you're traveling on the motorway, you're told not to drink too much. So it all happens. 127 for 6, Kevin Hodge.
I think it's called pulling over on the hard shoulder.
You get very scared. Sometimes you're praying for you're looking for that sign to figure out when you're going to get there.
to the rest stop, the services, you know.
You keep looking, and you want that driver to drive a little faster. Here is a neat single being played into the leg side area. Dominic Drakes.
And also, to be fair, what we're seeing as well, we're seeing the experience of a Joshua De Silva in terms of his leadership. He's already worked out the conditions here. We said this we've been saying this for 2 weeks. He's bold, he's rotating his spinners from the media center end, and he's rotating the fast bowlers from the CIU road end. I hope Alec Athenes is just taking a few notes there in the dressing room.
Full toss. A lot of full tosses have been bowled today, Mali, and have not been dispatched to the boundary.
Yeah, and Hodge, maybe not a main spinner in the Windward Islands Volcanoes setup
Anymore.
You know, more of a batter now per se, but with still bowl, just a little more inconsistent.
I've been calling for it all day, Mali. I'd like to see, especially with Drakes just coming in, a silly point in front of Drakes. Just to kind of create that added pressure. You never know. One can slide off of the bat. You can do that all day. Get an easy single.
I think more than anything what that does is it really forces the batter to think about something that should be a formality when playing against a spin bowler, and that's a forward defensive. It really makes a batter pensive, especially early in his innings. And that's all the confusion you may need. You may just catch him on the crease, one bounces a little, takes that glove, bounces to the short leg. The ball doesn't necessarily have to go to silly point. It's like that.
That's what you need. That's what you need, because when they go to Bangladesh, India, the subcontinent, you know what's going to be happening, Mali. Silly point, short leg, everybody's going to be coming in front of you.
Yeah, especially as the games wear on there. We did speak about maybe Bangladesh investing quite heavily in pace bowling, but at the same time, spin is their strength, especially at home.
It's interesting that you made that point, Mali, because the last time that the West Indies test team went down there and they lost, the then president decided that he was going to fire the entire selection panel because he couldn't understand how we could have lost to the West Indies.
Yeah, because, at times, the administrators themselves get a little too involved. They start selecting the teams as opposed to the people that they've employed to do so. And then we have situations where in the end, what happened. I think Mehdi Hassan was a big part of that as well in terms of when he was selected, when he was dropped. And he's always been quite a consistent and outstanding performer for Bangladesh.
Well, if we think the politics in the Caribbean is deep, then we need to go to the Asian countries.
And that's just Mehdi. You think about Shakib as well, the amount of controversy that he's had with the administration as well. We could go on and on.
Oh, we can go, and it goes even down into India. You look into the IPL, Mali. I didn't realize it's so deep. It was it's even deeper. I saw a little spat the other day with Kohli and Gambia.
That's years in the making. Yeah, this is like Kohli Gambia times what, 5 now? If anyone's keeping count.
They've been real heated, man.
Beautiful.
Lovely shot. He's quite capable. Dominic Drakes.
Yeah, long half volley there, but
Yeah,
quite a
but-
tall man.
Yeah, anybody, if you get a half volley, you got to put it away.
Yeah, quite a tall man is Drakes, using that reach of his long levers to his advantage there. Sweet, sweet drive, showing good batting ability as well. So maybe just a glimpse of what could come from a Dominic Drakes, what we're anticipating if he develops what he could be, genuine all-round ability.
Now, I see a strategy here, Mali. Tell me if you like this. They've now pushed Nando back to deep backward square. I don't know if that's a ploy to make him think that Minley's going to bowl a short ball.
It's similar to the ploy that you've been crying out for, which is the silly point.
Oh, okay.
You know, if, in terms of the concept, how you're trying to get the batter out, if you can see it in terms of, with that drive now, he's probably just trying to, as you said, put that doubt in the mind of Dominic Drakes in terms of when is that short ball going to come? Is it going to come?
Still would like to see Kevin out at first slip.
He's got a short one there, so he's just pushed him back slightly because he knows that anything slightly full, and Dominic Drakes is going to go pretty hard at it. So he's hoping now. He just pushes him back, probably. Yeah, as you said, he's pushed back Nandu to that deep square leg position. Drakes has seen him. So he's hoping that when he does go slightly fuller, Drakes doesn't transfer the weight quite as well as we saw on that drive on the first delivery.
Just want to remind the players to Mali as well that this is a first-class game. I saw Sinclair felt a little disappointed that the umpire had given him out, but he might have some words with the match referee. We saw in the game also Dominic Drakes. Yeah, he got out to Wickham and he was disgusted, but it's a first-class game, so all rules apply.
Same way, I'm sure he was charged with dissent, to be fair. As you said, if the rules apply.
Well, it should apply because it's a first-class game. And so folks have to understand and remember those things. That reared up, Mali. Just about. Middle and leg.
So I think the key here is the fact that Drakes is probably just a little uncomfortable against the short deliveries.
Did you like short bowling?
Yeah, I actually did. It sounds strange, but yeah, I was actually pretty good naturally against the short ball. You know?
I know that. I mean, you from an early age, nobody could have bowled your shot. You fancied yourself basically there to take on that man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you see, that is preparation. So you know that you not many young players. In fact, it's amazing, Mali, that you said that because in going to practice at factory,
Exactly.
you had to learn either how to cut, hook,
It's the
or
environment.
defend.
It's the environment, 100%. You're turning up, you've got 15 to 20 fast bowlers, all got that red hard new ball, and you're in that caged environment in the nets, and it's almost and the coach is saying, no drives. This isn't a motorway. Oh, that's kept down a little bit.
Yeah, it has.
Boy, it was slow.
Slow turn.
Yeah,
Yes.
which just caused Thomas to readjust.
Hodge really not a big spinner of the ball. Bowling more. He flighted that one. Lovely big save there from Anderson Phillip, putting his body on the line.
I did say, as Thomas gets a single there, faced his 44th delivery now, that this was a good opportunity for Devon Thomas to actually get some time in the middle. Would have lacked that in the last few months or so, especially on tour. Yeah, you're in the nets.
It's not the same.
It's definitely not the same.
Total of 34 boundaries and 2 sixes have been hit so far in the entire match. So in a nutshell, boundaries have been pretty hard to come by. Drake's almost giving his hand away there.
Yeah, that was aerial. It was in the air for a while.
Getting a little complacent. It took a long time to come to him and still feel that he has to be as tight as possible. Thomas, 4 from 44. Drake's 8 from 13. Big contrast.
Massive. It's a big contrast from what we've seen from Thomas over the years. I would have mentioned that last season as the end of that Hodge over ends. At the end of the Hodge over, 136 for 6. I was saying that terms of Devon Thomas earlier. Last season, he would have been in the top 5 in the run scoring. And the thing that would have stood out about that was the rate at which he would have scored those runs, well over 90, almost 100, showing almost a dominance when he strode to the crease. Looked at on top of his game easily, to be fair, looked the best batter in the Caribbean. A different mode here for him, probably not quite as confident as then. But he's given himself an opportunity. 4 from 45. He's recognized the situation. Maybe the older Devon Thomas, or the younger, may I say, Devon Thomas, played a few more rush shots. We saw that chance given to off Kavem Hodge to Moti. It was not quite sure why he didn't attempt, or at least tried to attempt that catch. It's going to be Graves, though, from the CIU road end, replacing Minley.
So Joshua De Silva decided to use his fast bowlers in spurts. So he's given Minley a 3-over spell. He's now going to try Justin Graves. And he's going to keep the rotation of Hodge and Shem Holder here. Maybe he might even ask Kyron Powell to bowl a few, if needed. On 37 for 6, he will feel that he's on top. They're trailed by some 40 runs, so this could be a low-scoring encounter. And so I think it is important for Team Weeks to even get a 50-60 lead. It could put some pressure on Team Headley.
Yeah, and I think the key is Devon Thomas here. Graves. He'll do a low with this ball, that's for sure. He'll just nibble it around.
Slight overcast here. Not really big overcast, but just a shade to just cool down the heat more or less.
Yeah, just a bit of cloud cover. Not quite as hot as yesterday, is it? Yesterday was a really taxing day all around. Graves again. He's going to live outside that off stump more often than not. Maybe mix it up with that shorter ball, that bouncer. Just got the man at fine leg and a man in front of square as well. Straight mid-wicket. Oh, you call that catching? I'd say, yeah, he's almost catching there to Devon Thomas.
Still would like to see Hodge going at first slip. That big gap there. I don't know how many times I can say that.
I think Joshie De Silva's backing himself to cover that area. Well done.
The last time I know of a jack in the box. Right?
Don't tell me, Jeff. Don't tell me it was Jeff. I mean, wicket keepers do cover that area.
And even with Jeffrey Dujan, the first slip was still always there. You would see those guys still waiting just in case.
True. Different bowlers, though.
Oh, okay.
Different bowlers.
I hear you.
A bit more on it. See more finer edges, I'd say. Think of pace and bounce of Curtly Ambrose, man.
He was just excellent. In fact, I think Dujan made himself easily one of the best keepers in the world just by that attack.
Malcolm Marshall and
Patrick Patterson. I mean, you only have to just look. Just imagine. I saw Dujan keeping to Patterson. He was almost further behind here. I mean, when you think back of the days when, those days, sometimes people came out and no helmets. Facing up to people like Patrick Patterson and company.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're lucky if they survive, that's for sure. You wouldn't see too much of that today.
136 for 7.
Once again, that stock length from Greaves. End of his comeback over here.
No wicket. The carnival, the season getting ripe and rearing and ready to go. Take off time in the Caribbean. Got the St. Lucia's Jazz coming up, St. Kitts Music Festival, Antigua's Carnival, Culturama in Nevis. We got so much activities coming up, Mali and Guilla. Oh my, we're packed. We're ripe with all of these carnivals and festivals.
Sailing week going on as we speak. Reggae in the Park.
It was
Tuesday
big, lad.
night.
Yeah, it was
that
big.
was a good show. protege Leela Ike, Jesse Royal, the works. Good crowd, great atmosphere. Tell you about the West Indies, man. The West Indies is a place, you know, as we were speaking about this on day one. What a time to actually be here with the amount of cricket going on as well. Cool and smooth, Headley Weeks Tri-Series. All West Indies cricket, you know, all beneficial to West Indies cricket.
I understand there's a Cricket West Indies under 19 bowling and batting camp coming up over the next couple of weeks, so we'll be able to get to see some of the new prospects.
Would have had some. This one stroked sweetly past Powell. Does he get a did he get a hand on it? No, he didn't. So just time there. Full again from Cavum Hodge. Stroked by Dominic Drakes. Once again, that reach on show. Actually full toss.
Long levers this time didn't overhit. Stayed low to the ball. And Powell diving away on this fast outfield. He couldn't stop that.
He tried though. He really did put in an effort to stop that one.
So Dominic Drakes is the dominant scorer here. 12 from 17. Devon Thomas 4 from 50. 141 for 6.
Just 5 minutes now or so. 5-6 minutes. Approaching lunch. And Team Headley would love to take another in to the luncheon break. To be fair, Devon Thomas has been quite sedate by his normal standards.
And sometimes you need that, Mahdi.
Yeah.
Need to spend some time at the crease. He's maybe not
He's needed
batted.
it, yeah.
He's maybe not batted for a long time.
Not had the match rhythm that you'd probably expect. The end of that. Hodge over. 50 now? Bowled by Team Headley. Team Weeks 141 for 6.
Yeah. They need to get a lead by 50, Mali, so that psychologically they can begin to think about putting some pressure back. But they first have to get this 36 before they even think about that lead. Team Weeks trail by 36 runs. Two competent players at the crease. And Devon Thomas and Dominic Drakes, the emerging player from Barbados. ICC T20 World Cup 2024 coming to the Caribbean.
Oy.
Beautiful shot played by Thomas. Played that late.
In the gap though, but quite close to Akeem Jordan there at gully. It went past him at a catchable height, in my opinion, but just evaded his reach. Ronnie's got that one again. Greaves just outside that off stump. Short ball actually bounced quite a bit. Thomas, must be said, did quite well to actually keep that down. Bounced quite disconcertingly there, just off that length.
I think that one really hit the seam. That is when you got a good wrist position, you'd enjoy that one.
And I think that's a trademark of what Justin Greaves does, to be honest. I think if he had an English passport, he'd be quite a dominant performer in English conditions. He's got a strong wrist, bowls that length as well, that slightly fuller length, which at times just lures batters into thinking they could drive.
Well, I want to talk a little bit, Mali. I'm glad that you were talking about Justin Greaves. We'll get back to that. The first time I saw Justin Greaves, I think he would have either opened for Barbados in the Super 50. Very positive. Didn't see the side of him. So it just shows you that he's moved now from the Barbados pride and he went to the Windward Islands, took him and Walcott alone. That was a move maybe initiated by Shirley Clark. And he got some opportunity. And you keep talking, Mali, about the franchises. If most of us understand the franchise cricket, then more players have to move around. I can remember when Devon Thomas went to Jamaica, came back a different player to the Leeward Islands.
And to be fair, this one's just stroked up to mid-on. I think, to be fair, what would be even more beneficial, Vernon, is if the coaches move round.
I support that.
100%. Especially, we have to appreciate the uniqueness of the West Indies being different islands.
But it gives you a different challenge.
Yes, and the political nation. Also, it helps to develop the coaches, because now they're not just working with players who they would have known from yay high or whatever. It forces them to go a little deeper.
And that's why I've been calling Mali for some accountability at the franchise level, because from the franchise level, Mali, you're expected to go into the test level. If we don't pay attention as to the preparation as to what is happening at the franchise level, then we're going to keep having complaints to say, why is Dominic Drakes not batting long enough? But is he being prepared to bat long enough when he gets to the test level?
Yeah, but also, more than that, we'll just touch back on the coaching in terms of the political nature of selection and the like. I think it removes so much if we have coaches from different territories. So Stuart Williams probably coaching Barbados, Barbados coach coaching the Leewards. It's all beneficial towards West Indies, cricket West Indies at the end of the day. That should be the thought.
Do you think we are mature enough to go into that direction?
I think we're going to have to start looking to do things a lot differently to how we have been doing things.
And that's why I was talking to you, Mali, about the accountability at the franchise level, because we really seriously have to look at that, as you rightly said, Mali, to figure out if these are the coaches that are employed by Cricket West Indies, because whether we like it or not, Cricket West Indies pays the franchise coaches. So by right, they could have a say and look at the system to figure out how best we're going to be able to work with, if this is the 6 or the 8 best coaches that we have in the Caribbean.
Yeah, I just like the fact that, you know, a coach in a territory at that level wouldn't care whether you're playing for Wanderers or Pickwick, or whether you're from Bethesda or Grace Farm, or, you know what I mean, the like. It will just remove so much in terms of the issues, so many issues that have plagued
And
the administration of the cricket.
And it pulls away the folks trying to have an authority. A coach comes in, he comes in as a neutral person. He doesn't know anybody. He has to learn on his feet and figure out what is best for him.
And he'll also develop himself. You know, you're removing that said coach from his comfort zone as well. You know, you expand. He'll be learning cricket in a different region, learning about players. It forces him to actually do a bit more work, to be honest.
That's why I was talking about the preparation, what happens at the franchise level. Because when we look at the scores and when we look at how many centuries are scored, we have to begin to question the preparation period of what we're seeing. The money that we have invested, yes, it's a franchise system, but are we getting our returns on the franchise system? And what is causing us not to get our returns?
Yeah, I don't see the reason why, you know, chairman and selectors say, especially competent in a different territory, as Sylvester Joseph being here in the Leeward Islands, maybe a role and a holder in Barbados, was, you know, having them actually cast eyes on players from different territories at the territorial level, at the first class level.
I think the talking has got to finish. And as we talk about talk, Mali, Gregory Bradwick calls time. It's lunch here.
Yeah, it's time for some food.
52 overs bowled, 145 for 6, Athenis 37, Raymond Reefer 34, Casey Carty 17, Anderson Phillip. And we can just get Ronnie to pull back up that scorecard for me very quickly. Mid Nova. There. Okay, here we go. It's gone up. Took me off again. Shanda Paul 12, McCaskey 2, Raymond Reefer 34, Alex Athenis today 37, Casey Carty today also for 37, Sinclair, disappointing way to get out for 12. Dominic Drakes has looked really positive. He's not out 12. Devon Thomas spending some time at the crease, 8 from 56. 11 extras, a total of 145 for 6. Let's get the bowling figures. And let's look in terms of what is happening. Wickets fell at 1 for 2, 2 for 50, 3 for 61, 4 for 107, 5 for 112, 6 for 125. Akeem Jordan, 0 for 34. Markino Minley, 1 for 21. Justin Graves, 0 for 17. Anderson Phillip, 2 for 33. Shem Holder, 2 for 23. And Kevin Hodge, he's picked up the wicket today, 1 for 11. It's all to play for here. It's the first session, first 2 hours completed. Team Headley versus Team Weeks in this tri-series. The West Indies Cricket Academy They've set the benchmark so high that now Team Headley and Team Weeks are placed under immense pressure. Team Headley, 177 all out, 65.2 overs. Team Weeks at lunch on day 2, 145 for 6, 52 overs. Let me just thank Ronnie and the entire 360 team. The folks have done a wonderful job here. It's just been a pleasure to be part of them. We're going to take a break on behalf of the team this morning. It included Nichols, Seth, Mali, Joel, and Vernon A. Springer, saying we'll be back in 35 minutes' time.
Welcome back to action after lunch on day number 2 of match number 3, the final match of this Headley Week series. Team Weeks versus Team Headley. The position 145 for 6. Team Weeks going after that first innings, total of 177 all out for Team Headley. I'm Joel Manning, alongside of me, Nikhil Uttam Chandani. What do you make of the position of the game at the moment, Nikhil?
Yeah, pretty balanced, to be honest, given the fact that this partnership has developed nicely in the last couple of overs, heading into that first interval, the lunch break. Drakes has looked good with his positivity, couple of nice drives down the ground for 4. Thomas has been resolute in terms of his defense. Be interesting to see if that intent changes. But the two have been there for 61 deliveries and they've only put on 20 runs.
Well, it's going to be Graves to get things going from the CIU end. Bat onto ground to get things going. He's into his 8th. I see 2 overs for him before we went to lunch. And you have to say he's bowled quite well so far, Nikhil.
Yeah, it has. I thought maybe he could have been brought in a bit earlier, but very skillful with the O ball, which is a tough task. This ball now 52 overs old, so trying to get it to do something will be a bit more challenging for a seamer. That's why I think as a bowler like Graves, maybe a preferred option simply because of the areas he's able to hit consistently. That's, I think, because of the lack of pace, the accuracy is immense.
First run after lunch goes to Devon Thomas. 16 wickets for Justin Graves across the first class championship played with the Windward Islands this year, and it certainly was a good opportunity for him to be in that side. A lot of scenarios where he was called upon to, I guess, bowl the hard yards and the hard overs, and he showed up for them. Unfortunately, didn't get a chance to go out in that final match versus Barbados. I'm sure he would have loved that opportunity being ruled out, though, because of concussion. But those 16 wickets are the reason why he's here. And you just wonder if it is a case of, I guess, how does he then get to the next level or find himself probably in like an A-team setup, Justin Graves?
Yeah, for me, it'll be him coming to the party with a bat in hand. I think this is a very handy option for teams to have this sort of medium pace to go to in probably the latter half of an innings, especially the way he bowled for the Windward Islands. But what I think is his biggest asset that he hasn't really been able to exploit this season is the batting. Got that 50, as I think got a 5-wicket haul in the same game as well, Graves. And that, to me, really depicted what he could bring to the table as an all-rounder.
A bit of bounce out of the surface for Graves, and that prompts a change in the field for him. Yeah, it's the man at fine leg in Powell to now join Captain Hodge in the slip cordon.
Interesting field set as well, because you don't tend to see a deep point too often in red ball cricket in this longer format. What if Graves is just tempting that uppercut from Drakes?
Well, has a bit of a woof at it to close out the first over after lunch. Just one from it. 146 for 4.
Pretty surprised by that first over, because when I looked at the 10 overs leading into the luncheon break, they had only scored 20 runs, these two, and hardly played an aggressive stroke. From the first delivery, Devon Thomas Went after things. And missed, of course, but there again, Drakes trying to make use of that vacant offside region. So maybe that could be a sign of what's to come in terms of the intent from these two.
Yep.
Look to push on now, get past the deficit. Just what, 21 runs away, Joel?
In fact, 31.
Yeah, 31.
Add 10 more there. Uses the feet nicely. No worries. I was looking to the scoreboard just like you, Nikhil, but I glanced back at our screen and saw it flash down at the bottom. But yeah, 30 runs now for them in terms of that deficit. Captain Hodge, he had the 6 overs before lunch. And he is going to continue from this media center end. Certainly name of the game for Team Headley would be to pick up at least 2 quick wickets here, probably within the first 6 overs after lunch.
If I'm head coach Short Williams, run out chance. He gets there comfortably in the end. If I'm head coach Short Williams, I'm thinking about 80 runs from here. 30 to get the deficit. You've got 4 wickets in hand. Versami Promo is capable with the bat as well. I'm thinking if you get to a 50-run lead, I think that gives you enough breathing room to come out later today and attack on a surface that is doing a bit. They've got 2 quality spinners as well that can play a part tomorrow. No. But it just tells you how disappointing it is that someone like Athenaeus or a Carty, who got starts again, weren't able to go on, because had they been close to 100 now, you'd be well in control of things at this point in the game.
Should get 2 comfortably here. But certainly, they would have liked, especially for Athenaeus, to still be out there, given how he's gone about things in the first class championship. But because of that is why I guess you would have to say at the beginning, or rather at the start of things after lunch, things certainly in the balance for them. It could go either way, and definitely any lead that they can get, especially if it is 30, 40, 50 plus, applies that pressure, because it's less for them to get batting last on the surface, and many of them not trusting the surface. That is also another factor as well. I recall Team Headley noting that they themselves were hoping to probably have a lead maybe of 30 or 40, and that might have been wishful thinking given the 177 they put on the board. Overbowled 150 for 6.
Interesting decision as well from Joshua De Silva to start back things from this media centre end with Hodge as opposed to Shem Holder, who I thought bowled well. You've got Drakes out there who could spin the ball away from him, so it is quite surprising to me that he didn't opt for his frontline spinner in Holder. However, Hodge, who has picked up the wicket in his 7 overs, has bowled well.
Goes after this one. Gets it good enough, does Dominic Drakes.
Well, he had been trying that in the last over when he did face Justin Graves for that last delivery. That time didn't connect. This time, though, he did. And it's smart cricket, in my opinion, because you've got mid-off, extra cover, and cover all in the circle. So, yes, there's some risk involved, but once you get it partially off the middle of the bat, it's going to go. Drake's bats his power. That could be the start of an onslaught from Dominic Drakes, especially against a seam with a bit of extra pace on the ball.
The man back on that point boundary has to do the field. It was very interesting to look at the field setup for Dominic Drakes there. For the last 2 deliveries, Hakeem Jordan at a very short point, dead on at point as well. You had the cover as well, relatively straight, almost the extra cover. Then you had a man back. If there was a circle, he would have been on a circle at cover.
I wonder if Devon Thomas's approach changes at all, because went into lunch 8 from 56 deliveries. He's hit that one boundary since, but wow, it's been some persistence.
It's definitely looked a different type of innings from him. Usually somebody who enjoys going after the ball, scoring close to. Scoring close to probably the mid-70s, 80s in terms of that strike rate. Usually some days it gets up even closer to a run a ball. Does Devon Thomas. We're probably here just, I guess, looking, well, in terms of the stage when he came out as well, looking to soak just a bit of that pressure, stabilizing at the innings almost, even though you look at it and say, well, one or two here and they find themselves back in problems, but attempting to steer them out of the situation that they found themselves in. And so far, so good from him.
Yeah, and they have only scored 20 runs since this pair has come together, and almost just about 10 overs or a bit more. And I think it's smart cricket from the team Weeks perspective, because after losing those crucial wickets in the morning session, Drakes, who likes to play his shots, came out there with a clear plan that he was just going to get to the break. Now that they have reached it successfully, the plan of action may be for Thomas to occupy the crease as long as possible, and Drakes and others to come to be the ones to really look to push on the score. 155 for 6.
Well, if it is the plan, so far it's been working for them. It'll be interesting to see as we head through this post-lunch session how things develop, how the Silver opts to rotate his bowlers as well. You can almost say that the plans from them today have been relatively clear in terms of how they've been looking to get batters out. I think back specifically, especially to that Anderson Phillips spell. And from the moment that Phillips had the ball in hand, you saw how they were looking to approach it in terms of, okay, it will be that short ball, it will be that burst of energy from Phillip. It was interesting because given the surface, you might not have expected that to have been the plan, because we haven't really seen much pace out of the surface for the faster bowlers. So Anderson Phillip just extracting everything that he could out of the surface to pick up those 2 wickets.
Kept low, definitely kept low. Something I saw from Ashwin Ned in the 2 matches playing for the West Indies Academy. Got some deliveries to almost roll because he took pace off the ball. Something that Hodge has done pretty early in his spell so far today.
Made an over from Hodge. It remains 155 for 6.
As long as this partnership stays there, I think Weeks will be very comfortable with where things are at. Both Drakes and Thomas. Well, we know Devon Thomas playing at the test level, but Dominic Drakes as well. We've seen him in the mainly T20 cricket, but certainly can offer a lot with the bat in hand. So I think they'll be definitely looking at this deficit first. And once they get there, you could see that counter-attacking approach. I see the role of someone like a Kevin Sinclair who's been dismissed, but what he did in the first game with that aggressive intent, just played freely and really pushed them along in terms of position in the game. What he did a similar role could be taken up by Drakes once they do get to that deficit. I do think, Joel, that change of scenery for Justin Graves and Tevin Walcott, but going to the Windward Islands from the Barbados Pride worked, I think, well for both of their development. And credit to them, because, I mean, they would have played for Barbados for a long time, been in and around the setup, I should say, but weren't really getting the opportunities given the amount of quality players that the Pride have, especially when the test team comes back home. So they went elsewhere and really were a big part of the Windward Islands almost competing for the championship.
Yeah, it's really a fantastic move by them, and I actually made the point, I think, during match number 1, that it would be nice to see a couple more players moving around the region, because you're looking at some of these sides, you're looking at guys who are there at 12 and 13 and saying there's a role for them in a couple other sides, and you really would like to see them get the chance to showcase their skills instead of just getting one game here and one game there in certain setups. There's also the dynamic in terms of, let's take the Justin Graves and Tevin Walcott scenario, where by playing for a new franchise, there's probably also a little less pressure on them, because quite often guys mention that when playing for their home franchise, especially like a franchise like Barbados, which has a very rich history in terms of cricket and the expectation when it comes to performances, that's not to say that when they go elsewhere that there's not that pressure in terms of wanting to perform, but just in the sense of the fact that you no longer have the home aspect of it on you. And the familiarity aspect as well, because that plays a factor in certain setups as well, where guys say, well, I knew you from birth, and this is all you can do in terms of your talents or your abilities. Just having that weight lifted off of your shoulders and entering a new franchise where there's an eagerness to want to understand, you know, who you are as a player and what you can do and what you can bring to the setup. It was certainly nice to see them get the goal, and really nice to see how they performed, and because of that, why they're here. Should they have been in the Barbados Pride setup, I don't think that we would have seen either of them here at this Headley Weeks tournament.
Yeah, when I look at the numbers as well from Graves and his bowling, he was in that Barbados Pride team in years past as mainly a batter, batted at 5 and 6, sometimes even 7. In the 2 seasons he played for the Pride before going to Windward, only bowled 105 overs. This season alone, 1 season, 5 matches, 129 overs. That, for me, tells you all you need to know. And he's averaged 22 with the ball in hand in his career. So he's continuously picked up wickets, but it's been lack of opportunity.
Back-to-back maidens for them. Still remains 155 for 6.
Yeah, and that's something that Team Weeks did, I should say, very well yesterday with that man in the middle, Dominic Drakes. String together a big group of maiden overs, which built pressure on Sunil Ambrose, built pressure on Tevin Walcott to some extent, and forced wickets. I think even though things aren't really happening out there, the ball isn't really coming onto the bat. Some deliveries spinning off the surface, but not prodigiously. I think this is where you really have to toil hard if you're Joshua Da Silva and his men. Have to ensure that they engage every delivery, because a boundary or 2 here and there, it releases pressure. They don't have many runs to play with, just 22 now the deficit.
And he's gotten through him. Hodge gets the breakthrough after lunch.
Will be disappointed with that, Dominic Drakes. He went for the expansive shot. Didn't really need to, because they looked well on top of things. But credit to Joshua Da Silva as well. Went for Hodge over Shem-Holder. Figured that Drakes would look to go after him as a left arm spinner into the left-hander. And he did just that. And straight through the gate. Typical finger spinner dismissal. Started it very wide as well. Taunted him with the flight. Bit of spin. Ball does the rest.
head in the air. And from the time the ball was let go to the hand of Kevin Hodge. Didn't connect with it, Dominic Drakes. Instead of hit his stumps. He's gone for 18. It's 155 for 7.
Well, Kevin Hodge coming into this, he's got 50 first class wickets for a reason. You have to provide something with ball in hand to be able to achieve that. A couple of 4-wicket hauls as well in his career, and 1 fifer. So, in the absence of a Gudakesh Moti who's dealing with injury, Hodge just stepped up well. Out comes another left arm spinner, Versami Permo. I wonder now, Joel, if Devon Thomas will look to be a bit more aggressive, given they've just lost really their last recognised batter.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see the approach of Devon Thomas.
Ball is left arm round. 4 deliveries remaining.
Saw Permo having a wonderful knock this morning. And before the day got started, he probably knew that he would be required to do a bit for them. Funny enough, Permo has found himself as a member of many nagging partnerships at the back end of things for Guyana. And he certainly is someone that, one, is resolute in his defense, but two, funny enough, sometimes enjoys putting bowlers off of their lengths, and I saw that especially against Hakeem Jordan when they played versus Barbados, and Jordan had the ball moving nicely, and all Permo did each time was take 2 steps out, force him off those lengths, accelerated the scoring as well. So he may be backing himself here, somebody who can probably continue on in a Dominic Drakes fashion in terms of the style of innings that Drakes would have played. And there we see him advancing down the wicket to Hodge. A successful over for them, a wicket maiden. It's 155 for 7.
Yeah, I think on reflection, this was the wicket. Sorry, that was the last delivery. Came down the trap, too far down to be given from all, but that could be a sign of his intent. Yeah, going far down the leg side. I think, Joe, when the administrators reflect on this game, yes, I know this is a surface where deliveries have kept low. It's been on the slower side. But 10 players in double digits and only 1 in Kevin Hodge really able to kick on and get past 50. Rifa got 34. Athenaeus today got 37. I think there will be that disappointment that no one was really able to put their hand up and make an impact. Of course, there are 2 more innings to come, but this surface will only get tougher to bat on.
We wondered how Devon Thomas might continue or the fashion that he would go in, and I think that probably could be an indication of it, but certainly it will only get tougher to bat on this surface. And once again, we keep saying that the first innings runs probably are the most important in this particular encounter, because you're getting to the back end of things and you could be batting well, and they say, you know, one just has your name on it in terms of a ball that does nothing out to the surface. Cuts uppishly, but finds the gap, Devon Thomas.
Really good execution from Thomas. Pierced that gap, and it is a packed offside field, but slightly missing his line. Justin Graves, just too much width on offer, and Thomas has been patient and rewarded for that patience.
Yeah, certainly the line was wrong on that cage. The length wasn't bad from Justin Graves in terms of if the line was better, but it's just the fact that there's that width on offer for Devon Thomas. He finds that line now again. Justin Graves, he had just outside of the off stump. A bit of movement back in to the right-hander. Not troubling the off stump, but certainly a nice channel to be in, and a channel whereby you can work from, whereby you can make slight adjustments in terms of that line, whether or not you just come a fraction straighter, challenge the front pad and the off stump a bit more, or just hang it on side that off stump and work on the patience of Devon Thomas, maybe take an edge.
Now.
Pulled
Well,
back
Naz.
just inside by Marquino Mindley. But just a fraction fuller on that occasion from Graves, but I don't think he would mind that.
It has been really good shot selection though from Devon Thomas, because anything on that good length area where bowlers have had success, he's been happy to defend and not waver at all once in these 78 deliveries he's faced. But he has still looked to score, like on that previous delivery. This is what you expect from your mature players, Thomas, in the West Indies setup now. So there will be that added expectation around him and what he does in this encounter.
It's very interesting to see how he went about playing that particular delivery, because 2 deliveries before that, Justin Graves asked the man, and maybe we could just drop back onto the boundary, a couple steps inside the boundary now, Anderson Phillip, and just wondered when he would go to that short ball. He went to it just now, and Devon Thomas just opted to get on top of it and work it towards fine leg. And short again to Pramal. Negotiates and navigates it. 162 for 7.
Yeah, uncharacteristically inconsistent over from Graves, and I felt he was really building pressure nicely. He had bowled 2 maidens coming into that over. They had just got the wicket as well. Will be disappointed, I think. The fact that he missed his line a couple of times in the over. They do have options that they can go to. Maybe someone like Anderson Phillip. I found Marquino Mindley was a standout for me from that end, that CIU road end. So thinking for De Silva, some thinking for him to do. Joel, I even saw Joshua De Silva bowl in that first match.
Yeah, we saw him pick up the ball, and Josh looked back every time he got a bit of movement to say, yes, I could probably do a thing or two with it as well. It looks like a bit of running repairs out there at the moment for Shem Holder, it looks like.
I just wonder if it's that back injury that's keeping him from bowling, because he is the preferred spinner in terms of between him and Hodge. I just wonder if there is a bit of soreness that is keeping him out of the attack. Both have got 2 wickets now.
A lot flatter there, Hodge.
Thomas has been very happy to occupy the crease. It's been a while for him in terms of since he's gotten that playing time. Just played the warm-up match in South Africa against the Invitational 11. So has spent a lot of time watching in the West Indies setup. So this will be a good opportunity for him, I think. Try and bat as many deliveries as possible.
And a missed-stumping chance there. He was drawn down the wicket, Devon Thomas. Beautiful flight, you would have to say, from Captain Hodge. Gripped a bit out to the surface. And that is where we saw it past the bat of Devon Thomas, but not gloved cleanly by De Silva. And that flight, beautifully flighted. And just grabbed at it. De Silva never really got it into his hands. And that is a missed opportunity. Brilliant bowling, though, on the part of Captain Hodge, to varied the lengths and
Up his mind a bit late that he was going. Didn't get to the pitch of it. Really should have done better, De Silva.
Made an over for Hodge, one in which he should have probably seen a wicket. The score, though, 162 for 7. As we now see a change in the commentary box, it will be Vernon Springer, and alongside of him, Mally Richards.
So welcome back here in the second half an hour after the luncheon period. 162 for 7. Some 60 overs bowled. They trail by 15. Gilmore getting a short delivery. It's not been a good day at all here for Joshua De Silva behind the stumps. It's been more or less a off day for him. First day, misjudgment, got run out, mis-stumping, catch. But it's one of those days. That's why we play cricket. 'Cause you have some good days and you have some bad days.
Yeah, it's just a couple of chances behind the stumps going down, not of his usual high standard. That's hard. It's a hard length here to Permal from Greaves. He's made his mind up. He's not giving him too much to drive here. Nothing too full on that front foot. It's gone back of a length.
Trying to remember who kept in the first game.
It would have been Walcott, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'd say, yeah. Because I know that Joshua De Silva was out in the field. They're still concentrating and not worrying about the first slip.
Oy. That's the thing about Graves. He does have quite a slippery bouncer. One that's more or less on the money.
But for Pomal, he played that nicely.
Played it quite well.
He just dropped his hand. No need for him to try anything.
How does he play this one? What length does he go for? Suggest he probably will go short again, but that fuller length will come at some point.
I don't think so. I think he's maybe fancying himself. He's getting a little frustrated.
Yeah,
Pomal
short
plays that
again.
well.
He's looking to be aggressive to Permal here, is Graves. Well watched by Permal. That one actually just scooted a bit lower through. He watched it quite well. And Thomas, 19 from 85 now.
It's good that he's, applied himself and decided he's going to spend some time out of the crease. And in the context of the wickets that he would have lost, they trailed by some 14 runs. And he knows if he's there and they get a decent lead of 50-60, that psychologically could put some pressure on Team Headley. Justin Graves looking to dislodge Thomas. This comes back and across and drops it into the offside. They get an easy single. Nando can't stop that single. Thomas in the meantime goes up to 20.
It's a fine balance now though for Thomas, don't you find? 20 from 86. He's seen wickets fall regularly while he's just been there. He himself could have been removed. That stumping chance was off of him, and then you think that Moti chance, the chance with Moti out in the field there at mid wicket, would have been off Kavim Hodge.
Yeah. So Versame Pomal, Mali, will be looking at Pomal's bowling and saying, licking his lips and say, well, when I get a chance to bowl in the second innings, could be curtains here.
Yeah, we see. Looks like Nandu coming into short leg. Fine leg coming in. Almost catching. Very wide though.
Yeah, he needs to get closer. Don't think it has any pace that he will carry to him. That's well played. Really well played.
Yeah.
Really a model of concentration for Sammy Pomal. He's a veteran. 3 for 16, taking him to 600 first-class wickets. And every time I talk about it, Mali, I try to write 600. Not 60, 600.
600, man. Yeah. That's actual. That just shows the class of the man at this level, to be fair. We did say that he's been a consistent performer. Very consistent performer, coming up on nearly 2 decades.
Amazing. And, even to see the retirement of Leon Johnson, one of the most successful captains in the region. It's a pity that he really didn't transform his leadership qualities into the batting prowess for the West Indies team.
I think he was kind of ditched, to be honest. He wasn't really given the opportunity, as so many others before him as well, to really try and nail down a spot. But to be fair, I think Devon Thomas, in this situation, we were saying, fine balance, 21 of 88 now. He's seen wickets go down regularly. He's got to look to find that balance in between scoring and even preserving his wicket.
Powell is advancing to Gavin Hodge.
We're seeing the intentions of Sami Powell here. Well, I think, Gavin Hodge definitely the key in terms of the bowler, in which you've got to try to be a bit more positive too. In this situation, Vern.
Yeah, they trail by 12. Maybe anybody viewing might be wondering if there are devils in this pitch. I just think it's just been the method of madness to the batting that continues to haunt West Indies cricket. Patience level.
Mid-off, mid-on. In the circle as well.
Yeah.
Overboard.
Overbowled. And 65 for 7. Hodge really enjoying his spell here. He's got 5 maidens to match that. 2 for 16.
Devon Thomas now, probably you just want to see that body language just improve in terms of the positivity. You want to see that decisive footwork. 88 deliveries now. It's fair to say that he's set, right? That he's pretty acclimatized to what's going on out there.
Well, and certain shots are certainly not on in the context of this innings. It's got to look to play the ball as straight as possible.
Yeah, down the ground.
And when it comes wide, you look to score like how he has done so far. And he's decided now more or less to just rotate the strike. He's just dropping the ball because he feels confident in Powell. He knows he's been around for some time. Naughty shot. You might say that he played that after the ball pass.
Knows he should have left that one. Or he didn't quite pick that length early enough.
I don't think he's
Interesting
bounced.
field here though. Check this leg side field out. 5 men here on the leg side. Mid on. Straight. Mid wicket. What do you call that? Square leg, but in front of square. And he got mid wicket on the boundary as well, along with fine leg.
Can't understand that line. Somebody miscalculated. I think some people are liming, because even when you're talking about Mali, you got a short mid wicket and you got a square leg, and then you got a deep backward square. Then you have Ambrose down. Is it Ambrose?
He's actually well in front of square on the boundary.
Yeah, so
yeah, he's at a mid wicket on the boundary, and you got Ambrose here at
he's got a
leg
deep backward point.
and deep backward point, which tells me he's gonna go short. Really, he has to bowl short, to be honest, with this field. It's gone short.
Powell wasn't backing up at that point in
Yeah,
time.
probably just missed out on one there, to be
Yeah, I
honest.
think he turned off late there.
So we're seeing the line of attack here from Team Weeks. They're probably just looking to go a bit shorter here to Thomas.
I like the maturity so far that I've seen from Devon Thomas in this innings. The slightly mis-stumping chance there is look to get a big stride out, to look to get out to once the ball is pitched up. And he's look up the V for a very long period of time. It's going to be a test here because Graves is working over, trying to work up some pace. Kind of a little concerned, Mali, about the deep backward point.
Well, he's there for if he does miss his line a bit further outside that off stump. So he's there protecting that boundary behind square on the offside. I don't mind this ploy, to be honest. See what Devon Thomas, how he counteracts this, but it's gone fuller now. Just looking to catch him on the crease so you get the intention of what's going on. But now with this field set the way it is, it's Cavum Hodge who's at a almost gully position. So the slip region is pretty much vacant. So I know you've been crying about that first slip and that second slip. Now there's neither.
I wonder how many balls Anderson Phillip will feel in this entire spell. So 4 off this over. And Thomas inching up. Top score so far has been 37 by Alex Atenez, Raymond Reefer 34. And the contrast of how the batsmen have got themselves out have you more or less dismayed? Because a good batting track here so far.
Yeah, and the partnerships just really failing to materialize. Nothing substantial, nothing of any real substance for Team Weeks just yet. 48 being the highest. That's the second wicket partnership between Chandapal and Raymond Reefer.
Hodge starts his 12th. Powell hitting straight. That's a big shot. 1 bounce for 4. Split the mid on and the mid off.
Yeah, it's
Powell retrieves.
the previous over in which we said that the mid off and mid on are well in this circle as well. And with Hodge, not really a big turner of the ball. That would be a pretty safe and low risk scoring area. One would just have to execute, and Vesami Powell execute very well there. Back down the ground. He's away onto 5.
And he uses his feet to Hodge. When you're a seasoned campaigner, you played over 20 years, 2 decades, regional cricket, you will challenge the likes of Cavum Hodge. And the funny thing about bowling to Powell is that he does some things that you don't like. He wants to charge you, you go leg side of the ball.
He moves around at the crease.
Yeah, he'll
It's
frustrate
quite
you.
unorthodox at times.
He'll frustrate you.
Once again, they're just looking like he was going to press forward, but stayed at home.
Plays within his limitations. And it's like he tried to control the narrative. And that's what he is trying to upset Cavum Hodge here, who's been into a groove. That's gone. Can't bowl that. Not to Versame Powell. He's going to hit that away.
Yeah, down the ground again. Second boundary. Didn't quite hit this one as well. Full toss. We've seen quite a few full tosses from Cavum Hodge here today. Just slightly over pitching once again. The bat probably just... No. He actually was aiming for that mid-on region.
Because he didn't go across the line of the ball, man.
Yeah, he went to go straight. I thought probably the bat would have closed,
No.
but it didn't.
So, both teams are on target. 177 for 7. 177 all-out Team Headley.
Yeah, and just on those partnerships again, first wicket partnership of just 2. Zachary McCaskey, the player, dismissed. We spoke about that second wicket partnership between Reefer and Chandapal, 48. Atenez and Reefer, 11. Carty and Atenez, 46. Thomas and Carty, 5. Sinclair and Devon Thomas, 6 wicket partnership, just 13. And Dominic Drakes, the last man, dismissed his partnership with Devon Thomas, yielding just 30 runs. So, with that being the case, you can see why Team Weeks 17747, and it's just been a disappointing batting performance all around in these batting conditions. Still pretty good batting conditions here after lunch on day 2.
So Graves comes out, and now comes back Anderson Phillips. Still no slip. Got a mid on, mid off. Cover, extra cover. A gully, mid wicket. And he starts with a wide delivery. So I just feel that Justin Graves is wasted at deep backward square, Mali. Don't take this track is offering that sort of service to maybe even have him out into that area. Or get him into a catching position and get Anderson Phillip to bowl one side. Still got deep backward point for Devon Thomas. To me, another wasted fielder. Seven down. Got to be thinking about bowling out Team Weeks.
I think the way they'll be seeing it out there is they don't, as you said, that lead. They don't want to be giving away too many easy runs here. Especially with that deep mid-wicket in place. I think it's just always going to play on that mind of a Devon Thomas, whether that short ball is going to come or not. Maybe hasn't driven quite as fluently as we've grown accustomed to see him so far here today.
Taps away. Focus on Phillip. Kenny leaves, doesn't have to play. Can do that all day.
Yeah, but it's more of a different mode here for Thomas. Will he hold out? Will he win in terms of the cat and mouse game of patience being played here?
He's faced some 96 deliveries so far.
When was the last time you would have seen that from Devon Thomas? Like we said, he went the whole season in the top 5, probably top 3 in the run scoring at damn near 100.
Yeah, since last year, he's been scoring runs.
At the rate as well.
At Kensington Oval especially, right in front of the selectors, but maybe he has to make a double 100. And somebody maybe might wake up and understand, okay, it's a different ball game. Talking about the franchise players, Mali, there's a situation, Mali, about players moving around the franchises and who would have benefited. I think Raymond Reefer will complement his game to playing for Guyana. He played for some seasons there and really was the backbone during that period of time. But at that time, he bowled more than anything else and came into the lower orders and got a number 40s and 50s during that period of time.
Slower ball there from Phillip. Off cutter.
I talk about even on the Super 50 circuit. I remember when the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, when we brought Marlon Samuels, every time he came, he delivered. Every season that he played for the Leeward Islands at the Super 50, he got 100. If it was even if it was 3 matches, he just loved playing around the Leeward setup. You had somebody like a Mervyn Matthew who was around. I was just remembering the other day, Mali, Darren Cruikshank. He also too played for the Leeward Islands. Kept that one down, good control. It doesn't have any pace, Mali, so that's why I'm saying the Graves out there will be more or less wasted. He's got to really bang that ball in.
I wouldn't necessarily say he's wasted because it's a bigger picture, it's a context. Just like the silly point, it's a bigger picture. Just trying to catch him on the crease at times when they go full up. I think it's a risk worth having, especially on that one. He went short. Only got the 1 run, so haven't leaked boundaries per se. In the last over, leaked a couple of Hodge, and he's removed now. He's brought back Shem Holder, who I've thought bowled particularly well in this match, to be fair, especially last evening. It was really good.
He seemed to have been getting some treatment since the luncheon period, so I don't know if he's maybe been getting some back spasms or something. But even as he comes here, he doesn't look himself. He doesn't look the merry Shem Holder you always see around, bubbly.
Just making sure. All right, boys. Come on, lad.
Let's see what the approach will be like with Devon Thomas against the off spinner.
Around the wicket here early. Something we definitely don't like. Or do you like this from the off spinner? What would you say? Around the wicket first up to the right hander.
Well, let me look at the field first to see what he's coming up with. He's got a man on the 45. Almost has 2 short mid-wickets, a deep backward square and a long on. They're not appealing for that.
They surely are.
They're really not serious, Maddie.
Well,
But strange things have happened,
Well,
so
well.
I don't fault them.
well, that's not.
We got a first slip anyhow. Now he's going to bowl that line, Mali. He really can't be serious.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't really like this early from Shem Holder. Starting around the wicket, probably start from over the wicket. Look to spin that ball into the right-handed Devon Thomas, but it just went.
If you're not coming in the hot seat, please don't enter our booth, please.
Game. I don't know, man. Tell him there's a game going on, eh?
But he's part of the game. He's part of the game.
Yeah, tell him there's a game going on, man.
Come on. Got to do better with that.
We've been joined by the chairman of selectors, the Honorable Desmond Haynes.
Doctor, please. Yeah, please don't forget the DR.
I mean, do you say Dr. Vivian Richards as well?
Of course.
Okay.
And Dr. Sir Andy Roberts.
So Dr. Andy, it's a lot of titles.
It's a lot of titles. But they deserve it. They're legends. So we have to celebrate our legends. You know, in the Caribbean, we don't seem to want to celebrate our own people.
Uncle Des to me. Uncle Des
to you.
Yeah.
You see, you get away with that. That's a privilege, you know. I don't have that luxury and privilege to say Uncle Des. So you got to understand what's happening.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he's still talking about the first time that you gave him his first Gunamore.
Yeah, how can you forget?
Yeah, you don't ever forget those things.
No, custom
made.
Yeah. Nottingham, we're there. Trent Bridge, West Indies, England.
Seemed like a long time.
Long time ago, indeed.
But during those period of times, when you were looking around at cricket, you remember anything spectacular as you bring back memories sometimes?
Well, you're just a youngster, just taking in how these guys would prepare for matches. You know, you go to the nets, probably just help out every now and again, do a little fielding, maybe throw a few balls to the lads. But more than anything, just seeing the team environment and just how these guys would prepare, you know, was
I'll give you a story, Desmond.
eye-opening.
One of the first times I think I ended up around a Leeward Islands team, Viv came to St. Kitts, and he came out in the morning. It was Leewards versus Barbados, and he walked out with 6 golf balls, different colors, and said to me, I must throw these balls to him. I was like, never seen anything like that. Somebody warming up with a golf ball. I was so nervous, trying to see if I can throw the ball. I'll give you the classic what happened, Desi. Powell comes forward. So the tension, you know, there's always a tension between St. Kitts and Nevis and Antigua, because the spectators, it's this big thing there. So I'm down there and I'm nervous. I'm trying to throw the ball, and Viv recognizes that there's tension there. He comes down and he holds me and he says, just take it easy. Don't worry about anything. Just throw the ball and I'll hit it back. And you don't want to bat the wall, so you'll just come back off. And that's when I kind of got relaxed, because I was like, suppose I throw this ball and it hit Viv Richards, what are they going to say?
You injure him. It had to be a particular way. Yeah. Yeah. That's for sure.
Trust me. It's a real eye-opener for me.
You get that look, you know. You get that look. Yeah, I've been there. Definitely.
Team Weeks leading by 5 runs.
Yeah, finally just going past. As we said, 17 wickets. Well inside 2 days.
Yeah, it's sort of a little flat there, flat to the point of.
Still good batting conditions, to be fair.
Yeah, but if you're overseas and you're viewing, you'll be thinking like, hey, what kind of track is that? You know, when you look at some of the dismissals, it leaves you bemused. Like, hold on, are they playing a 4-day game or a 1-day game?
I actually expected more deliveries to probably just bounce in consistently, scoot through a lot lower, but so far it's still held up pretty well.
Here's Powell getting one, got a little bit more kick onto him, but because he was so slow, he was still able to be in control of it. Well, he's trying to bowl a fast bouncer, but it's not responding.
Because you know now there's a thing that people say that
You must
people
slow bumpers.
He's actually bowled quite a few slower deliveries here, Anderson Phillip, trying to mix up the pace.
And maybe that might be a bad option.
Nah, especially in these conditions.
In these conditions. That's when I'll come back to that, Mali. I don't know if it was yours on commentary with our set, and I was looking at the late Malcolm Marshall, and to me that's why Mako was one of the greats, because Mako would have come here, you'd have come off for a short run, and you'd have worked out which side he's going to bowl and what he was going to do with the ball. And be patient about it. I think sometimes the bowlers in the Caribbean now, they start one side and then they bowl down the other side, and so they're all over the shop rather than just being patient and trying to apply what they want to execute.
Well, add something to that, to be fair. I think what actually separated Malcolm Marshall from the rest was the ability to take the pitch out of the equation at times, regardless of just how well or just how good batting conditions were. And that quick arm was quite quick through the air as well. Used that to his advantage.
The other thing to mention is that low. Years ago, the bowlers would be focusing on bowling wicket to wicket. So you would find that you would always get every ball hitting the stump. And the field would be such, like there would be a lot of slips. But you would have a man in front of the wicket on the offside and one.
You'd ring it up. You'd ring it up and you'd look to bowl more straight.
To bowl straight, and then what would happen from there? You would mainly get work on the left side. So if there's a protection, you would probably have a man at back with to stop that ball.
Something similar to what we saw from probably a Zachary McCaskey when Markino Minley was actually bowling to him yesterday. He actually started with quite a few men on the onside, maybe just, sacrificed a couple slips, went straighter.
Don't like this ploy here from Shem Holder coming around the wicket.
Yes.
If he's going to bowl that line, then that's the waste of time.
Especially with just the two men on the offside. Cheers. Chairman Desmond Haynes just stepping out. Says he'll come back. Look forward to that. Have a good chat with him.
The partnership so far, Mali?
30, no?
30 from 59.
Yeah, in quite short time, and Holder moves now to over the wicket, so he probably should have started there. The angle probably just suits him. The man at, leg slip moves to point. Hakeem Jordan, haven't seen him for a while. He's probably just waiting for that second new ball, probably.
This is a more balanced field now, Mali. You got a slip, more looks like a proper cricket field, and Permaul uses his feet nicely.
Yeah, he starts with a full toss, though.
Yeah, that's just the problem. He doesn't look himself, and I think the treatment to his back might be kind of worrying him, and maybe if he's not fit, he should maybe tell Joshua De Silva, I'm not up to it. Get Hakeem Jordan into the contest. Kyron Powell could roll his arms over as well, too.
I think he's out on the park, and I don't think he'll ever really be 100%, especially playing this version of the game and just what it entails physically.
Oh gosh, that's up in the air for a long time.
Gone full again.
Devon Thomas is upset with himself that he really didn't. But I think he's trying to be spend some time and just hit that ball down the V. On another day, Mali, I think that would have gone over mid wicket.
Yeah, Devon Thomas that we know. Seems to just be struggling, as you said. I'm not sure if he is having back issues.
Yeah, he does. He's not completing his action at all. He's walking gingerly anyhow. You could see that, you could feel that tension. Maybe got an injection at some point in time there on the physio. Short.
Oi.
That one stopped on Devon Thomas. It kind of gripped in the surface. You got to bowl the ball into the surface, Mali.
Yeah, you really do. Similar to how he started yesterday with an even harder ball, newer ball. This one tossed up.
See?
Yeah, just bounced.
That bounce. Yeah. Shem Holder is struggling. Yeah, he's in some pain. And I don't
That
think
was ginger, wasn't it? The way he went down for that.
Yeah, 68 overs bowled, 186 for 7. I think he's looking to the dugout. He maybe couldn't wait for this first hour of play. Hamilton, who is injured, is coming out with a water cart. So we've got a lot of injuries around. Moti, Hamilton, Holder coming off Mali.
Yeah, looks like he's going off. Maybe just for some treatment.
Yeah, he needs to get that sorted out. So at the drinks break, Team Weeks, 186 for 7. We will vacate the hot seat.
In fact, we'll probably just take a... Yeah, you'll vacate the hot seat. I'll stay with Nikhil. We'll take a break for drinks as well. Join us back in about 3 or 4 minutes.
For what is the final match of this Headley Weeks Tri-Series. Team Weeks putting up some fight, but still will be disappointed. They are in the ascendancy in the sense that they have knocked off the deficit, but will be disappointed that they're only leading by 9 runs with 7 wickets down, as they say. Hello to Mali Richards.
Hello, Nick. Good afternoon to the watchers. As you said, interesting proceedings here. If you're a fan of batting, you'll be disappointed. 17 wickets, well inside, what? Well before tea on day 2. But Devon Thomas there at the crease, his partnership 31, threatening to possibly just lift Team Weeks into a position or into the ascendancy.
A lot of overs, sorry, Mandy, a lot of overs to come. 44 overs for the day.
What, some 11.5, 12 overs or so away from what, that second new ball? How many gone? No, 44 left in the day, wow. And with Shem Holder, someone who you probably thought would have bowled a bulk of those overs, probably just a bit below his usual physical fitness here. So, a few issues for Team Headley.
Yeah, Anderson Phillip is not the quickest through the air, but really ran in his first spell, ran in really hard, tried to hit the deck and caused some problems with that short delivery. Got the 2 wickets, both with the short ball. They need that bit of extra burst. I wonder if he could have maybe saved him and tried to utilize someone like Graves to hold. It's a tough one because, Mali, as Joshua De Silva, are you looking for the wicket now, or do you rather save the energy of someone like Anderson Phillip for that second new ball?
Well, I think Graves actually played both roles, to be honest. He played a holding role for quite a bit.
A shot. Excellent shot down the ground. Don't think he'll get to the boundary. Oh, maybe. Yeah, it does. Not Matthew Nandu. It's actually Moti, who's also struggling with some fitness. Can't cut it off. Welcome runs coming for Team Weeks.
Yeah, and Veersamy Pramal just showing that batting ability on that one. High backlift, but just came down last second. Full face of the bat. He's looked quite good since coming to the crease, to be fair. He's defended quite well. He's shown that full face of the bat, as we see there, more often than not.
Pramal got out of the way straight away because the last time that happened, Phillip threw it right back at Kevin St. Clair. Pramal wasn't taking any chances.
Definitely wasn't. We saw what happened to Kevin Sinclair. Actually had to have treatment on that leg.
Just over 10 overs now at the crease for this pair. Pramal has supported him well. You wonder, though, this type of resolve, if it couldn't be shown by one of the top order batters. I think it tells you, Mali, that even though, yes, this surface has been challenging at times because of the variable bounce, once you wait on the right delivery, as Pramal is doing here, you're getting value for your runs.
Yeah, and to be fair, there has been a bit of variable bounce, but we've seen it be a lot worse here at the CCG. It's actually held up quite well on day 2. Expected a lot more balls to be shooting through, you know, bouncing off a length as well as the cracks widen.
Oh, did really well. No deep third in place. Just opened the face and rode it down to the boundary.
Yeah, just a couple times today we've seen the soft hands from Devon Thomas. So a different, almost a different Devon Thomas being seen here at the CCG. The end of that over, 195 for 7. Thomas moves on to 34, just using soft hands. Just the wicketkeeper and the gully had a massive gap in which to aim for. Ran it down to the vacant third man region. So he's just inched up now to 34. Faced quite a few deliveries, but we've known him to be a guy that can be quite impetuous at times in his shot selection, let's say. But today he's been absolutely spot on, and he's soaked up these deliveries, soaked up the pressure, and scored ugly runs as well. What you consider ugly runs for him. Something you don't see too often from Devon Thomas.
Yeah, Pramal has supported him well. Wonder, though, if that added impetus comes for Devon Thomas, knowing that he has a capable partner at the other end in Pramal, who's already showing he can hold his own. They bat the rest of the day. What a position they would be in. Surely the lead would be close to 150, if not more. And they would be in a real good position to win the game in the next couple of days.
Yeah, and to be fair, we were mentioning that in terms of this partnership and the effect it could have on Devon Thomas and the position he'd be in now, having faced some 113 deliveries, probably just looking to step on the gas a little bit, but still choose high percentage options, low risk scoring options.
And seeing Promo bat like this, and I keep harping on it, the disappointment that guys like Rifa and Athenaeus will feel, because this surface has runs. Don't let the scores trick you. There are runs to be had out there, and simply because it's a pretty placid surface, especially on the first couple of days at Coolidge, Permol is just being very simple in his execution, and he's getting runs quite easily now.
I think Joel Manning was speaking about it earlier this morning in terms of just the exhibition here at CCG shown by the West Indies Academy standout batters. Think of Mackenzie, big double. You think of that 150 from Kevlin Anderson, and you think of the 100 from Kevin Wickham.
Yes, and that's been the clear standout end of the 70th over, 198 for 7. That's the clear difference, Mali, between the academy and these other sides. Other than Joshua Da Silva, no one has been able to capitalize on the starts. I mentioned now you've got 12 players in double digits. Here's a look at the leading run scorers, dominated by the academy, the top 5, 3 of them all from the academy.
So we are back, and we're delighted to be back. Viewers, listeners, you'd understand. We just had a little technical difficulty here at the stadium, so we are delighted everything is back to normal. And just to update you, the team weeks, they have forged ahead since. In fact, that lead of 135, Vernon, they have moved up to 212 for 7. Good solid batting. Devon Thomas started slowly but has built well, and he has found a reliable partner in Virasamy Pramal. And the objective, I'm sure, will be to push the lead further, and also to get a few landmarks.
You see the unbalanced attack here, because Sonny Lambris has got to come now and bowl some deliveries. Part-time Sonny Lambris.
That's right. They have all.
He starts a kind of static-wise set. He's coming around the wicket, trying to cramp Devon Thomas and maybe get him to try something different?
He's trying a man card there, man.
Yeah, but Pamal is not interested.
Powell is up to the task. He's just laughing. He's still laughing at it. But continue your discussion about that tactical ploy.
It's just too easy. You know, I'm gonna search out a fielder, Ed. Why do you need Powell at deep backward point? That's bad bowling if an off spinner is going to be coming on and having that deep backward point.
That's right, and you're going down the leg side and you're trying to cramp the batter.
You'll be better off having Powell in the sharp mid-wicket area and maybe try and cramp if that's the ploy that you really want to come up with. But that deep backward point, that's wasted.
Oh, catch. Oh,
Ambus would think that he has gotten
no.
an inducement there.
Pamal has batted well.
Yes, he has, and he has had those moments when he has done well. A man who has played he's in his 137th first class, and he has played some like these for Guyana and a couple for the West Indies in his 9 Test matches. He has had some good little knocks.
I hope Joshua De Silva is paying attention to what's happening here set, because the lead is 39, and quietly Team Weeks can build some pressure and put some pressure back on Team Headley.
Well, you got that impression when Thomas started. He started slowly. He had only 4 runs off his first 44 balls, but it meant that it was purposeful batting for the team. And that has now paid dividends, that he has found. He watched at least 2 batters going down, or in fact 3 around him, and then he found that good partner in Virasamy Pamal, who is having a dream match simply because he has eclipsed the 600 mark in first class cricket.
I hope he keeps batting.
That's right, and now he's showing if you need somebody to hold the end, I'll hold the end. Hence, Thomas does not find himself trying to bat at both ends, as we have seen.
To 16 for 7. Thomas 40, Pamal 33.
A partnership of 61.
Beautiful shot. On drive down the ground. If they want, they can get to, but Thomas is not interested. He's got so much faith in Pamal.
And that's good.
And he jogs a single. Over completed. Pamal calls for the helmet. We want to say good evening to Dina Baker and those guys in England, Stedford White, Ed Lewis, who is glued in set.
Yes, that's
had some folks in
our
Canada. Have some folks also. Had somebody send me a message from
What about
Argentina.
Lesoy Weeks?
He's in the Yorkshire area.
That's right.
Tyrone Greenaway.
Tyrone Greenaway, that's another young.
Yeah. Remember I told you that Lesoy Irish lost his wife.
Yes, you told me that.
Work on this up. Devon Williams is there. Also Owen Roach. I don't think he's home right now. Yeah. You know, he was the lawyer for Earlene Baptist.
Well, I know Roach very well.
Yeah,
in fact, I had a WhatsApp from him a couple of days ago. Roachy, if you're listening, all the best to you. I know you're a strong lad. You are a man who command your position well. And congratulations to you.
And trying to get him to be the next Premier of Montserrat.
Wow, that's a big task.
Yeah, but he doesn't want that one. He tells me no.
So that's the political consultant job I'll accept. And that's the one I would take.
And I think if he makes up his mind to go and run politics in Montserrat, because my dad was born in Montserrat.
Okay, I didn't know, man.
Yeah, so I just might step across and come and support him.
So then, Rochi, you have me on the team. I'll stand up for what I've ran from.
Beautiful shot to cover for 4.
Devon Thomas, this is not politics, this is cricket, polished cricket. And Devon Thomas having to navigate the politics of cricket at times, but showing that whatever position or situation he's placed in, he can weave his way and his team out of it.
I started the discussion.
Lovely shot, look at that.
From the first game, beautiful. Nice wrist work of the hands. He stayed low to the ball as well.
And if there is a man with all the technical competencies and the
he's got all
capacity,
the shots.
Not only that with the bat, but with everything in cricket, it's kind of amazing.
Set for anybody to make 300 runs, right? Set, you have to have some class. You have to have a caliber about you. Anybody just doesn't get up and make 300 runs.
That's definitely something special. This moment, he must be thinking about a half century and getting his team a further lead. And this is good, Vernon, because I think the perception that was given after Team Headley only scored 177 was that the game could be over in 3 days. I think it looks as though it
Still
would
possible,
have more
Ed.
legs. Still possible. But at least you're seeing a degree of purposeful.
But Powell is
batting.
smiling because if Kevin Hodge is getting this sort of purchase, Powell will be licking his fingers on this track. The lead is 46. Not
That's
that.
a good shout. He's given Powell. He will be licking his fingers, but now he's actually licking his wounds because he has
I
been
want to see that
dismissed
again.
by Kavim Hodge.
I want to see that again, Seth.
I think
Ronnie-
it's a good one.
Ronnie pulled that one up, Ronnie. We've seen a lot of good ones for the day, Seth. I don't know if that is good.
That is good. I can say that is good.
All right,
I am
let's find out. Look at this stride.
Right across,
Look at this stride,
pitched
Seth.
in line.
Set.
The
Set.
stride,
Set.
Powell is not a
Set.
tall lad.
Set. Where did that ball hit him?
That ball hit him between middle and leg.
Okay, so
And I don't get
is
the
it
impression that he's going down.
is it doing
It
enough,
is-
Set, to hit that leg stump? Let's look
I
again.
think it's straightening.
Hold
We're
on,
having a
Set.
look again. It's
Look-
not going down leg. That's
look-
what I know for sure.
Look at it, Set.
Had to be an arm ball to be heading down leg. Goes right across,
Yes.
stretches forward, right in front of middle and leg. You can't see a stump. Pitches.
But Set, that is pitching outside.
No, it's pitching in line and it's straightening.
You think so?
It's
All right.
not going down
All right,
leg.
Set.
Neither it
Oh,
is
okay,
going
so
towards
Set,
down.
I'll give you that one. Let's see what happens when Powell starts to bowl. I'm not going to try to debate with you, Set, but I just feel that one would have been missing the leg stump because if we had DR here,
That one
I think that
pitched
would have been going down.
and it was going straight. Fine
Okay.
camera work, fine decision by umpire Brathwaite.
Lovely knock by Powell.
Powell must be happy in the game that he got his 600th first-class wicket. He goes out with 35. He must be happy. And in comes Niall Smith. Now, when we look at Powell, I remember earlier this season, here is where I got a little tangled up last week. Earlier this season, he became the leading wicket taker in regional first-class cricket. which is different
Regional.
than the general first class because first class includes tests, plus it also includes certain tour matches that have gotten the first class nod. And he exceeded, in fact, eclipsed Nikita Miller, who had ended his career with 511 regional first class scalps.
I know you were asking me about
1-1.
spinners who would have played for the West Indies. You know, with all the wickets that Nikita Miller was getting, he only played one test match.
And that's the point. We are going to do a study on this.
I've started to do the study, so don't
The
worry.
discussion from yesterday is that, yes, we're getting the pace together, but for the years in which we have languished, the spinners have always been given a 2-game and a no game and a 1 and then another. That one, Ambrose quite optimistic about the appeal.
He's coming from around the wicket set. What do you expect?
For-
The ball is outside the leg stump. I really don't even understand Ambrose.
well, it depends on where pitch and where it is going. Let's
It's
look and see where
outside the
pitch
leg
is.
stump set.
Coming from around.
Look at that. Look it.
Oh, yes. It's pitched outside. I give you the credit. But if he's good enough, he could get it to pitch.
No,
and come back.
he don't even think about that set.
That is possible.
Not that one there.
Not that one, but it is possible.
Not even the one before. Powell, who turns him so big, wouldn't even think about even trying that one.
But I think it depends on where it touches down.
If it's outside the leg stump set, that's a no-no.
That's a no-no clear. But if it touches down on middle or touches down on off coming back,
Oh, it's it.
it could be a fair decision, and this is a fierce blow. Wow! Flush on the side screen. What a shot.
50 up for Devon Thomas.
Yes. No. Well, it looks like 49. You're getting a step ahead of yourself.
No, he
Vernon.
was 45.
40. Oh, it's 6. That's right.
Yes,
Man,
come on,
I am confused there.
Come on,
Vernon.
Seth.
I still had 4 on the card because when he
It hit
that,
flush.
I was going to say 4. I'm shocked that ball went on the side screen. That is a lusty blow. Thomas reaches his 50. Did he celebrate?
Yes, he did. He just
He did.
flicked his bat up. But I think
So he has intention of going on.
Sonny Ambrose feels that he's a big bowler.
Catch it.
And this time he says catch him, but the ball goes out to Kevin Sinclair
Buzz.
on the mid-wicket boundary. In fact, not Kevin Sinclair. It could be him.
Absolutely.
Anderson Phillip.
Anderson Phillip.
Like so.
And
You know we have a lot of big bowlers in the region all of a sudden, right?
yes, we do.
Ambrose, Bravo.
Well, you never know.
Bravo got 5 wickets. You remember that? So you know what's happening.
Well, Devon Thomas had 5.
Yeah, Devon is
And
everything.
he had 2 in test cricket. I'm not trying to laugh, Devon, or discount your...
But at least he's got 2 test
against
wickets.
Australia. Wow.
So you
I
understand
wish
what's
I had
happening.
one.
You heard what Mali said.
Yeah.
He'd prefer a test match.
Yes. You know, I'll give you a joke after this. In the days when I used to play a lot of softball cricket, whenever the test players come around,
Ambrose, he's got a leg slip.
Oh, yes.
And Niall Smith comes quietly
so here's
forward.
the talk. So
Yep.
you'd have Winston Benjamin come around, Kenny Benjamin, even Curtly Ambrose as well. We played together, United Stars team. In fact, I played with all 3 at different times, never together, with, my team, United Stars then. And when Winston then shifted and played with Buckley's GJs, a guy spliff our body, got a 4 off him, and he said, I have 4 test runs. So he's counting test runs even in win ball cricket.
You have to.
That's how you prize these guys. So if you could buy one of those Devon Thomas's test wickets, man, it would be an honor. So we're not laughing. We're just saying guys may be better players. In their setup, they may not be a specialist, but they may be well good enough.
230 for 8. The lead is growing. It's 53. And Niall Smith and Thomas will come out and try and see if they can be able to roll that. Here is
Another fancy one.
the cleverness of Devon Thomas. The creativity is just use the pace. And that went down to the fine leg boundary for 4. A boundary to Thomas as he marches on
It
to
means
56.
also that he's watching the field well, which is an important part of batsmanship. He's watching the field, knows that no one is behind at leg slip or back of the square.
Well, let's
Paddles it around.
Well, let's drag that one down too. Kevin Hodge lost his radar there for a while. 3 for 45. Kevin Hodge is into his 18th over. Thomas not ready for him yet.
Yes,
I think the
he's
next
defending.
one. Think the next one he flights up. I think Thomas is going to hit him straight.
Well, he's managing his innings very well. Goes down the track, and that's what I like. Oftentimes, players feel when you go down the track, you have to swing. He goes down the track, gets to the pitch of the ball, smothers the spin.
Swept out to the deep backward square leg fielder. And they get 1 run. The long on and the long off comes into inside.
Well, they're coming in
That's middle
because
stump.
they have 9 Smith on strike. And they would want to put some pressure on him, which is good captaincy. But only the forward short leg, though, and the slip in close catching position.
Silly point, silly point, silly
Yes,
point,
they need
Joshua
a
De
silly point.
Silva.
I think that point is too deep.
Silly point, silly point.
Have a
A
deep
man
point,
right in
a
front
cover,
of
an extra cover.
Niall Smith's face. You got to put some pressure on him. It's coming up to T.
Well, we see Holder coming in at a short mid-wicket position. They're giving Smith free rein here.
Yeah, just too easy. Too easy.
Okay, now we're seeing.
Yeah, but
one
he put in a
player
second
that
slip.
Right, a second slip instead of a silly point or a silly mid-off.
See, he
Drives.
looks like a proper batsman.
So composed.
That's overboard.
Over completed, 235 for 8.
New ball.
79 overs so far in the innings, in fact.
I think Joshua De Silva is calling for the new ball.
Well, 80 overs, in fact,
Yeah.
have been completed. Not a bad move.
But it might be T also.
Well, we have a few. Well, yes, they are.
No,
No,
not
the
yet.
umpires have not called.
They have not called it.
But I guess out there is so hot, Vernon.
that you
They're
could do-
calling for their helmets as well.
Everybody,
Call for the new ball.
everything is happening.
Vernon, out there is hot.
It is more than hot. You could feel the heat coming to set from upstairs and just seeking
Well,
coming
days
down
going
there.
by, we had to be in our warmers inside of the AC. But I guess with the sun staggering, we can be in our shirts. But I went out, and I'm telling you, Went into my car, put on the AC, and then coming out of the car, I said, wait, did I change my location?
It's going to be a hot summer.
Real hot. Climate change.
Let's go, gentlemen. Let's go.
Let's hope that this is a change, that West Indies cricket is heating up to the challenges of the world, that our ODI team can qualify for the ODI World Cup in India, and then we can see our test team beating India and then beating England.
I hope by that time we'll have an announcement of our new coach.
Well, we would have one way before, but I think we're heating up.
It's
So,
June in a set. We're in May.
well, it's June, but we can't wait until we have to. Which team should have been announced? They should
So,
have been in the place.
We really need the new coach has to be in place with his new methods, given his mandate, because you realize now the buck stops to the coach, not the selectors. So we're firing coaches, but we're not firing the selectors. I mean, we want to fire Dr. Desmond Haynes and his crew there soon.
Well, Dr. Desmond Haynes would put up a huge protest. So you would not go that route.
That's my buddy.
What I
235 for
think,
8.
though, is an important discussion. I heard that Clive Lloyd, this one was pitched up. Yes, heading down leg. He was trying to play around his pads, stifled appeal. But there was one, I think, I don't know if you had listened to the interview with C.H. Lloyd regarding that he thought Desi could have made a huge impact as a batting coach. I'm not. Oh, ball him!
Wow.
Ball him!
That
We
kept
just-
low.
Yes, it kept low and it came back.
Yeah.
And immediately the new ball has paid dividends. Akeem Jordan removing Devon Thomas for 57.
That kept
And immediately Team Headley, they have struck back with the second delivery
Let's see that
of
again,
the
Ronnie.
new ball.
Set, look at that. That hit below the base in a set. That didn't bounce set.
Yes, it kept low because it
Yeah.
was back of the length. And he was playing for what would have been the conventional height. And that one just came back. And I think Team Headley batters must be saying, the pitch could bite, the pitch could keep low. So therefore, this lead of 58,
Ronnie, can you
Could
flick
well
back
be
that
a
one there for
mountainous
Mali
lead.
again so that he can see?
Devon Thomas taking off his pads. A good knock by him, a good solid knock.
Yeah.
But I think undone there with the new ball number 1 coming
Everything
in,
in swing is
and
gone.
also
In swing right to
the
right.
ball keeping a bit low. The new batsman coming out is Gia McAllister, and you see Jamal Hamilton perhaps bringing a bat out. I'm not quite sure what he was saying, if that one was for Smith.
I don't know. Maybe we might look to wrap the innings up here.
Yes, I believe it's not too far.
235 for 9 could be 235 all out.
Well, McAllister would not like to hear that.
No, I never said that. I'm just saying anything is possible.
It is possible, yes, it is possible. But after all that hard work, Devon Thomas must be disappointed to have gone like that. But nevertheless, he played a good knock, a good hand for his team. Would have wanted to go on, and he showed signs, but that one came back and kept low. And it was also the new ball, so a little bit of change of pace. And
So
Jordan gets his first wicket.
Team Weeks leading by 58 set.
That's a good lead.
50 is a good lead.
That's a good lead.
They can come out. In fact, I would have a different ploy. Permal will be opening from this end for me.
So you won't get a little bit of the sheen off from the fast
one
bowlers?
fast bowlers from one end and rotate, and Permal will have to do the donkey work for me today. With that grip of that sheen.
Ball him! Again! Akeem Jordan! He hits one, he hits twice, and Vernon Springer the Prophet had it well calculated. 235 all out, he said. The innings could well be 235, and I'm sure McAllister didn't hear what you say, but that really is the outcome. Akeem Jordan wrapping up the innings here, getting 2 for 41. Look at this one, an in-swinging delivery, and McAllister played all over it, didn't know too much about it, and Team Weeks, they are folded with a lead of 58. Vernon, your thoughts?
Well, I think the umpires will be taking tea. What's the time set? It's now 2:36. So we're on the stroke
Definitely tea time. Tea would have been
tea time.
2:40.
Team Weeks, 235 all out, 80.3 overs. They would have done their job. Some poor batting in the context, because I'm very disappointed that nobody on Team Weeks or Team Headley was able to get 100.
That's right.
Kevin Hodge did all of the hard work. He could have walked 100 set.
That's right.
Yeah,
he scored 67.
He
Looked
spent
good.
some time at the crease there, on the conditions there. And what has actually happened is that the West Indies Cricket Academy, they've set the benchmark so high. Top scorer here, we start with Tej Chandapal, 12, Zachary McCaskey, 2, Raymond Reefer batting at number 3, 34, Alex Atenes, he feel very disappointed. He got in today, 37. Casey Carty, he scored 17. Kevin Sinclair, he got out at a critical time. He's still questioning when he got out. 12. Dominic Drakes, he also started well, and then he got a delivery. Was just bamboozled by Kevin Hodge for 18. Vasami Pomal, he played well for his 35. Niall Smith was left not out and not. And Devon Thomas, we can flick that back up for me, Ronnie. The man who top scored today, Devon Thomas, was bowled by a beauty. Played on the wrong line. 150 balls, 7 fours, and 1 6 in the context of the entire game. When you look at the score,
57.
yeah. When you look at the contact set, runs seemed like it was hard to come by.
Yes, it did. It did at one stage. You were wondering what was happening with the top order. Then Alex Athenes did jump-start it well today, but then once he went, it looked a bit hard. Devon Thomas toiled in the open stages, perhaps wanted a long bat. Then it started to fall apart around him, but then he knew exactly when to pick up the pace, managed his innings well. But at the time when you felt the new ball was there, and perhaps a few quick runs would have been had, he went with the second delivery of the new ball, and then the third produced the final wicket. Team Headley, they are maybe comfortable with the 58-run lead, but let's look at it. The 3 wickets, Kavim Hodge doing a good job here. 3 for 46, and 2 each for Akeem Jordan. 2 strikes in the final over of the innings, the first over with the new ball, and 2 as well for Shem Holder. 1 for Marquino Minley, and Marquino Minley bowled very well. Anderson Phillip, he started out this morning rather well. I thought that period in which he got I almost said Adams, I'm thinking Anguilla, but Alec Atenes, the Dominican and Windward Island batter, who was in a position to hook, but then decided not to. The ball came onto him, was a very good workup for Anderson Phillip. And then, shortly after, had Casey Carty out first, hooking, get a 4, pulling, get a 4, then pulling into the trap. I thought that was a good period in which Team Headley pulled back the game, and then towards the latter end, Akeem Jordan wrapping up the tail.
With no real big major partnership set. 1 for 2, 2 for 50, 3 for 61, 4 for 107, 5 for 112, 6 for 125, then 7 for 155 when Pomal and Thomas got together. And when Pomal was dismissed at 8 for 223, it sort of opened the floodgates in the end. Shem Holder, like I said, he looked like he was nursing an injury. He ended with 2 for 30, some 69 dot balls within his spell. Akeem Jordan, he didn't look well yesterday, and he didn't start well today, but when he got the second new ball, he just cleaned up.
Just last thing, it has to be partnerships. The only partnership of, well, not the only, there were a few, but the highest partnership, 68, between Pomal and Thomas. You'd ask the question, if the top batters
The partnership with Tom, it was 68.
68. If the top batters had featured in more prominent partnerships, we saw, 48 between Chandapal
and Reefer.
We saw 46 between Carty and Athenes, which was an okay period. Those partnerships ought to have expanded, and then we may have seen a Team Weeks going in for 300. But instead...
But in the context set, this is a first-class game, and it's worrying signs for you. When we look at the West Indies Cricket Academy and we looked at what they would have contributed in the 2 games, they certainly sent a statement. These teams are scrabbling to get to 250.
Let's look at the statement. 323 in the first game.
There you go.
435 in the second. We're speaking about a double centurion, another 150. Kirk McKenzie 221.
Kevin Anderson,
Kevin Anderson
153.
153.
Yeah. Kevin Wickham.
Kevin Wickham also 121.
Yeah.
So you're looking at 3 centuries, including a double century by the youngsters. In this game so far, we have had 2 half centuries on either side. So
Yeah.
until then, in the next 15 minutes, we will rejoin you with Play After Tea with the news that Team Weeks took a lead of 58, scoring 235 in 80.3 overs.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Second innings time. And we welcome you back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Short break, done and dusted. 235 on the board, which means that the lead is just above 50. 58 to be exact. So Team Headley, who had an early stutter with their top order, are going to need to bat a lot better in this innings. As I say hello to Joel Manning. Joel, a crucial period to close the day.
That's certainly a very crucial period, especially given that there are 58 runs that they need to knock off. I mentioned the fact earlier that they were hoping, by some stretch of the imagination, that they could have actually restricted Team Weeks to less than 177. That wasn't to be, and it will certainly take a very solid effort at the top. The pair out there being Karen Powell and Matthew Nandu. Didn't necessarily get off to the best of starts in the first innings, this being the first one that Matthew Nandu came in for. But it certainly will be a very important period of play. Both of them obviously will be hoping to be out there at the end of the day. But if not, they're just probably one down, probably, and they will tell themselves that they're still in with a fantastic fight in this one.
Yeah, we'll need, I think, Kyron Powell especially to apply a bit more responsibility. Got raced to a majestic 23 in the first innings, then tried to slog sweep Dominic Drakes, who will be very important for Team Weeks. And Raymond Reefer with new ball in hand, so similar opening pair. However, a change of ends. We didn't see Reefer bowl from that CIU road end. Now he is with a new ball. Interesting move to start.
Yeah, quite an interesting move indeed, and makes you wonder about who they're looking at for this media center end to pair Raymond Reefer. We probably expect that they would have probably gone with a similar combination as to what they did in the first innings, and probably keep Jerry McAllister back for a bit, probably introduce him probably around the 9th, 10th, 11th over as they've done in recent times. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see who they operate with from this media center end, given that Raymond Reefer is actually going to start from the CIU road end.
In that first innings, it was Nell Smith who began things from there. So a lot of options at the disposal of Alec Athanaze. His side marginally in front. 2 slips, gully in position. And we should be just about ready to get underway. First delivery of an important innings in this Headley Week series. First one getting a bit of extra bounce. Wraps him on the pad. What do you make of that dismissal from Kyron Powell, Joel, in the first innings?
Well, given the types of innings that he's played recently in terms of how positive he's been in terms of his intent going after the ball, you probably knew that those types of shots were on the cards, and that occasion, though, picking the wrong one because it was too full for him to play that shot. You kind of just got the sense that that was kind of the mode that he was going to look to play at over the course of the entire innings, and it was just a case of maybe once again talking about the shot selection in terms of looking to go across that one. Should have probably been looking to go down the ground on that occasion, still relatively early in the innings as well, even though he got off to an absolute flare of a start.
Yeah, very first delivery against Raymond Reefer. Comfortably hit it into the offside for 4, then followed it up a couple overs later with a cover drive. So looked in really good touch. He's asked for a bit of extra protection. I think he's asked for a thigh pad. Probably want to be using that at all times.
Yeah, just the inner thigh pad there, especially. Well, he called for it directly after the ball from Remever. Just struck him there on the inner portion. Not looking to take home too many bruises. There's Kieran Powell.
Just about ready to get going again. Yeah, and in that first innings, they'll look back at that 177 and we'll think about the first 10 overs where they started extremely well. This opening pair specifically. Nandu didn't really score, but ensured that they spent some time at the crease. Then after that, there was a capitulation. So need to improve on that.
Yeah, certainly we see that wickets fell for them at regular intervals Powell went in the 10th, then Nadu went in the 13th, and from there things just continue on. So he went in the 16th for the 3rd wicket, the 18th for the 4th, the 21st for the 5th. So certainly never really got any partnerships going, never really got time spent at the crease after the fall of that 1st wicket. In fact, it wasn't until Jordan left, Akeem Jordan, when he was dismissed in the 52nd over, that there was time spent at the crease by a pair of batters.
You can see there, though, getting a hint of away movement laterally from Ray Marifa. He will want to put in a big spell. Hasn't bowled much in the last 3 or 4 months because of that hamstring injury. Did put in a decent workload in that first innings, both 13 overs. Couple of long spells as well, partnering Dominic Drakes. Eager to see if after the way he bowled, Drakes gets the new ball today. Should he, Joel, in your opinion? If you were captain, would you give him the new ball?
I might lean towards giving Dominic Drakes the new ball, especially given how he bowled in that first innings.
Was from that end, though.
I was just about to make that comment in terms of the fact that he bowled well from that CIU or road end. And I was telling myself that it might have gone with the same combination, but now that River has started there, just wonder if Drakes will pair from here.
Just a bit of shape away. Ends the first over of this second innings. 1 on the board.
I'm looking around for the indications of who might be that person, and I see Nell Smith taking the hat off. It's just a switch around from the first innings. Nell Smith would have started from the CIU end. He's now been given the ball from this media center end. And what was interesting to note is that he never bowled any, what you could probably consider to be any extended spells in that first innings. He bowled a lot of 2-over spells. So his first spell was 2, second spell was 2, third spell was 2 as well, all from that CIU end. So just very interesting to note how he was used, whether or not there was an issue with him in terms of might have been carrying a slight niggle or something, or if it was just a case of he was not necessarily bowling what they required of him at the time. And he's back now to open the bowling once again. We'll see what kind of a stretch, what type of a run he's given here.
I don't mind this, though, from Alec Athenaeus, trying some different things, swapping ends for his seamers. I would love to see McAllister get a newer ball. He came in, I think it was 4th change in that first innings. Would like to see him. And I know he struggled with the control of the new ball, but I just think hard new ball at that pace, he gets a few to pitch where he wants them, and it could be dangerous.
Yeah, starts with the easy pace, one wide of the off stump, Nell Smith. But certainly, you would want to see, as Jeremy McAllister's career progresses, him holding that new ball in his hand, as you mentioned, and correctly so. At times, he struggled in terms of whether or not he should go for just all-out pace or whether or not he should be trying to swing the new ball. And I think that is where the issues have come for him in terms of being undecided in terms of how to approach holding a new ball in his hand, and probably why, once again, we've seen that they've opted not to use him. Yeah, but I do think as time goes on, because once again, he's still very green in terms of his cricketing career and in terms of the experience now coming on to the first-class scene, I do think that as time goes on, as he finds himself in more setups, whether or not it is a setup back home in Barbados for him, or whether or not he gets that nod, and finds himself in the A-team setup. But the more setups he finds himself around, the more shoulders he's able to rub with, then I do think that as time progresses, we will start to see him just picking up that new ball, maybe a little more often.
Was indecisive. Kieran Powell, sorry. But it nonetheless gets his first boundary of the day for him.
Sounds like that T20 format coming out there for you, Nikhil. But yeah, certainly a lot of indecisiveness in terms of that shot. Looking to leave it was Powell, but very late in terms of when he made that decision. Left the bat hanging out for some time, and quite fortunate that it wasn't a bit more aerial. It just happened to evade the man at gully in the end, just hanging the bat out there, and collects his first boundary.
That one kept a bit low. One thing that Team Weeks did well, when they took the field on the first day, first morning, they started, in terms of the energy, it was up. You heard them a lot through the stump mics, constantly encouraging. And I keep mentioning the fact that they were able to bowl in partnerships from both ends. A lot of maidens consecutively. Dominic Drakes, Reefer, especially after lunch. They have to do that today, especially having to work through this top order.
I think for a team like Team Weeks, they always know that they're in the game when it comes to Team Headley, and the fact that there are quite a few batters, especially in that top order, who enjoy going at the ball. And every time you have guys that go at the ball, you tell yourself that they tend to offer chances as well. What will be interesting to note here as we look at Matthew Nandu, and the question was posed sometime back in that first innings with regards to what might be the plan to Nandu. They had employed a leg slip at one stage, and I actually think that's a fantastic feel to have for the likes of Matthew Nandu, because he's somebody that works the ball quite uppishly off the hips, especially at the start of his innings.
Decent over for Team Headley. 5 from it. 6 on the board after 2.
Yeah, subtract that 4 away from the over, because when you look at it, Powell really was not in control of the shot. You would have to say that it was an over whereby Nell Smith kind of backed up what would have been done at the other end by Raymond Reefer. He certainly would want to work just a bit more in terms of starting to string together a couple of deliveries. Still early, obviously just do 1 over for him so far. But he's certainly going to want to, as he goes through, and it all depends on how long a spell he gets here as well. Just stringing together a couple of deliveries, holding a consistent line and length, and then making the variations from there.
There is a deep point fielder in place, and I wonder if it's because of those expansive shots that Powell played in the first innings against Reefer very early in his spell. On the back foot, punched him once through cover for 4, then played the cover drive, even hit him for a 6 with the pull. So that could be the possible reason of having that deep point. Oh, wow. That one stayed low. Very low. Powell had no idea, and to be fair to him, could not do much about that.
Yeah, that was certainly all the surface on that particular occasion, but brilliant from Reefer in terms of the lines and lengths that he's bowling, and he might probably want to just get it a touch straighter in terms of wicket to wicket here. But on that occasion, just a bit of movement off the surface, keeping low as well. In situations like these, when you say wicket to wicket, certainly has to be the manner in which you operate, because when things like that happen, you're certainly in business. Looking to challenge the pads, looking to challenge those stumps. On that occasion, peeling off the inside edge of the bat. But more often than not, you're certainly in the conversation on surfaces that are keeping up and down, as long as you can keep things wicket to wicket. I think back to maybe how Naeem Young bowled and how Justin Graves bowled in the first match when West Indies Academy took on Team Headley, and they were very successful, especially in the second innings when things were wicket to wicket for them.
You know, it's an interesting one with Matthew Nandu, because look at his performance in the first innings. Spent a lot of time, almost an hour at the crease. Joel, 36 deliveries, only got to 4. And he has this resilient nature about him where he looks to occupy the crease for a prolonged period of time. You think that's sort of the right way to go as a young player, just 19 years old, coming into this sort of senior men setup where he's playing against some of the best in the region more after this delivery? Or does he need to sort of push on, in your opinion, push on and look to score a bit more?
I would say that for him, currently is how he's comfortable. And I think back to the first match that he played versus Barbados Pride and the 100 that he got, and he batted in a very similar fashion. And for me, Matthew Nandu is what we consider that accumulator. He's not necessarily flashy. He doesn't go there being, I wouldn't necessarily say positive, but he's not someone that shows a lot of intent, especially early in his innings. And for me, that is fine for him.
Does well, Casey Carty, to get a hand on it. Comes back for 2, good running as well.
What I can say, though, is sometimes he's just a little guilty of bringing about his own downfall, because I think about that first innings as one he could have probably left alone, or one that he didn't actually have to try to force. At the end of that over, it's 9 without loss after 3. But yeah, in terms of having spent time at the crease, sometimes he's just a little guilty of playing that one fault shot, and you would say, well, he's thrown away the start. So it's just a case of maybe more often not concentrating just for longer periods, because certainly at his age there's absolutely nothing wrong with the time that he's spending at the crease. You want him to spend some more time, and like I said, he's now come into it, and sure, you're looking around, you're seeing other guys who play quite positively go after the ball and say, maybe he could maybe fashion his game towards that. But for Nandu, I think that currently as he's comfortable, I would love to see him continue playing like this, but concentrating maybe for longer periods.
It has been a step up as well for him, because I remember watching him at that Under-19 World Cup in the Caribbean beginning of last year. Then, of course, came into the first-class setup for the Harpy Eagles with a bang, 100 in the first game against Barbados. But after that, struggled in the rest of the competition. Only averaged 27 at the end of it, and at 150 since that 100. So it shows that there is some degree of difficulty to make that step up from the under-19 or junior level to the now senior men's. Surprised with the length that Smith has gone early. He's gone pretty short on a surface which hasn't had the bounce to really threaten Kyron Powell. Don't know if you want to really operate there, especially given the fact that Powell is pretty strong on the pull. Pulled reefer for 6 in the first inning.
Funny enough, I actually think the pull shot could be a very dangerous shot on this surface, and it's one that we actually saw a couple wickets fall to as well, so I might be slightly encouraged, especially with a lot of the cross-batted shots on this surface, in terms of some jumping out of the surface, some keeping low the pace, sometimes being off as well.
Al Smith won't be happy with his teammate, his Guyana teammate Matthew Nandu. He is a long run, almost from the 30-yard circle now, Smith.
Just getting back very quickly, though, to the point of Nandu, I just think that for Nandu, the longer he can spend at the crease, the more he can learn about his game as a cricketer. It just becomes a scenario where, as he progresses through his career, probably then going through, as you would say, the gears of it, in terms of probably accelerating a little more at the start and that kind of stuff. But certainly as a young man now coming in to the first class setup, having to face the challenge of the newer ball as well. And I always wonder too if maybe or not that 100 at the very start of it probably added a bit more pressure as well to him in terms of the expectation of performance going through the first class season. And I guess it's a question that we could probably ask him at some point.
And a similar journey for now Smith. Obviously Nandu way younger than Smith, but when I look at his body of work, it's been contrasting in the 2 seasons, because in 2022 people were worried. I mean, Niall Smith was in and around the West Indies setup, but that season, and I know he plays at Providence, tough pitches to bowl on as a seamer, but the fact that he only took 7 wickets in 4 matches in the 2022 season, he had to come back strongly this year and did that. That's why he's found a place in this tri-series. bowled very full against the Jamaica Scorpions. I remember distinctly when he got that 5-wicket haul, picked up another one against the Barbados Pride, but a massive turnaround, and it had to happen for him to sort of sustain his career at this level if he wanted to be in and around this setup. Still 2 slips and a gully. Packed offside field for Smith. Again, looking for that outside edge. End of another over. 10 for none.
Yeah, another quiet over there for Nell Smith. I think they will certainly enjoy this start, how things have started for them. I mean, they look back at how Team Headley were able to get away, especially with Powell, and I think back to how you made mention the fact that they've opted to have the man back at point. And I remember there was a conversation going on with regards to the fact that certain players enjoy momentum, especially at the start of their innings, and Kieran Powell is one of those players who enjoys that momentum. And if you can stop them from getting off to a flyer, stop them from playing or getting the boundaries quite early in their innings for certain strokes, you find more often than not you get that chance with the fall short of them trying to force something fairly early in the innings.
Not convincing by any means. This has been a good spell from Raymond Reefer. But knowing the fact that you only had a 56-run lead, Joel, now it's down to 47. Haven't taken a wicket as yet. How soon before Alec Athenaeus has to think about some of his other options? Because you need to take wickets.
Yeah, you certainly need to take wickets, but the good thing for them is that the score hasn't necessarily jumped away from them as well. And if they can continue to apply a bit of pressure, continue to be consistent in terms of the lines and lengths, then it might delay the possibility of having to make that change, or to go might be to what you would consider a plan B or an option 2 earlier than you might want to. Because quite often we think about early wickets in the context of the amount of overs bowled, but then can also still factor in the scorecard as well in terms of early, because you might take a wicket, let's say maybe in over number 3 with the score being 30, and you would say that you picked up early wickets, but then the score could easily be, let's say, 15 after 9, and it might still count for you as an early wicket, given that the score hasn't necessarily progressed to the point that they've really, really gotten into what has been chunking it away at the lead that they have, or the deficit that is there.
Well left again. Nandu is a good lever of the ball, especially outside that off stump. Similar style in terms of the temperament to a Tej Chandapal, who, yes, I know has expanded his game a lot and plays his strokes, of course, on the opposition. But I think the fact that he has someone like a Tej Chandapal to watch and sort of emulate will be fantastic for a 19-year-old, especially if Chandapal can continue to enhance his career at the highest level.
Yeah, certainly is a fantastic opportunity for him.
Still a very young man, Nandu. 19, studying abroad in Canada.
I actually believe it's psychology that I think he's studying in Canada. And I always wondered if that plays into his game in terms of how he thinks about the game. You always think about what guys are into in terms of their hobbies or education, and how much each plays in terms of how they go about their game.
Down the leg side, and Thomas can't collect. You can see what Reefer's trying to do though, just mix it up. 5 full deliveries, tried one short. Still 1 delivery remaining in the over, so 4. Oh no, that is the over, so end of the 5th, 12 for none.
Looking at this game and looking at the amount of time left in it, I certainly think that, and I say this in inverted commas, that all the pressure is currently on Team Headley at the moment in terms of attempting to set up the game for the possibility of a result, because the possibility of result still exists as the biggest option here in this game, given how much time is left in it. So they have no choice but to bat well and to bat time if they're going to get themselves into a position whereby they have a target that they can actually bowl at for Team Weeks. And as such, Team Weeks, in a way, not necessarily can just rest back, but they can actually make a mistake or two more at the moment than Team Headley can make. They could probably bowl a bowler probably an over or two more given the position of the game as well, hoping to maybe take the wicket.
Now Smith. Interesting. Now he's come from over the wicket to around the wicket to the left-handed Nandu. Something that Akeem Jordan did, trying to get that ball to angle in and then just shape away at the last second. Yeah, I think they have to remember as well, Team Headley, that there's still 2 days left in this match. Their biggest challenge will be this surface, but if they can bat to the end of today, still 25 overs after this remaining, you get a lead, able to post 150, 200 going into the final day. That would be a challenge for Team Weeks. Oh, flicked away nicely and got inside the line of it and just steered it to the boundary. Reward for his persistence for Matthew Nandu.
Yeah, I mentioned the fact that Nandu, especially very early in innings, enjoys going down that leg. So usually plays quite uppishly as well. That one traveled in the air for some time, but still a very easy task for him there, as you would call it, meet and drink for him. That ball, especially going on the angle, opting to come around the wicket, is Niall Smith. And the angle of that one, taking it down the leg side and very comfortably helped around the corner by Nandu. But once again, I just think that area, especially very early in his innings, is one that they could look to exploit when it comes to Nandu.
Same field. It's an interesting one because he's now moved that man from deep backward square to a lot finer, not quite fine leg though, deep on the onside. And with this angle of operation from Niall Smith, wide of the crease, he's going to be very straight at Nandu, maybe just looking for a leading edge. I think your assessment in terms of getting an extra fielder there could be exactly what is needed to get this wicket, given the way that Smith is bowling.
Yeah, it's interesting because they actually employed it in the first innings. Too late, though.
Oh, he's been struck. That will be painful. Niall Smith getting one to rise. Didn't think it was that short. That's nasty.
And once again, we're seeing the unpredictable nature of this surface, because we've been talking about how balls have been keeping low and some jumping out as well, depending on where they pitch it. I'm pretty sure that one jumped out a lot more than Nandu expected. It was a short delivery. Got himself into somewhat of a tangle, got in line with that one, and it just followed him all the way, connecting with that shoulder. The ball tailing back in on the angle. And hopefully no damage done to him. But it was a very good short ball, you would have to say, from Niall Smith, because of the accuracy of it and the fact that it got up as well.
Well, the good thing is that didn't connect with the helmet or that grill area. So youngster doing well to get out of the way at the last second, but can see the plan. The plan still working for Niall Smith, trying to be at the body, trying to target the stumps. That one was a touch shorter. Not this young man, Nandu, though. As you mentioned, that first 100 he scored against Barbados, he's a fighter. So it's going to take a lot more than that to get him down.
Certainly will take a lot more than that. And I've actually seen a couple teams go with the short ball ploy to Nandu as well. And I think back to the second innings. I could be wrong here, but I think back to the second innings of their match versus Barbados. I do believe that he fell to the short ball in the second innings as well, and maybe one or two more times across the first class championship as well. The delivery that he got from Jeremy McAllister in the first innings that took him was a short delivery, yeah, but not necessarily in terms of the pulling range factor, but back of a length more often not seems to be deployed to Nandu.
Seems to be okay. Good news for Nandu and Team Headley side. Back to his feet, Matthew Nandu. So after break in play, looks to be good. Now the question will be, how much will it affect him? Because they've got some quicker bowlers to come as well. Both McAllister and Drakes, you reckon, are a bit faster than Smith. How much do Team Weeks use that?
Now here's the interesting factor that we're talking about. They're now employing the man at that leg slip in the form of Athenaeus. He's put himself there.
Short again. Nandu's taking it on. That fielding position that Athenaeus is in is similar to what international sides do for Craig Brathwaite, because a couple of times he's fallen victim of playing that tuck off the hips, or even on the fuller deliveries that are a very straight line. Does well to get on the inside of them. So teams have started to place a man there, and it's worked to his peril a couple of times. They interestingly keep the fielder there for Kieran Powell. Final delivery of the over. Has a big heave. Powell misses out. Didn't know if that length was there to be driven. However, he's going after it. End of 6. 17 for none and a commentary change. Mali Richards and Vernon Springer.
I actually did. I had a lovely tea. I had a cup of cakes and a few sandwiches and fruit.
I haven't had anything yet. I had water.
It was actually quite fulfilling. Well, you're on a diet, man. I can see that.
Not yet.
I see you on your okra water.
Yeah. Nando is getting some treatment against Mali, so I think he should take a break.
Take a break? What do you mean? As in what?
No,
like
well, it looks like he's still suffering from what basically happened. So the guys are coming back out again. The umpires.
I think it was quite a nasty blow, to be fair. Regardless, I think even though he would have probably taken it, just below the neck area.
It caught him off. It caught him off guard because he followed him really. And I was talking to set off guard Mali. I was saying there, because of the pitches that he plays on in Guyana, he sometimes maybe feel that he doesn't need to get deep into his crease in terms of getting his left foot across so he can be able to pick up the length there. And that one caught him, really, because he was just walking across the crease and it followed him for a while. There's a little bit of concern here because everybody's flocked around him.
Looks like that collarbone area.
Yeah. And he's maybe now beginning to feel it.
Oh, that, yeah.
Just now and again. He's 19 years old, so he's really not grown yet. He's not a big man where he can be able to, the 5.5 ounce ball. I think the umpire, Gregory Battert, is saying, I think let's just take him off. He looks like he doesn't want to come off, but I would want to feel that he maybe just needs to sort himself out. Yeah, they got to get somebody else. Yeah, Leslie Reefer Jr., he just looks a little phased. Yeah, see, it doesn't look good. Don't think he's going to be comfortable, Mali. If he goes off, he can get the proper treatment that is required. Yeah, but it's not a matter that he doesn't want to leave. It's better that he look after himself. Kyron Powell also maybe just having that encouragement with him by asking him, "You sure you're comfortable?" Because there's a lot of running. It's going to be a lot of work to get himself sorted out mentally. We saw what happened even when he scored his 100 set against Barbados there. He was almost like he picking up cramps, man. I don't know if you would have remembered that there too. So, just feel a little disturbed that two of the best bowlers, Mali. I'll come back to that, Mali. Just back and pull that. Well, that really had no pace on it. Gentle medium delivery. Banged away here by Raymond Reefer. Who are the two best bowlers in the first innings?
Are you asking?
I'm asking you.
Make your point then. Make it. What are we saying here?
The two best bowlers got to be opening the bowling.
Okay, so you're saying Vasami Pamal?
No, I'm talking about if you're looking for the new ball, then Drakes and McAllister have to be the ones who are charging up here. We've moved Reefer from the major centre end out to the CIU road end. It's really, if we go in hard.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what end actually Giant McAllister is brought into the attack.
It's going to be this end, Mali. I don't even want to try betting your Mali because I will lose today, Mali. So I don't even need to try to have that discussion. We know what the end is going to be.
Media center.
Media center end.
All right.
He will not get that in. And I came here this morning, Mali, to witness what you were talking about. He was bowling from that end this morning again, warm up. So I really can't understand. I really do. 21 without loss.
Well, we saw how Joshua De Silva would have rotated his fast bowlers from that CIU road end.
That's why I said to you before the break that I would have gone for Vasami Pamor with the new ball from the major centre end and let my seamers come from that end. We'll take them in 3-4 over spells. That would have been my option.
I think you probably give the fast bowlers a shot with the new ball, to be honest, and then Vasami Pamal could then come into the reckoning.
Is Jaya McAllister the fastest bowler out to the four?
I would say so.
Okay, all right. He might not look like a Dominic Drakes or whatever, but when he gets it right, he gets it right. All right, and he's going to deliver. He's going to get wickets, but that's what you need.
And to be fair, I think it's his usage, how he's been used, has been fairly questionable, to be honest. As we see, Nandu's recovered quite well now, looking very solid at the crease.
To the medium pacer?
Yeah, he does. He's recovered, and he's looking very solid and compact at the crease now. Is Matthew Nandu 11 off 26?
Let's see.
I think we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
No, we're going to cross it when Drakes come on.
Exactly.
Yeah, we certainly will cross it when Drakes come on. Give me a different ball game. More treatment coming out again. Physio coming out again. To look at Nandu.
At least now, Smith, he's been switched around. I anticipate something different today, man. Come on. Now Smith not running down from the CIU road.
He's struggling.
Actually running up the hill slightly here from the media center end. To be fair, as he said, just probably struggling for rhythm.
Umpires getting involved again. Think they're satisfied this time. 24 overs in the day's play.
But to be honest, as time lingers, it probably won't be getting any better. It will probably be feeling worse by the delivery, to be honest.
You know about those? You know about those?
Yeah, he'll be at his sorest tomorrow when he wakes up. Probably struggle to sleep tonight on that side.
21 without loss. Over number 8 starts. Powell compact in defense.
Solid.
It's got a good stride out to that one.
Basically comes down to how Kieran Powell wants to go about this, isn't it? We know he possesses some serious ability as a batsman, but almost an inexplicable stroke in that first innings. He was looking like in control, as good as you probably would have seen him in a while.
I think when you look at the construct of the Devon Thomas innings, Karen Powell might be saying to himself, if I can bat all day today, the remaining 20 odd overs, I maybe can come back tomorrow if I spend some time at the crease.
Well, that would be the intention. Well, you hope so anyway.
Yeah. Alex Atenez is having a discussion with who?
I think still something to play for here.
A lot to play for, man.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see when Permal and Sinclair comes on with this surface already causing for some concern with the purchase. We saw Shem Holder and he bowled the ball into the surface. Yes, some did kick.
That was earlier in the day as well.
Yeah, 2 slips, a gully.
Kind of
leg
settled
slip.
down.
And Athen is the captain. I think he's pretty far, but you never know. Short delivery, that didn't come up. This is going to be the challenge here. That's why Niall Smith needs to be attacking the stumps.
Yeah, and that delivery from Shem Holder, I think if I remember correctly, was to Alec Atenez. That was earlier in the day. Actually took off from a length. Just a bit wide outside that off stump, but still took off. Probably hit those foot marks. We didn't see too many, though. After that, react in a similar fashion.
They trail by 36. Don't think that is an issue right now. The focus is Nando. Coming at him.
You like that? That one excited Vernon for a second. I think well played by Matthew Nando. And would you consider Niall Smith a fast bowler?
He's expected to win in a ball
I
fast.
ask a question. It's a simple yes or no.
He's certainly getting up there.
Yo, you're the ultimate politician. Jeez.
We've got now Raymond Reefo has decided to go, don't want to say bat pad. Oh, that took off. He seemed to have found another game, Ali.
So I think it's fair to say now that Matthew Nando has recovered quite well since that blow. He's just ducking out the way, swaying, his feet are moving, and sometimes, batting's that way sometimes. You probably just need, an eye-opener, something to just wake you up.
Well, I'll say something to you, Mali. If I was Niall Smith now, I'll be coming over the wicket now to Nando.
And just hanging it out there probably at times.
There you go. There you go. Because he's going to be looking for this short ball here once Niall Smith is going to be coming around the wicket. He's already prepared himself mentally. See, he's going to get onto that with ease. Over completed. But good hostility for the first time. You could see Niall Smith bowling some effort balls.
And it's the way to bowl on this pitch, especially bowling fast here on day 2. Still quite good. Flat, it's hot out there, but one has to find that energy. And the bowler that, I think at times has looked the most threatening throughout this tri-series. I think it was probably his first spell in the last match against the West Indies Academy. Was Jair McAllister, and he was ultra attacking, ultra aggressive, in the way he went about it. One has to really bend one's back on such a pitch. There is just something in it. All that grass, though, is really just died by now, day 2. Coming up on the end of day 2.
Here comes my man of business.
Oh, this is... That's probably hit him just outside the line there, to be honest.
Ooh. Don't think... Ronnie, let me see that again, Ronnie. I want to see weight hit him. I'm not worried where Powell's stride was. I just want to see weight hit him. Okay, height. And Yeah.
There's a bit of doubt as well, playing that shot.
Yeah.
Just got outside the line, to be
Yeah,
honest.
Yeah.
You know, he's got that movement, just shuffles across, back and across.
But in today's world, you'd want to play those.
Definitely. This is the thing, and this is what makes Dominic Drakes so dangerous if he can get it right, is the ability to just have that ball go on as opposed to swing away.
You want to play those. Because of what's going on with the new rule now in the leg before, Mali, he might get away today with Gregory Batters and this, but maybe on another day, Powell might be coming back and might be saying, no, you just never know. He should be looking to play those balls.
I think if anything, he'd be quite lucky that there is no DRS in a situation such as this. But I think DRS would have said that he would have just got outside the line while playing a shot, to be fair. Yeah, umpire's call.
Working up some pace here. He's attacking the crease here, Dominic Drakes. Bang on target.
And what makes that such a good delivery is the fact that his natural start delivery is just going away from the left-handed Kieran Powell. So he's probably just a little late in terms of anticipating that swing. Went on, almost like the arm ball of a Veerasamy Permaul. You know, just going on with the arm.
You give Niall Smith one more?
Yeah, definitely. He started something here against Nanduse, especially if Nandu's on strike. Give him an opportunity.
Catch him,
That's
catch
out,
him,
that's
catch
out.
him, catch him, catch him. The plot works. And Kieran Powell falls to the trap. The plot works. And Powell goes back to the hut.
Yeah, that man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Easy catch. Well hit, but only one man to find, and he finds him. Powell goes again.
Let's look at it, Mali.
Yeah, short delivery, swivels, hit it quite well.
But not down.
Not down. Only one man there. Actually didn't have to move.
Not
Positioned on the deep mid-wicket boundary, about 10 yards in, actually. Picked him out. He has to go for 9.
And I said to you, Mali, you know, you come to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies, and you look at the square boundaries and you think they're short, but they're big.
Yeah, they're probably a bit bigger than you think, especially up to the sticky wicket side, where you call the airport side. Yeah.
So if you don't make proper contact, you're going to hold out.
Kieran Powell is a man that definitely, if he's in good form and positive, this ground isn't big enough for him, to be honest. But on that occasion, goes to the attacking stroke once again.
Drake's just up in a gear. You could see him really charging in. His strike pattern is consistent. He's really up for the challenge here.
Yeah, he's been really good in this match, hasn't he? He's bounced back well in terms of how he would have bowled against the West Indies Academy. He was very inconsistent in his lines and lengths, but today...
Let me look at that field placing, and I don't think that Sinclair... Ooh, he's in trouble.
I'm not sure he's hit that.
He's in trouble.
Nah.
Wow. He must have got a nick onto that.
Nah, I think it's probably taking the pad, to be fair.
Whew.
Good bit of bowling from the young man, though. This one's pitched just on that off stump. It's hit the pad. Yeah. So if anything, though...
Going over.
Probably height an issue.
Yeah. Kevin Hodge has to get onto his feet. He has to get onto his bike very, very, very quickly.
But
back and across.
We've got the stump mics turned up here, right? And it didn't sound woody, did it? It sounded very much like pad to me.
Drake's causing some challenge here.
I think that's a good decision, very good decision by umpire Brathwaite.
I was talking to you, Mali, about Sinclair, who's not at first slip. I'll come back to that. Flipped away. It's off the mark, Hodge. So Nando will get a break.
Well, to be fair, and I think seeing Dominic Drakes running from that CIU road end confirms what you would have said just a few overs ago. Expect to see Jaya McAllister running in from the media centre end for the umpteenth time in this Headley Weeks Tri-Series.
Not just yet.
Not yet. It's not too long away, though. It's not too far away.
Maybe 2 overs away.
Just about. Depends on what happens here. Interesting to see what line Niall Smith adopts.
I think he has to bowl a fuller length. To
Oh, his
Kevin
length,
Hodge.
sorry. Not so much his line, his length.
His length. Because he's now bowling to a right-hander as compared to... No, this is the issue that I'm having, Mali.
I think he's already in an aggressive mode, though. New batter at the crease. Probably looked to be aggressive to him early as well. Would have scored a half century in that first innings. Dug in. Was Kevin Hodge, 67 from 151 deliveries, 10 fours.
Want to see him bowl a fuller length here, Niall Smith. He's working up some pace here. Let's see what's going to be happening.
Well, there's no man on the leg side boundary. Oh, and you're right. That one surprises Devon Thomas. So as you said, your man Niall Smith has just probably found something here in the last over or two. The rhythm looks a lot better.
You know, you said something, Mali. It takes a moment to wake you up. And Nando has responded well. Got knocked. Then Raymond Reefer ran in and bowled him a long up and he smacked it to square leg. And then Niall Smith said, no, hold on. What's happening here? You seem to have a lot of chatter. So let's up the gear and see what's going to be happening here. Ooh, that's bang on target.
Yeah, good length from him.
That's the length he's got to bowl. That's when he's most dangerous, Niall Smith. When he bowls that era, and he's got a good sharp ball, and he bangs it in, it really climbs.
Yeah, and he probably has just been guilty of not bowling straight enough in this series, to be fair, in these conditions. He's just allowed too many deliveries to go outside that off stump, allow the batters, sighters, especially against the West Indies Academy. He was quite economical, but wasn't overly threatening or penetrative.
Beautiful shot. Clipped away. He styled for the camera on it. He's still looking at it. And Smith is saying, no, well, I'm going to come back. Lovely boundary here by Hodge. Goes up to 5.
Yeah, that was reminiscent of Gordon Greenwich, the way he picked up that leg. Kevin Hodge. Have a look at this one again. Didn't quite bounce. He went short, but he watched it all the way. Beautiful shot from this young man.
27 for 1.
Good timing.
Here goes Smith to Hodge. Back of the length delivery. He's got to defend
Heavy.
that. That's a much better line there. If he's running, in fact, on this track, you'd really want to run in and hit the deck, more or less.
Every now and again, you just get a glisten of the sun off the ears of Niall Smith. Probably got a few jewels in there. But he's bowling that heavy length. That one just almost knocking one hand off the bat for Kevin Hodge. So he's working up a bit of steam here, Vern.
Here he is. Hodge. Roll the wrist on this one. Coming around is Dominic Drakes.
Should get 2.
And Niall Smith wanted to get a couple to Nando. Score goes up to 29 for 1. Hodge on 7. Nando on 11 from 31. I think we're going to have an exciting closer play, Mali.
When here today, or just or an exciting finish to this match.
Well, I'm predicting
Are
3 days.
Are you calling it now?
Predicting 3 days.
Oh, okay. For who? For who though?
Team weeks.
Okay. Team weeks in with a whole day to spare.
Whole day to spare.
You heard it here from Vernon Springer.
It's got to be very careful, Mali. over completed, 7 off the over. And Dominic Drakes was looking menacing.
He's going to start to Kevin Hodge again. Matthew Nandu just getting a breather for a couple overs almost.
He needs that.
Yeah, just standing watching from the other end. At times it's quite beneficial as a batsman.
You ever read Sonal Gavaskar's book?
No.
Yeah.
He was a big fan of getting to the other end as well.
Gavaskar
Brian Lara as well spoke quite heavily about that.
Gavaskar said his job was to make sure, he said, the best part of batting was always to be on the non-striker's end.
Sometimes, you know, when things are a little dicey, probably the best place to be.
Here comes Drakes, charging in.
No run, no run.
And Hodge is backing across and defending nicely. He's going to have to pull out all of his attributes tonight.
Yeah, he is.
Because Dominic Drakes, he's charged. He's charged up.
He's going to have to summon one more effort here for his team, for himself as well. As we said, still quite a lot to play for. Could have faced 151 deliveries in that first innings. So he's not averse to some hard work, is Kevin Hodge.
2 slips and a gully go down.
Oi.
Oh, he's trying to play at a ball that is, he never got into position. His hands went. It's going to cross him. That's the worrying factor of facing a left armer. They're so awkward. They can throw you off and you just never know what's going to happen.
It just pose. It's just a different angle, isn't it, Vernon? It's a different angle, poses different challenges.
And it's also a worry too because Drakes can bring it back.
Yeah, he can. He's got that ability.
Yeah.
Move the ball both ways, that's
So
for sure.
It'll be a mind game playing for Kevin Hodge.
Yes, yes.
It's on top of it. They got to be a lot more tighter. Shanda Paul there. He can't ease that pressure up. He got to close down that gap there. Nando will finally, after about 12 balls, 12, 14 balls, get an opportunity.
Yeah.
In fact, 15 balls is the first time now that he'll be facing a delivery.
Kevin Hodge there on that occasion, just demonstrating what something that you speak about, using that depth of crease. He's very good off that back foot, I find, of both pace and spin. Played a couple back foot punches off the spinners in that first innings half century of his.
Now, Athens this is suicide. You can't have McAllister at cover. Ooh, going at those pads.
Suicide for who? McAllister?
Well, yeah, I'm saying he's the fast bowler, so you want to save him. Yeah. Put him down on fine leg between.
I'm just
Ali.
trying to work out who's dying. That's it. You know what I mean? That's just like a murder mystery, you know?
Yeah, just put him down on fine leg. Look after him. Don't put him in the fiery line there, Mali. Come on. You know that. You're skipper.
Yeah, I was just trying to work it out. That's you know.
Bang on target again. It's going to be a good test. A best catch?
Yeah.
I like you, Ronnie.
A contender for the Headley Weeks, you know, catch of the series, you know what I mean?
All right.
Don't count the big man out yet, you know? You know who his mannerisms remind me a lot of, especially out there, standing at cover? Gavin Tongue.
Yes.
The way he walks around in the field, and the way he throws.
Yeah. Very languished.
Yeah.
Ooh. It's going to have to play that straight. Drakes is working up a spell here. Who's coming? Who's next? One more from Niall Smith?
Nah, it looks like the big man. Feels like deja vu, but it's a new spell. Jair McAllister from the media center end.
Another spell.
Yet another one. The umpteenth time. I've actually lost count of how many spells he's actually bowled from this end. I can tell you though, he's bowled none from the CIU road end. And that's for sure.
I can't get this.
You want to bet me? You want to bet me?
I can't get this worked out yet. I'm still trying to get it worked out, Mali. Can't get this worked out. He's got to be not be in favor with the captain at all. Yeah, and somebody is either punishing him or it has to be a plot.
I wouldn't go that far. I'll just say that he probably just favors this end a bit too much.
So here comes our good friend. 31 for 1. Hodge in strike. Clipped away beautifully, but there's protection. Smith outside there. And he fires a return.
He just tends to start this way, you know. He just
Yeah, he
takes
does.
takes him a few balls
That's okay,
to really
that's
get loose.
That's
and
okay. He's got to get himself, got to get that big crank up that engine.
Yeah, remember he wouldn't have played that much cricket, to be honest. That much high-level cricket. His first season, his debut season of
18
first-class
wickets.
cricket. Yeah. I would have saw him here first against, it would have been Jamaica. A game in which they would have won. He would have taken quite a few wickets in that match as well.
Kind of like the way how Shane Darvish would have handled him. The management team of Vasbert Drakes and Ryan Hines, they would have maybe shaded him. Maybe, you know, in Barbados he would have been raw, but they handled him well here. He's a big, strong guy because he's put in his work, for sure.
And look at that one again. That's got big on Matthew Nandu.
They need a short leg.
Yeah, they're going to bring the short leg in now.
I don't know why Atenes is reacting after. Once he comes on, you got to put that short leg into position.
I think it was actually well played by the young man, but it wasn't necessarily a short delivery per se.
But his height.
Yeah, he uses that quite well. Hits the deck quite hard.
Oh, it's got to get under that.
And just like that, what was that? His third delivery of this over. That
Yeah.
first delivery looked quite laboured, didn't it? But in two deliveries, he's just loosened up. Really got through his action on that short delivery there.
The thing about him is that he's going to run in and give you all. And something is going to give. Once it comes between wicket and wicket, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, he's just got to be a bit tighter to that off stump, a bit straighter. Oh.
Things happen, Mali.
Yeah, I mean, fortunate for Nandu.
Things happen.
But you see what they're working with. That man is deposited at a leg slip. But that one's gone very fine indeed.
Yeah. Let's look at it. I want to look at the movement, Mali. Nandu.
Yeah,
He got deep. He did get deep this time.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, and worked it nicely. Lovely shot.
Yeah, but it's still quite dangerous. You know, his heart would have been in his mouth for just that split second.
So the attack here is body line. And Nandu is going to have to be careful because one can keep low and one can kick. And that's the danger on a day 2 track.
Oh.
Played that down to Gully. Backward point, sorry.
Probably just saying to himself, I'll probably just push the hands at that one.
Yeah, he's got to wait on it. Coming up next is Seth Burton. This is working out to be a lovely contest here, Mali.
Yeah, it is.
They trail by 22 runs, so they're not out of the woods yet.
He started well as McAllister.
Yeah, he has. Down the outside. Good take by Devon Thomas.
Good pace, though.
Yeah, over completed. 5 off of it. Nothing is wrong with that. Nando 15, Hodge 10. And so far, they've used 4 bowlers. 36 for 1. Powell back in the hut.
Yeah, Powell, the only wicket to fall. Holding out to that deep mid-wicket fielder. Just gone for 9.
Yes, you just mentioned Powell going for 9. I really thought that he would have had a longer bat. And when you consider the context of the game, with their team only scoring 177 on first innings and then trailing by 58, should have been a bigger effort by him, but Nando is trying, and Hodge.
No!
Hodge is the man who really took the team out of despair in their first innings. And I think another good knock from him will be good. Because
Sip.
you mentioned he has been around for some time. He has been brought into the fray, but needs to take advantage of all these opportunities.
Yeah, similar type innings to what we would have seen from Devon Thomas.
Yes.
Similar amount of balls, similar score, similar role being played. Would have just told you that both teams would have been under pressure, needed someone to soak up that pressure, and just try to get a score, a competitive score.
And all for the team.
Just the one, I think.
Only half century in either innings. Thomas on that side, and him in the first inning. So much is dependent on him. Some pressure though is on Nando, because we're clear that he's not had not done as expected in the first innings.
And that actually that partnership between Permal and Thomas of 80 being the only partnership above 50.
And of value to the
14
team.
weeks, yeah.
Pull the team out from a position in which they could have, Mali, they could have conceded a lead. They could have had a deficit, and they have not had that. So, Permal could say he has had a good game. Drakes has had a good one. Would want to continue with the ball. Had 3 in the first innings.
He's looked very good in this match, to
Yes.
be fair. He's really come back well.
Made a quantum leap from the first one,
Yeah,
because
he
the
was
first one against the Academy, he looked totally out of sorts.
quite inconsistent.
And this one, he really, put his hand up.
It's hard for these guys. The amount of T20 cricket that he plays, like we say, it's a different style of bowling. It's more the wrist breaking, off cutters. Here, it's more seam up.
Lovely shot, but good diving, tumbling save from Akeem Jordan. But also you put your heart in it, because we saw that from Naeem Young as a youngster who is also a principal white ball bowler. And even in 2 overs, we saw Raman Simmons came on and pluck out a few stumps.
Yes, exactly. And the key thing about that was just how straight they bowled. They recognized the conditions here at CCG. Naeem Young, good exponent of that. Especially from this media center, and just bowl between wickets and wickets and reap the rewards.
I think that's the key. And you have seen it before you. 235 in reply to 177, and now 37 for 1. Team Headley. Mali has moved. Nikhil has come to join me here. And Nikhil, it is good competitive stuff. We haven't had a big score yet in this game, but keeping the lead to only 58 and now fighting back in the second innings. Team Headley only losing the wicket of Powell, which really and truly in the context of it, they should not have lost the man in which it went. I think it's still a good tight game.
Yeah, good contest in the middle. And credit to Matthew Nandu, because he's been rattled a few times. They've tried the short ball ploy, but he's insured. He's fought his way to 15. Hasn't been the prettiest. Still surviving, though.
Well, with young Matthew Nando, it has to be hard, because you would remember the incident with Labouche coming to replace Steve Smith. And then he himself was struck, but what did he do? He did put up his hand and go back in the shed, stayed out there, and the rest is history. So if you really want that, you got to take the opportunity and tough it out. And that's one admiration you'd have for the young Guyanese left-hander. Kavim Hodge is batting well, looks solid.
Yeah, he looks solid. I think he's a bit fortunate, Seth. That first delivery he got, to me, it looked adjacent. There was a question whether he's hit inside the line, but to me, when watching it on replay, could have easily sent him for that. And that's cricket. Got us a blistering 67. I say blistering relatively in terms of the fact that he got that amount of runs compared to the rest. But he's made a really good use with shots like that.
Yes.
Straight as an arrow down the ground, and we'll just pick up 4.
And that will be something that will continue to boost his confidence as he seeks to perhaps a repeat of a half century. Long way off, but yet he's timing the ball. And McAllister, we have been speaking about, let's look at that shot again. It was coming into the right hand and he really played it straight. Better delivery from McAllister, but he rides it well. But if we look at him, we were almost predicting or thinking that he would have been switched to the CIU end on this occasion. Perhaps there were thoughts that he could have been the one given the new ball, but instead, Alec Atenez agreed to start with Reefer and Niall Smith. The thoughts were that you could have had McAllister and you could have also had Drakes, but Drakes has been the one to take the wicket. So
I'm not sure why McAllister throughout the series hasn't bowled from the opposite end. I would like to see him probably with a few overs just to see if there's any difference with the slightly downhill. Drakes has bowled excellently from that end.
really well. Well, Hodge is really looking comfortable. In spite, he's moving well, because for that one he got up on his toes, realizing the height with the pace that McAllister has, and really played it well, and showing that he's a confident player, showing that he's in command to some extent. This over, some 7 runs off the over, perhaps one of the more expensive overs of the innings so far. Hodge on 18, Nando on 15.
Yeah, that's what you tend to get with McAllister because of that extreme pace. Still a long way to go, still developing. A lot of deliveries to score against.
No run, Andy.
So it does present opportunities to score, like they've done so far in his first 2 overs. He's gone for 12 runs.
But the nature of that bowler, he wants to be a wicket taker. He has space. I think he must be given free rein to express himself. And that's one of the reasons why I thought that that end with Drakes is coming from suits him. And we saw young Lane bowling from that end in his getting his first 5-wicket haul from that end. Oh, that's a good one, but he was beaten outside that off stop. The ball was rising, Nikhil. The pitch is favoring young Dominic Drakes.
Yeah, this is excellent stuff. And he's used both deliveries very well. He mentioned to me yesterday he's trying to release the ball a bit higher so that he has a bit more control with that one going away. Similar to that. But we also saw the one that comes back, the first delivery that Hodge got, which crashed into his pad. So he's using the angles and the different deliveries.
Good one. That is absolutely a beautiful delivery. And to see that he could repeat it, it means that he's working at something, Ronnie. Not quite sure we would see that again.
Yeah, a touch fuller than the last.
Yes. Did not bounce as much, but still the same trajectory. And Kavim Hodge, he's going to have a battle here. Good. That's what we want to see. He's really onto something here, Dominic Drakes.
Yeah, almost identical start from Drakes in terms of his 2 spells. Yesterday was similar in terms of how economical he was. I think people underestimate the importance of the consistency, because when you're not able to score, it really creates pressure. He's now bowled 22 deliveries, 19 of them have been dot balls. Similar story yesterday, 83% was his dot ball percentage. 60 out of 72 balls bowled by Drakes.
Yes.
Beautifully caught down to backward point for 4. He got on top of it, which was important that one giving him a bit more width, I think, on that occasion, and he was able to express himself.
It's a fine line of error, especially with this field employed. And Kevin Hodge, you can see, is feeling good about his batting. Striking the ball nicely, picking up right where he left off from that first innings. This one's starting a lot wider. So Hodge was comfortable in the fact that he knew he could cut it for 4. Did so effortlessly.
Leaves it alone, but over comes to an end. 48 for 1. You can see Drakes working on something special here. Had 2 excellent deliveries. Yes, the third outside the off stump went for 4, but then he came back. He was not afraid of going in that path, but Hodge showing good judgment on that occasion, allowing the ball to go through. Good contest developing here.
Yeah, it really is a nice contest, and Hodge will be expected, even though he's struck the ball nicely, as we enter the first drinks break. Hodge will be needed to remain there towards the end of the day. 16 overs now left in what will be the final hour of play. Take a short break, Seth, and return.
The players are just about resuming after the break, Nikhil, and it gives us an opportunity to review in terms of, well, comparing both innings so far. We mentioned particularly about young Dominic Drakes, and he had 3 for 17 in the first innings. Was both economical, as you mentioned, high percentage of dot balls. Coming back in the second innings, he has 1 for 7 from 4 overs. Perhaps he's warming up to the red ball type. We know he's just in his 5th first class game. You get the impression he's liking it.
Yeah, and he's only 25 years old. So for me, I think there's a lot of opportunity for him. I'm sure someone like a Desmond Haynes, who's seen Dominic Drakes from his younger days and would have watched his progression, both being at the Carlton club, will be very impressed to see that Drakes is performing at the level in the way that he's done, especially with the ball in hand in these 2 innings. Spin for the first time in this inning, Kevin Sinclair. We'll want to see, though, Seth, in terms of how many overs Drakes can bowl, because he bowled 8 on the trot consecutively yesterday.
Which was good, because I thought he had 12 in the entire inning, so it was good to see him put in these relatively long spell as fast bowlers these days. You don't get them going into double figures anymore in a spell. So that was good for him. And I thought we saw the best of him in the tri-series so far.
It will take a toll, though, on him, because due to the nature that wickets have fallen so quickly, he hasn't had that much time to rest. He bowled 12 overs in quick time yesterday, 2 spells of 8 and 4. Now again today, he's bowled 4 on the trot. So I just wonder, in terms of management of the workload, if Joshua Da Silva may be inclined to go with spin from both ends to close out the day.
Yeah, the option may well be short bursts, particularly for him and McAllister.
Well, Sinclair knows Matthew Nandu very well. Both playing, of course, for Guyana. And he's got that man right under the bat in the offside, which you don't tend to see often. A lot of off spinners, Sinclair especially, like to have that man on the leg side. But of course, with the left-hander ball spinning away, may feel like that man is in a better position. Starts with the maiden, 48 for 1.
Yes, starts with the maiden. Your assessment is right. The off spinner likes somebody on the offside, but at the same time, we realize Matthew Nando, at times, he likes to play on the onside, at times gets a little cramp because he does not perhaps go deep into the crease. So they have options, and I think with Sinclair's style of bowling, they may want to put a little pressure on the young batter. But he's still there, and he will continue to focus. Alec Atenes is making an adjustment, though. Are they pulling out one of the slips? I'm not quite sure. I'm not trying to be devil's advocate here. But if we looked at Jake's last over, those 2 deliveries, Peach that beat Kavim Hodge. And one that he left alone, even though he did hammer 1 down to backward point for 4, I'm not quite sure if there is wisdom in only going for with 1 slip and a gully. But your thoughts?
I think I'm quite surprised as well. And Drakes yesterday, when he was bowling a similarly consistent spell from over the wicket, went to around. So he likes to try things. I just wonder if that man now in that catching extra cover position is there because Drakes may be looking to bowl a touch fuller, inducing the drive and trying to prize the wicket in another way, but certainly was bringing the slips into play with this angle.
And they were real special deliveries, meaning that he has the capacity to do it. You can do it twice consecutively. That's no guesswork. And you can see that he's working out something here with Hodge, allowing the ball to go away to the right-hander. a bit defensive, I thought, because you have the fielder out on the backward point boundary, which is a response from the 4 in the previous over. Prefer the attack based on the approach that we see from Drakes. This time he brought that one into the right-handed Hodge. Hodge looks like he really wants to play, like he's warming up to the contest. He's jumping into line, meaning that Drakes is stepping up the ante in terms of pace. It augurs well for West Indies cricket when you see not only the white ball bowlers, but these young crop of bowlers, fast bowlers coming into play.
No, again.
I was talking to Sir Curtly Ambrose about Dominic Drakes yesterday, and he reckons the fact that this ability to hit good areas, he calls in terms of on that off stump, but more importantly, the length. That 5 meter length for me is where you're most effective. Look at the best in the world, the Kagiso Rabadas. Always in between that 5 and 6 meter length. And Drakes has shown that he can hit it. If he gets a yard or two extra pace, I think he could be a serious handful for opposition batters.
And trust me, that pace will come. Once you have that consistency that he has demonstrated, the pace has got to come because he has it in him, but he will grow in confidence hitting those areas. 48 for 1, another maiden over. And Drakes would be happy so far with his bowling.
Been a fascinating day of cricket. When you think about the way it started, 61 for 3. Put up some fight. Team Weeks, when they began the day, Alec Athenaeus looked in majestic touch. I think he will be massively disappointed. Then they had that collapse. Lost 3 wickets for just about 50 runs. And of course, the nature of the wickets as well. Lost their top order. Have to say though, Seth, I was impressed with Devon Thomas because I think we know him to be a bit more expansive than what he was today, but it showed us that he can play the different situations. And of course, as a test player, you want to be coming into these matches and dominating. Just the second 50 we've had in the now 3 innings.
And showed that he wanted to spend a lot of time at the crease, which is important.
Got a real peach of a delivery as well from Akeem Jordan. This should be a couple. There's not much he could have done about that one.
And it was the new ball, the second delivery of the new ball. And good cricket all round. But one thought that, you know, the scores in this game would have been a touch low. Well, in the first innings, in fact, Team Headley was pretty much a low score. Anything under 200 would not be acceptable. Team Weeks doing better.
And it's so funny how the issues in this series and around the regional scores carry over into the test game. Get back to that after this delivery. $50 for 1. Seth, I know that this surface is the second game being played in the series on this pitch number 4, but I found it was good for batting. On the first, on the first 2 days especially, definitely a more placid surface that supported batting. You saw how Kurt McKenzie and Kevin Anderson specifically batted on it. And the fact is that the West Indies can't get to 300 plus consistently. And here again, we're seeing with the tier below that, with the best regional players, struggling to get past that 250 and 300 mark. So I think a bit more added impetus needs to be shown to ensure that they can get to 300, because it has to start here if they want to get to 300 consistently at the highest level.
And that's a key point, because if you even look at the context, when Team Headley got 259 in their first innings against the Academy, it was on the back of 136 from Josh De Silva. And that was, they were in a bad position. Again, the top order going 5 down for less than 60 runs. we see a similar situation here. Rearguard action, you may call it, 120 for 6. So the top order, that situation must be addressed, transferred as you mentioned. But the bright lights, to see the Kevlon Anderson, to see the Kirk McKenzie, to see young Wickham, Kevin Wickham, all registering hundreds here. And I think they're setting a standard, raising the standard for the senior players to follow. Virasamy Pamal, he is just about to start his first bowl.
If we look at the series between Team Headley and Team Weeks, the two senior sides in this Headley Weeks tri-series, not including this one, they've both batted 6 times combined. And only once shot. Sorry.
Well polished, that's okay. Polished by Kavim Hodge. He looks as though he wants to keep things afloat.
Yeah, just too full. Loosener for Kevin Hodge.
I know they take a lead. Well, in fact, not yet. Not just yet. It was tossed up on the wicket and well driven down the ground. You were making the point, Nikhil.
Yeah, look at the 6 innings that both Team Headley and Weeks have played in this tournament, including that last one by Team Weeks. They got to 235. Only once has the team gone past 300, and that was Weeks when they got to that 400 plus. Everything else has been 300 and below.
That's right.
And the surfaces have not been bad. You saw how many runs the Academy were able to put up. And even in this game, you're seeing the amount of unforced errors by the batters. I think it's an area that needs a lot of development, and development quickly. India's coming in July. Big series.
Needs to be addressed, because even in the context when they batted first, commendably scored 401, but apart from McCaskey's 93, and we also had
Brandon King, who got that
King
92.
had 92. Apart from that combination, there was nothing to put your hands up to. Sinclair did come in and he made a difference in the lower part of the middle order. So we are not seeing consistency that we can trail. Even though you may say it's just 2 matches, you want to see that, what you're seeing from Kirk McKenzie, for instance, a half century and then a double. And that, I think, is worrying the selectors.
Yeah, a lot of people getting starts in these matches. I look at Raymond Rifa late yesterday, getting to 34. Alec Athens this morning, 38. But then just that one lapse in concentration leads to the demise. I think Thomas can be a real example. Sinclair continuing.
So well, when Vernon Springer, our colleague commentator, saw how the ball started to grip towards the end of Team Weeks' innings, he suggested that Pramod and Kevin Sinclair could be a handful on this track. So we would not have that opportunity to see how that pans out. But when he and Joel come on, they would be able to tell us at the end of that tape. But for now, it's really a good resistance by Hodge and Nando. Nando looks quite comfortable.
It will be important in these remaining 11 overs after this that this pair can see it through, especially for a young Matthew Nando who's got yet another start. Yesterday spent a lot of time at the crease. 36 deliveries, and then again you could say unforced error. Didn't need to chase a wide one. It was caught behind. He's done all the hard yards, sustained that tough period of bowling from Niall Smith. 57 deliveries now.
Just needs to stay to the end. That's the key. 11 overs will remain at the end of this one. And certainly we will be delighted to see the outcome. 54 for 1, still trailing by 4 runs. Vernon and Joel.
So we say thanks to Nickel, Mali, and Seth, as we will look to close out the day. 20 overs bowled, 54 for 1. Machinando 17 from 58. Team Headley trailed by some 4 runs. Kevin Hodge 26 from 41. As Vasami Pomal will start his second over. His first over cost 4 runs. Push back the mid-off. Just would like to see, especially for Hodge, who plays the ball very straight, the mid-off and mid-off fielders come a little straighter. Good afternoon, Joel.
Good afternoon once again, Vernon.
These two will be expected to most likely bowl the remaining overs for the day's play. You know, 4:32 in the afternoon. Hodge certainly looked business-like since he's come out. Lucky to survive a leg before the wicket decision on his first delivery. It's been a talking point for the day.
Oh my goodness, Hodge.
Yeah, it certainly was a very close shout indeed. And when I first saw it, because I wasn't on commentary at the time, I thought they were showing me the appeal from day number 1. Same Dominic Drakes to Kevin Hodge. And recognizing that it was today, and it was a lot closer as well in terms of the tight call of it. And after seeing it a couple times, I was of the opinion that probably that was the one that could have been gone. But I had the fortune of seeing a few replays. The umpire just has the ability to see one.
So the objective here would be to at least get rid of this lead, and from this lead try and maybe look to build for tomorrow. Tomorrow's day 3. It's Friday. Maiden over here by Pamal.
54 for 1 they are, and certainly it's really about setting himself up. I mentioned it a little earlier in terms of the fact that everything right now is harping on how Team Headley go about their innings in terms of the fact that the game is now at them to set up. It means that Team Weeks, as I would have said, probably can make a mistake or 2 more than Team Headley, and that's just in context of the fact that at present they haven't erased the lead as yet. And when you think about how things shape up, 1 or 2 wickets changes the entire complexion of the game. So everything right now sitting on the side of Team Headley in terms of how they go about setting a target, because there still is a lot of time left in this cricket match.
So with some 2 days to go, 250 could be challenging on the final day on this pitch, which is tended to wear, tended to get dry. I don't know if they'll get up to 250, but you never know.
Well, to get that lead of 250, it means that they have to score 300 plus. And that in itself will be a task for them. But I'm thinking even probably it's 200 plus if they can put that on the board. 170 plus coming on to the latter stages of this encounter. Could prove to be a challenge in terms of chasing down the target. The question, though, with regards to whether or not we could see Shem Holder bowling on the final day is one to be considered when thinking about that target, because he has what seems to be a bit of a back injury.
Squeezed away. Pass backward point. Drakes has a chase. And they get 2 runs quite easily. I'd like to see Sinclair bowl over the wicket. He's just looks comfortable bowling around the wicket to Nando. It's been something to think about. This is his fourth over. He'll forever be saying that all day.
The interesting thing about how the spinners for Team Weeks have been used is that Pramal has primarily operated and only operated from that CIU end. Sinclair has operated from this media center end. I just wondered what could have been different for Pramal had he tried coming to this media center end. There was a bit of success for Hodge from here. And I was just thinking about the fact that Sinclair has been turning it, yes, from this end, but with Pramal, to my mind, being the front line spinner and the leading spinner, I was telling myself that maybe conditions in terms of the cracks and the wear and tear of the surface might have favored him just a bit more had he at least bowled a couple overs from this media center end.
I had a different option. My thing was, as you rightly said, to bowl the spinners from the media center end and use the signals from the CIU road end and rotate them in short bursts. Now Smith started to charge in, so he said to every one of them, listen, we're going to give you 4 over spells and let's go hard, especially with the remaining of 21 overs in the day's play. 3-4 overs. But they've gone for another option, so Alex Atenez is something he can maybe think about in tomorrow's day play. Love to see Pramal bowl from this end. Might get more purchase. The short leg is now going to more or less like a silly point area.
You mentioned something that was very interesting as well in terms of sometimes how skippers go for the option of tying down one end in terms of the spin factor and operating with a seamer from the other end. And you've almost seen a pattern with the captaincy of Alex Atenez going across the 2 matches that they've played. And that pretty much has been to settle into the groove of allowing Pramal to just pretty much buy that end and just bowl straight from there. And then he was paired every single time by Kevin Sinclair. And it's been somewhat of a blueprint or a pattern for him across the 2 matches now. 23 bowled, it's 56 for 1.
Yeah. If you're maybe just wondering what's happening, Team Headley batting first, scored 177 all out. Team Weeks 235 all out. Devon Thomas top scoring with 57. Kevin Hodge also top scored in the first innings. And in the second innings, Hodge is 26 from 53. Matthew Nando 19 from 64. 56 for 1, 23 overs bowled. We have 8 overs remaining in the day's play. Sinclair still coming around the wicket. Don't think he's that effective coming around the wicket. Matthew Nando has all day to see him. Really no purchase, no bite. Down the onside. And he just worked this past the keeper and into the fine leg boundary for 4. So Nando is a very difficult customer sometimes to bowl to, because if you're offline, it's going to get bad onto the ball. And he does there. As we look at the replay. Down the onside, badly lined delivery by Sinclair. And that's gone all the way. Somebody needs to have a check, a rain check with Sinclair. Ask him to come over the wicket. Looking to undrive there. Can't beat Cartier short mid-wicket. So you got a mid-on, mid-off. Short mid-wicket, cover, extra cover, backward point. Man on the 45, a slip, and a silly point to the left-hander. He's back and finding the gap. Jakes will have some running to do. He won't go into the boundary. Drakes pulls it back and they get 2 runs quite easily. And Nando goes up to 25 in the process.
I love the shot that by Nandu. It's really just about all his transition of weight. And certainly transferred quite nicely and quickly as well. Made up his mind in terms of the type of shot that he was looking to play. And then from there, it was just really about the timing, because he didn't really force the shot. It was about that timing. I heard you calling for Sinclair to maybe change the manner in which he was operating in terms of coming over the wicket. He's going to do that now to Nandu. And instantly he's asking questions from coming over the wicket. He thought he had one, but umpire Leslie Reefer, he said there was nothing on that. Pitching just probably around outside that leg stump, spinning past the bat there.
You see, Joel, over-completed, 24 overs bowled. When you bowl into a left-hander, Joel, the left-hander now has to be peeping out of his weakest eye, really, when you're coming into that angle and into that area. When you're coming around the wicket, I have both my eyes, my left and my right eye, and I can see you. So my weakest eye, I'm fighting to see that ball, the line of the ball, whether it going across me or is coming straight there. And so I just think that it just have to be patient. You know, sometimes they come over and they think that success has to come straight away, but you got to keep plugging at it all the time.
Oi!
7 overs to go.
Oh!
It's been a hot day. I would just like that silly point, Joel, to just go to his right and force Hodge to see where Raymond Reefer is. Just come around, just go slightly. Didn't say onto the pitch itself, but just come around and force him, get Powell to flight delivery, so it more or less get him to drive into the Sinclair Reefer area. See that length, he can be able to go onto his back foot. What you want to do is get it just above his eye line so he can come on his front foot. Powell is flighting a lot in this game. He's got a little bit more confident. After, if you have 601 first-class wickets, you can do anything.
Yeah, I think back to that innings where Kevin Hodge was bowling, and funny enough, the pace at which Kevin Hodge was bowling was pretty much ideal for this surface. I think about 1 or 2 occasions where he was able to draw Devon Thomas down the pitch on one occasion, leaving him in the mid stump was what occurred after that. But more often than not, Kevin Hodge bowled with the right pace. And I think that is why he was somewhat effective here.
Maiden over by Powell. It's about being patient. You know, we ask the batsmen to be patient. The bowlers themselves also have to be patient. And it's about stringing a couple of overs together, building that pressure. Just keep working. Bowl the ball into the surface. You know, get the batsman to play. That's what I want Sinclair to do. He feels that he can get a wicket with every ball. That's good. But the higher level that you go at, you're going to have to be patient. You're going to have to work out batsmen because they're going to work you out. So you can't get impatient. Just have to land the ball consistently in the right areas. To be honest with you, I would have brought Drakes inside a little bit more closer. I think Drakes is wasted. So too is Niall Smith. I've not seen Nando getting explosive and hitting the ball down the ground, Joel. Just above his eye line.
No.
So he's now thinking, should I paddle? Should I You know, his ball coming down between middle and leg, down into that area. He's got to keep focus and concentrating all the time. Just above his eye line. Every time the ball just goes just above his eye line, where his head has to move, that's what you want to get him to do. They're stringing together some dot deliveries here so far. Talking about building pressure. They bowl in pairs. Can't bowl that line. Got to be patient. Searching for something there. Almost gave away a boundary. Got one run. Lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, you probably would tell yourself that fraction finer. That one would have gone to the boundary.
Team Headley now leading by some 5 runs. If you remember what happened last night, Raymond Reefer got out on the final delivery of day 1. Hodge would certainly would not want that to happen. So too will be Nando. So too is Nando. So too is Nando. So too is Nando. Hodge goes. What I was telling you, Joel. When you're trying to be too careful and too pretty.
Probably looking to force a shot was Kevin Hodge. Back face closing too early as well. The leading edge, his undoing here. But Kevin Sinclair, he picks up his first. Is the man that was the anchor of the first innings, Kevin Hodge. Probably playing for a bit more turn than was on offer as well on that particular occasion. Hodge, just a simple catch for Kevin Sinclair in the end. He's flipping away with joy. Hodge, he has to go for 26. It's 63 for 2.
Just before the break, just after the break, just talking to you about Raymond Reefer going down, and then all of a sudden lapse of concentration there from Kevin Hodge, and a wicket to Sinclair. It's about being patient. Just got to bowl the ball into the surface and just keep stringing those deliveries together. 63 for 2, 26 overs bowled. Sunil Ambrose comes out.
And here's Ray mentioned in terms of the fact that everything lies on the shoulders of Team Headley, in the sense of looking to set up this game, and why I felt as if Team Weeks could have been afforded maybe a mistake or two, a drop chance here. Not to say that that's what they want, but just given how the game was set up and the fact that at the stage that I mentioned it, they were not past the deficit just yet. Just leading here by 5, but 1 or 2 wickets, 3 even, and the complexion of the game is all in the favour of Team Weeks. So effectively 5 for 2 at this point, heading into the latter stages of the day. Pick up 1 more here, and then the outlook for tomorrow is certainly a fantastic one for Team Weeks.
And I think Permal can afford to attack. We have maybe can put some pressure on. Ambrose has just come out. He's not faced the delivery yet. But they just need to also put some pressure on Nando, because Nando is going to be thinking about coming back tomorrow. And sometimes when you're thinking about coming back tomorrow, that's when you lose your concentration.
Just outside.
Just outside is the call from Devon Thomas, begging for something there. A bit of animation as we head into the final moments of today's play. You certainly have to love the characters that go around the field in cricket, taking the stumps with him and having a bit of fun with it as well.
I think Sinclair, he's trying to get Sinclair to come just finer, because Sinclair and Smith are almost doing the same work. The mid-on and the mid-off, they can afford to get close. Nando is not the kind of player who's going to. Somebody who deflects the ball, works around. He's like a Jack Russell player, like nudges the ball. Very difficult sometimes to bowl to. 4 overs to go after this.
Oi, bowling Sammy, going working Sammy. Keep working Sam, working it Sammy, working Samo. Something coming, Leggy. Just walk to one more for the night, mate.
They're looking for one more.
Hey.
They're looking for one more. It'll be interesting to see Sinclair bowling to Ambrose. Ambrose is not a good starter, so it'll be a pretty good contest. They'll need to be able to keep Nando on strike so that Sinclair can get the ball to Ambrose. Maiden over. Joel, 27 gone, 63 for 2.
Yeah, I always think that coming on to the end of play is always an interesting time for Sunil Ambrose to be at the crease, just because of his natural nature of batting being one that is quite positive. I think back to the match where the Windward Islands would have been playing versus Barbados, and he came in with a couple deliveries to face and survived what was a very, very interesting last delivery shout. But it's always a case where when having to bat out of his norm, sometimes you find that he could maybe play around 1 or 2, and that is where I think Sinclair might come into play here.
Now, this is what I don't like. Alex Atenez is pushing the mid-on back to long-on. Ambrose is just coming. He's a knot. You don't ease that pressure off of him. He's putting out a mid-wicket out there. You make him fight for every run. You don't give him runs. You bring Niall Smith up. You got to understand. You got to know when you're on top. Sinclair's just got a wicket, and you're just releasing that pressure. He can come forward and stroke that ball down the ground, make him fight for every run. Just what you were talking about. Looking to play that ball around his pads there.
Yeah, you see, the thing about Ambrose, he's always busy at the crease. And funny enough, I think that is where and why we see that deep mid wicket and that long on. And certainly there are many who don't enjoy seeing it. I totally understand where the theory comes from.
There's no theory, Joel. He's a knot. You put the pressure on him. You don't give him a single.
But here's where I'm going to offer the counter in terms of, because I've heard it.
He's searching. He's not comfortable at all here. He's mixing up his lengths and his lines here, Sinclair. This is a beautiful spell here so far from him. He's bowled 4 dots here. As far as Ateneza, bring somebody up in front of Ambrose right now. Give him something to think about, just above his eye line. Something else to give. There we go. There we go. Good contest. Give him something to think about. Needs to finish strong. A bowl. Good over. Maiden over. Back-to-back maidens.
Yeah, certainly a fantastic over there to follow up for Sinclair. But just getting back to the point in terms of sometimes why, as they say, they opt to spread the field even when a guy has no come to the crease. And as I mentioned, I asked the question because I wanted to kind of get into the mind of the players and understand why they make certain decisions. And there was a case whereby it was said that there's certain guys who will always go after the ball regardless of the field. So they'll still give you that chance at the long on, at the deep mid wicket, and sure, offering the single might release the pressure, but at the same time, it's allowed them to get off to the flyers that they're looking for. You look at a situation like 63 for 2 and 3-4 boundaries quickly, doesn't necessarily ease the pressure, but it allows Ambrose to get into the innings and kind of accelerate things a bit. If you kind of starve him of those boundaries, and I think back to even like how we looked at how Kirk McKenzie would have played in the second innings of the first match, and you saw that it was only a couple of runs to get. And they opted to start with the long off out. And there were many questions about why the long off, but then the next delivery or 2 deliveries later, we saw him fall to that long off. We think about players like Powell as well, who bat in similar fashions.
Joel, we have to stop playing names. We have to play the game. We have to play the pressurized situation game. You're coming, you're not. Mid on, mid off, up, silly point, short leg. Some people are nervous starters, and I understand all the tactics what you're telling me about. You're not. You gotta be pressured. You gotta fight to get that run. Squeezed away, down to backward point, and they will get 2 runs quite easily. And I'll say this to you, Joel, in defense of what you were told by the players, and anybody who gets out caught there, you consider that to be dancing cricket.
But that's the thing. That's how you play the game. You play the player in certain situations. So you play in terms of the situation, yes. But then at times you understand how a player might go regardless. And in the case of when that front foot clears, you know he's going out to the legs, and you set your field for that.
More pressure being applied here on Nando. Sammy really moving into a groove here. You can see that he has bought that end, the CIU road end, and I don't know, Joel, that he's going to be giving up that end to come from the major center end. He seems to have owned that now. He's into his 6th over. Chandra Paul under 45. Just looking a little casual there. That one bubbling out of his hand. He has to stay in the game. He's got to be coming in and still staying low to the ball. Got to be swooping in to try to stop that single. Ambris was advancing but had to get back into the crease. So Powell, Nando squeezing 2 runs out of that over. He goes to 28. He's now the top scorer of Team Headley in the 2nd innings.
It'll be interesting to see how Sunil Ambris goes about this over again, because once again he looked to be very, very positive at the crease. And you would say he looks busy at the crease, looking for the runs, looking to force the game almost, even though there's just 2 overs remaining in it. And certainly it's not every time that I agree with the spreading of the field, but it is a case where you understand that, fair enough, you're trying different things, and some days it might work, other days it won't. So there's no very straight mid-wicket, almost might call it a very short mid-on, but yeah, a very straight mid-wicket and a more conventional mid-wicket in the form of Raymond Reefer.
So here goes Sinclair. Dropped. Jeez, you have to take that. They set it up, and Casey Carty puts down a catch. You have to take those.
The perfect plan is foiled. And as I said, they know these players, and they know how they operate, how the fact that he's going to look to impose himself. He comes down the wicket, and Casey Carty should have been ready for that, knowing that he was there for that reason. And he spills it. Sinclair cannot believe his luck. And Ambris rehearsing that once again, but once again it goes back to knowing players and setting those fields for those players. Oh, wow.
Ooh. That hit a crack.
You hear Sinclair exclaiming that he did not play any shot.
Yeah, but his signal
to
buys.
that one.
Doesn't matter. He doesn't have to play a shot. The keeper has to catch a ball. I don't know what Sinclair wants. whether he plays a shot or a shot or not. Devon Thomas has to catch the ball. How else is going to happen? 67 for 2. It's just amazing.
And Sinclair's defense, he's allowing you to know that he should still be bowling. Matthew Nandu, he's not going to let him off that easy. The umpires should have probably looked at Nandu and said, well, you do need to go back to the other end.
Just above his eye line. Just above his eye line. He's flatter faster now. Just above his eye line. Give him something to think about. He's thinking about going. He's also thinking about tomorrow. Just above his eye line. If he wants to go, nothing is wrong with that. That's okay. You entice him.
Funny enough, at one stage you probably thought that that particular delivery, Sinclair saw him coming down and opted to drag down that delivery, go a bit flatter. You just saw the trigger movement of Ambrose looking to come down the crease. And there we see it again.
So the skipper has told Tej Chandapal to warm up. Don't know if he's going to bowl wrist spin or off spin, but we'll find out.
The end of that over. It's 67 for 2, a drop chance in it. What I can say this morning, quite early. Tej was bringing over his arm, bowling to Versami Permal.
Oh, so you saw him?
Yeah, he was bowling this morning just in the little warm-up area. A couple oohs and ahs as you usually get on a morning when bowling to players.
Well, he seemed to have convinced Alex Atenes that he can bowl some, Joel. So what you saw this morning has certainly brought him into the attack.
Well, he was turning it on the grass.
Oh.
Let me say that from 7 steps away. That is not to give an indication of what Tej Chandapal is about to bowl here right now. I'm just telling you what my eyes saw. And usually, funny enough, everybody turns it on the grass when you're bowling on the outfield.
Come on, Tej. Come on, Tej.
Well,
Tej Chandapal, introduced now.
they need to know something about him because Devon Thomas said, "Come on, Tej."
Funny enough, he was also bowling with the left hand this morning.
Tej. Walk with something, man. Bag something here.
They want him to bag something here.
Put some in your back pocket and go home, man. Come on, Tej. Aye.
Ooh, wow.
Yes, boy.
Starts down the leg side.
Ball it, Tej. Work it, Tej.
Yes. Devon Thomas wants him to take home something in his back pocket. And the wicket column.
To be fair, they would take anything that comes out of the hand of Tej Chandapal at the moment in terms of the possibility of it sneaking a wicket through in this final over. 4 deliveries to go before stumps.
Ooh. This is what happens when you bring on someone and you're trying to see if you can lock down your concentration. You got to be as tight as possible. Ambrose says no. Come on, Matthew Nando.
Just probably a case of breaking that rhythm that Tej was able to get into. Just ask him, just relax a bit more again. Take a couple seconds out of it.
Ooh. Interesting. Very much interesting. Very much interesting here. Let's see what's going to happen just above the eye line. Just get it up. Just get it up. Ooh. He's getting frustrated. He's really getting frustrated here.
Line them up, nobody.
Devon Thomas wants Tej to line them up. It's around the wicket. 5 dot balls. And we think that maiden would close out the day's play. So Tej Chandapal at 5:04 in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda has bowled the final over of the Team Headley Team Weeks there, concluding 31 overs that have been bowled. They close on 67 for 2. Hodge and Powell being dismissed. The not-out batsman, Matthew Nando, 28 from 94, and Solin Ambrose, after getting a chance or not, 1 from 1. It stumps, and Kyron Powell 9, Hodge 26, and final comments from Joel Manning, who will sign out on behalf of the entire team today as we conclude here day 2. Joel.
Yeah, the lead just by 9 heading into day 3 of this final match of the Headley Weeks Tri-Series. And they certainly will know that the job is not done for them. They're by no stretch of the imagination out of the woods here. We'll have to bat for the better portion of tomorrow, if not, in fact, attempt to bat all day. But like I mentioned, maybe anything from 170 onwards in terms of a lead they might be happy with. But all to play for with 2 days left in this cricketing action. It's been a fantastic day too. Until tomorrow, goodbye and good evening.